15. The Truth. Dan had stepped out of the shower and was toweling off when he heard someone speak his name. He looked at the television set. His face, his driver's license picture, was looking back at him from the screen. He thought he'd been prepared for the shock, but he was wrong. In that instant, he felt as if he'd simultaneously taken a gut punch and had icy water poured on the back of his neck. The newscaster was talking about the shooting of Emery Blanchard, and the camera showed scenes of policemen at the First Commercial Bank. And then the vision truly became nightmarish, because suddenly a distraught face framed with kinky red curls was talking into a reporter's microphone.
"He went crazy when he found out we knew who he was,"
Hannah DeCane was saying.
"Harmon and me tried to stop him, but he was out of his mind. Grabbed the shotgun away from Harmon and blasted him right there in front of me. And then he... Oh, dear Lord, it was terrible. Then he started beating my husband in the head with the gun. I never saw anybody so wild in my life. There wasn't a thing I could do."
The camera showed the dismal hideaway motor court in daylight, then focused on the crippled pickup truck. There was a shot of blood on the sandy ground. DeCane was pronounced dead early this morning at an Alexandria hospital, the newscaster said. Dan's knees gave way. He sat down on the edge of the bed, his mouth agape. Police believe Lambert may be on his way to Naples, Florida, where his nearest family member lives. Christ, Dan thought. They brought his mother into this thing now. But there have been reports that Lambert's been seen both in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Repeating what we understand from Alexandria police, Lambert may be traveling under the name Pharaoh, and he should be considered extremely dangerous. Again, the First Commercial Bank of Shreveport has put a $15,000 reward on Lambert, and the number to call with information is 555-9045. The photograph of Dan came up on the screen again. Lambert is 42 years old, has brown hair and brown eyes, and stands... Dan got up and snapped the TV off. Then he had to sit down once more because his bones felt rubbery and his head was reeling. Anger started boiling up inside him. What kind of damned shit was that woman trying to shovel? No, not trying. She was doing a pretty good job of it, fake tears and all. Dan saw what had happened. The bitch had killed her husband, and who was going to call her a liar? He sensed the net starting to close around him. Who would believe he hadn't murdered DeCane? Pretty soon the newscasts were going to make him out to be a bloodthirsty fiend who killed everybody in his path. With his picture on TV, the reward, the police looking for the station wagon, what chance did he have of getting to Vermilion, much less out of the country? He clasped his hands to his face. His heart was beating hard, the pulse pounding at his temples. How much farther could he get? Even traveling with the shield of darkness, he knew it was only a matter of time now before the law found him. And his time, it seemed, was fast ticking away. Should he try to keep going, or just give it up and call the police? What was the point of running anymore? There was no escaping prison. There was no escaping the disease that was chewing his life away. Gone south, he thought. Where could you run to when all roads were blocked? He didn't know how long he sat there, his eyes squeezed shut and his head bowed, his thoughts scrambling like mice in mazes. There was a tentative knock at the door. Dan didn't say anything. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Go away," he said. It had to be her, or the police. He'd find out soon enough. A long silence followed. Then her voice.
"I want to talk to you for a minute."
"Just go away and leave me alone, please." She was silent, and Dan thought she'd gone. But then he heard a rustling at the bottom of the door, and something slid under it into the room. It was a newspaper page. Dan had the feeling that the bad news was about to get worse. He put the towel around his waist, went to the door, and picked up the page. There at the lower right was his picture, the same photo he'd seen on television. "Second murder attributed to Shreveport fugitive," the headline read. He reached out, unlatched the door, and pulled it open. Arden took a backward step, half of her face pale with fear, and she lifted a tire iron she'd taken from the back of the station wagon over her head.
"Don't touch me," she said. "I'll knock your head in."
They stared at each other for a few seconds like two wary and frightened animals. At last, Dan said, "Well, you've got my attention. What did you want to talk about?"
"That's you, isn't it? You killed 2 people?"
"It's me," he answered. "But I didn't kill 2 people. Just the man in Shreveport."
"Oh, is that supposed to make me feel better?"
"Right now, I don't give a damn what you feel. You're not the one going to prison. I guess you've already called the police."
"Maybe I have,"
she said.
"Maybe I haven't."
You saw there's $15,000 reward on me, didn't you? That ought to be enough to get your birthmark off.
See? This must be your lucky day. Don't try to rush me, she warned. I swear I'll hit you.
I'm not rushing anybody. Where am I going to go wearing a towel? You mind if I get dressed before the police get here?
I haven't called them. Not yet, I mean.
Well, do what you have to do. I figure I'm through running. He turned his back on her and went to his clothes, which were lying on a chair near the bathroom door. Arden didn't enter the room. She watched him as he dropped the towel and put on his underwear and socks. His body was thin and sinewy, the vertebrae visible down his spine. His muscles looked shrunken and wasted. There was nothing physically threatening about him at all. Arden lowered the tire iron, but she didn't cross the threshold. Dan put on his T-shirt and then his jeans. He sat down in the chair to slip his shoes on. I didn't kill the man in Alexandria, he told her. For what it's worth, his wife did it, and she's blaming me. Yeah, I did steal their station wagon, only because the damn woman shot my pickup truck's tire out. She blasted him with a shotgun aiming at me, but when I left there, he was still alive. She beat him to death, and she's telling the police I did it. That's the truth. Arden swallowed thickly, the fear still fluttering around in her throat.
The paper said you went crazy in a bank. Shot a man dead. That you're supposed to be armed and dangerous.
They got the crazy part right. Bank was repossessing my truck. It was the last thing I had left. I got in a fight with a guard. The loan manager pulled a pistol on me, and it just happened. But I'm not armed, and I never was carrying a gun. I guess I ought to be flattered that they think I'm so dangerous, but they're wrong. He sat back in the chair and put his hands on the armrests. I meant it about the reward money. Ought to be you who gets it as much as anybody else. You want to go call the law? I'll be right here. Her common sense told her to go to her room and use the phone there, but she hesitated.
How come you didn't give yourself up after you shot that man?
I panicked. Couldn't think straight. But I was telling you the truth about the leukemia. The doctors don't give me a whole lot of time, and I don't care to pass it in prison.
So how come you're just going to sit there and let me turn you in?
Somebody will, sooner or later. I thought I could get out of the country, but there's no use in trying to run when your name and face is plastered all over TV and the newspapers. It's just hurtful to my family.
Your family? You married?
Ex-wife. A son. I stopped to see him in Alexandria. That's why I was staying at that damn motel. I was heading to a place called Vermilion. Cabin down there I was going to hide in for a while until I could decide what to do. He shook his head. No use in it. Arden didn't know exactly what she'd expected, but this wasn't it. After she'd digested the newspaper story, she'd gone to the station wagon to search it, looking for a gun. She'd found a tire iron in the back, and in a glove compartment, a couple of old receipts, for frog legs of all things, made out to Hannah DeCane from the Blue Gulf restaurant. The hell of this thing was that the $15,000 would bail her out of her financial troubles and buy her a car. But after the bills were paid off, there still wouldn't be enough left for the plastic surgery. The doctors had told her there would have to be 2 or more operations, and they couldn't promise what the results would be. But here was $15,000 sitting in front of her if she wanted it. Go on, Dan said. Call him, I don't care.
I will, in a minute.
She frowned.
If you're so sick, why aren't you in a hospital?
Ever set foot in a VA hospital? I was in one for a while. People waiting to die, hollering and crying in their sleep. I wasn't going to lie there and fade away. Besides, most days I could still work. I'm a carpenter. Was, I mean. Listen, are you going to call the police, or do you want to write my life story? Arden didn't answer. She was thinking of what it had felt like when she was joyriding in that car she'd stolen, speeding from nowhere to nowhere, trying to outrace reality. And the state trooper's car had roared up behind her with its siren wailing and the bubble light awhirl. She remembered the snap of cuffs on her wrists, and the sharp, dark terror that had pierced her tough fuck-you attitude. She'd had a lot to learn in those days. If it hadn't been for a few people like Mr. Richards and Jupiter and his wife, the lessons would have fallen like seeds on stony ground. Stealing a car was a lot different from committing murder, of course, and maybe Dan Lambert belonged in prison, but Arden wasn't sure she was the one to put him there. One thing I'd like to do for myself, Dan said while she was pondering the situation. He stood up, causing Arden's heart to start thumping again, and he went to the telephone on the table beside his bed. He dialed the operator and asked for directory assistance in Alexandria.
Who are you calling?
Arden's knuckles were aching. She was gripping the tire iron so hard. I'd like the police department. he said to the Alexandria operator when the call clicked through. The main office at City Hall.
What are you doing?
Arden asked, incredulous.
Giving yourself up?
Quiet, he told her. He waited until a voice answered. Alexandria Police, Sergeant Gil Paradine speaking. Sergeant, my name is Dan Lambert. I think you people are looking for me. There was no reply, just stunned or suspicious silence. Then, is this a joke? No joke. Just listen. I didn't kill Harmon DeCane. I saw his wife shoot him with that shotgun, but when I left there, he was still alive. She must have decided to beat him to death and blame it on me. See what I'm saying?
Hold on just a minute. I'll connect you to...
No, Dan snapped. You pass the phone, I'm gone. I'm telling you, that woman killed her husband. You check the shotgun for fingerprints, you won't find one of mine on it. Will you do that for me? I'll have to let you talk to Captain. I'm through talking. Dan hung up.
I can't believe you just did that. Don't you know they'll trace the call?
I just wanted to start him thinking. Maybe they'll check for prints and ask that damn woman some more questions. Anyway, they don't know it wasn't a local call. There's enough time for you to turn me in.
Do you want to go to prison? Is that it?
No, I don't want to go to prison, Dan said. But I don't have a whole hell of a lot of choice, do I? Arden had to do the next thing. She had to test both herself and him. She took a deep breath, crossed the threshold into his room, and closed the door behind her. She stood with her back against it, the tire iron ready if he jumped at her. He raised his eyebrows. Taking a risk being in a room alone with me, aren't you?
I'm not sure yet. Am I?
He showed her his palms and eased down on the edge of the bed. Whatever's on your mind, he told her. Now's the time to tell me about it.
All right.
She took 2 steps toward him and stopped again, still testing both her own nerves and his intentions.
I don't want to turn you in. That's not going to help me.
$15,000 is a lot of money, he said. You could buy yourself...
I want to find the bright girl.
Arden went on.
That's why I'm here. Finding the bright girl and getting this thing off my face is all I'm interested in. Not the money, not why you killed some man in Shreveport.
Her intense blue gaze didn't waver.
I've seen her in my dreams, only I never could tell what she looked like. But I think I'm close to her now, closer than I've ever been. I can't give it up, not even for $15,000.
It would pay for an operation, wouldn't it?
The doctors can't say for sure they can get it off. They say trying to remove it could leave a scar just as bad as the birthmark. Then where would I be? Maybe worse off, if that's even possible. No, I'm not doing it that way. Not when I'm so close.
You're not thinking straight, Dan said. The doctors are your best chance. The bright girl... Well, you know what I think about that story.
I do. It doesn't matter. I want you to drive me to LaPierre.
He grunted. Now I know you're out of your mind. Look who you're talking to. I killed a man yesterday. I've got a stolen car sitting out in the parking lot. You don't know I wouldn't try to kill you if I could. And you're wanting to travel with me another 90 miles down into the swamp. Wouldn't you say that might be pushing your luck?
If you were going to hurt me, you would have done it between here and the truck stop. I believe you about what happened at the motel. There's not a gun in the car and you're not carrying one. I've got a tire iron and I still think I could outrun you.
Maybe, but you can't outrun the police. Ever heard of aiding and abetting a fugitive?
If the police stop us,
Arden said,
I'll say I didn't know who you were. No skin off your teeth to tell them the same thing.
Dan looked at her long and hard. He figured she'd had a rough life, and this obsession with the bright girl had grown stronger as things had started falling apart. He saw only disappointment ahead for her, but he was in no position to argue. She was right. It was no skin off his teeth. You sure about this?
Yes, I am.
The truth was that she hadn't decided he was worth trusting until he'd made the call to Alexandria. Still, she was going to hang on to the tire iron a while longer. He stood up and walked toward her. It flashed through her mind to retreat to the door, but she stayed where she was. She knew from experience that once you showed fear to a horse, the animal would never respect you again. She knew it was true with people, too. He reached out for her, and she lifted the tire iron to ward him off. He stopped. My cap, he said. It's on the chair behind you.
Oh.
She stepped aside to let him get it. Dan put his cap on and checked his wristwatch. 5:34. Outside the window, the shadows were lengthening, but it wouldn't be full dark until after 7. I'll want to travel the back roads, he told her. A little safer that way, but slower. Less likely to run across a state trooper. I hope. And I'm not going to jump you, so you can put that thing down. He nodded toward the tool in her hand. When she didn't lower it, he narrowed his eyes and said, "If you don't trust me now, just think how you're going to feel in a couple of hours when we're out in the dark and there's nobody around for miles." Arden slowly let her arm fall. "Okay, good. I'd hate to sneeze and get my brains knocked out. You got any deodorant?"
"Huh?"
"Deodorant," he repeated. "I need some. And toothpaste or mouthwash if you've got either of those. Aspirin would help, too."
"In my suitcase. I'll bring it over."
"That's all right. I'll go with you," Dan said, and he saw her stiffen up again. "My room, your room, or the car, what does it matter?" he asked. "Better be certain you want to do this before we get started." She realized she was going to have to turn her back on him sooner or later. She said,
"Come on, then."
And she went out the door first, her stomach doing slow flip-flops. In Arden's bathroom, Dan applied roll-on deodorant, and he'd never thought the day would come when he'd be using Secret. And then he wet a washcloth, put a glob of Crest on it, and scrubbed his teeth. Arden brought him a small first-aid kit that contained a bottle of Tylenol, a tube of skin ointment, some adhesive bandages, and a bottle of eye drops. "You must have been a Girl Scout," Dan said as she shook 2 aspirin onto his palm.
"Joey always said I missed my calling, that I should have been a nurse. That's because I took care of the band when they had hangovers or were too strung out to play. Somebody had to be responsible."
Dan swallowed the Tylenol tablets with a glass of water and gave her back the first aid kit. "I'll need to get some food and coffee somewhere. We'd better not stick around here too much longer."
"I'm ready."
It was 6 o'clock by the time the bill was paid, and they were pulling away from the motel. Arden kept the tire iron on the seat near her right hand, and Dan decided not to make an issue of it. Not far from the motel, Dan turned into a McDonald's and in the drive-thru bought 3 hamburgers, a large order of fries, and a cup of coffee. They sat in the parking lot while he ate, and Dan unfolded the road map and saw that Highway 182 was the route to follow through the towns of New Iberia, Jeanerette, Baldwin, and on to Morgan City, where Highway 90 would take them deeper into the bayou country to Houma.
"Where are you going to go?"
Arden asked when he'd finished the second burger.
"After you take me to LaPierre, I mean. You still going to try to get out of the country?"
"I don't know. Maybe."
"Don't you have any relatives you could go to? Are your parents still alive?"
"Father's dead. My mother's alive, but she's old, and I don't want to get her messed up in this. It'll be hard enough on her as it is."
"Does she know about the leukemia?"
"No, it's my problem." He speared her with a glance. "What do you care anyway? You hardly know me." She shrugged.
"Just interested, I guess. You're the first killer I ever met."
Dan couldn't suppress a grim smile. "Well, I hope I'm the last one you meet." He offered her his French fries. "Take some." She accepted a few and crunched them down.
"You don't really have anywhere to go, do you?"
"I'll find a place." Arden nodded vacantly and watched the sun sinking. The bright girl, a dream without a face, was on her mind. And if she had to travel with a wanted fugitive to reach that dream, then so be it. She wasn't afraid. Well, maybe a little afraid. But her life had never been easy, and no one had ever given her a free ticket. She had nowhere to go now but toward the bright girl, toward what she felt was the hope of healing and a new start. "I know who you are," she recalled Jupiter saying to the killer beside her. "You the man God sent Miss Arden." She hoped that was true. She wanted to believe with all her heart it was. Because if Jupiter could be so wrong about Dan Lambert, he could be wrong about the bright girl, too. Dan finished his food and they started off again. 4 miles south of Lafayette, they passed a state trooper who'd pulled a kid on a motorcycle over to the roadside. The trooper was occupied writing a ticket, and they slid by unnoticed. But it was a few minutes before Arden stopped looking nervously back. The light was fading. Purple shadows streamed across the road, and on either side there were woods broken by ponds of brackish water, from which tree stumps protruded like shattered teeth. The road narrowed. Traffic thinned to an occasional car or pickup truck. A sign on stilts said, "Keep your heart in Acadiana or get your—" There was the crude drawing of a mule's hind end here. Out. Spanish moss festooned the trees like antebellum lace, and the mingled odors of wild honeysuckle and Gulf salt drifted on the humid air. As the first stars emerged from the darkening sky, heat lightning began to ripple across the southern horizon. Dan switched on the headlights and kept an eye on the rearview mirror. The heat lightning's flashes reminded him of the battle zone, with artillery shells landing in the distance. He had the eerie sensation of traveling on a road that led back into time, back into the wet wilderness of a foreign country, where the reptiles thrived and death was a silent shadow. He was afraid of what he might find, or what might find him there, but it was the only road left for him to go. And like it or not, he had to follow it to its end. 16. Black Against Yellow. It was just after 9 o'clock when the station wagon's headlight beams grazed a rust-streaked sign that said, Vermilion, 5 miles, Chandilac, 12 miles, LaPierre, 15 miles. Almost there, Dan said, relief blooming in him like a sweet flower. Arden didn't answer. She'd opened her purse 2 miles back and taken from it the pink drawstring bag, which she now held in her lap. Her fingers kneaded the bag's contents, but Arden stared straight ahead along the cone of the lights. What's in that thing? Dan asked. Huh? That bag. What's in it? Nothing special, she said. You're sure rubbing it like it's something special. It's just what I carry for good luck. Oh, I should have figured. He nodded. Anybody who believes in faith healers has to have a good luck charm or two lying around. If I were you, I wouldn't be laughing. I think you'd want to find the bright girl as much as I do. There's an idea. After she heals me, she can go back to Shreveport with me and raise Emery Blanchard from the dead. Then I can get right back to where I was, begging for work. Laugh if you want to. All I'm saying is, what would it hurt for you to go with me? It would hurt, he said. I told you what I think about false hope. If there really was a bright girl, which there's not, the only way she could help me is to crank back time and bring the man I killed back to life. Anyway, I said I'd take you to LaPierre, and that's what I'll do, but that's all. What are you going to do, dump me out on the street once we get there? No, I'll help you find some place to spend the night. He hoped. The last motel they'd passed was 10 miles behind them in the small town of Houma. Since the woods had closed in on either side of the road, they'd seen the scattered lights of only a few houses. They had left civilization behind, it seemed, and the bittersweet smell of the swamp thickened the air. If worst came to worst, and a motel or boarding house couldn't be found anywhere near LaPierre, Dan had decided to offer Arden lodging at the cabin, and then he'd take her on into town in the morning. But only if nothing else could be found. He didn't like having somebody depending on him, and the sooner she went on her way, the better he'd feel about things. They crossed a long concrete bridge, and suddenly they were passing through the hamlet of Vermilion. It wasn't much, just a few clapboard houses and closed-up stores. The only place that was lit up with activity was a little dump called Cootie's Bar, and Dan noted that the 4 pickup trucks parked around the place all had shotguns or rifles racked in the rear windows. This did not help Dan's hopes of finding a decent motel room for Arden. He had the feeling that a woman alone in this territory could find herself pinned to a pool table, and a man with a $15,000 reward on his head would be torn clean apart. He drove on through Vermilion, luckily attracting the attention of only a couple of dogs, who stopped scrapping over a bone to get out of the road. As they drew away from town, Dan watched the odometer. Susan had said the turnoff to Gary's cabin was 3 miles past the bridge on the left. It ought to be coming up any minute now. He didn't plan on stopping there yet, but he wanted to make sure he found it. And then, yes, there it was, a dirt road sinking off to the left into the woods. Good. Now at least he knew where he'd be resting his head tonight. He passed the turnoff, and neither he nor Arden saw the black Eldorado hidden close by. Pelvis was asleep and snoring, with Mama sprawled out on his chest when Flint saw headlights approaching. As darkness had fallen, Flint had pulled the car closer up the dirt road to the highway's edge, and he'd kept vigilant watch while Pelvis had drowsed, awakened to prattle about Elvis's pink Cadillac and the love of his mother's coconut cakes, and then drowsed again. Flint could have counted on one hand how many cars had passed, and none of them had even slowed at the turnoff to the cabin. This one, though, did slow down, if almost imperceptibly. But it didn't turn, and now here it came on the southbound road. Still, Flint's heartbeat had quickened, and Clint felt the change and responded with a questioning twitch under his brother's sweat-soaked shirt. Flint turned the key in the ignition and switched on the single headlight as the car began to glide past their hiding place. The beam jabbed out and caught the rust-splotched station wagon. Flint saw a blonde-haired woman sitting in the passenger seat. She glanced toward the light, her eyes squinted, and Flint made out that the entire right side of her face seemed to be covered with an ugly violet bruise. He couldn't see the driver's face, but he saw a head wearing a dark blue baseball cap. Then the station wagon had gone out of the light. Flint's breath hissed between his teeth. It was the same car Lambert had driven out of Bazile Park. He started the engine. Pelvis sat up, bleary-eyed, and rasped, "What's happening?" "He's here. Just past us, going south." Flint's voice was calm and quiet, his heart pumping hot blood, but his nerves icy. "He didn't turn, but that's him all right. Hold the mud." He put the engine into gear and eased the Eldorado onto the road, turning right to follow Lambert. The station wagon's tail lights were just going around a curve. "There's a woman with him," Flint said as they gained speed. "Could be a hostage. Looks like he might have beaten her up." "A hostage?" Pelvis said, horrified. His arms were clamped tightly around Mama. "My Lord, what are we going to do?" "What we came for." They rounded the curve, and there was the station wagon 40 yards ahead. "Hang on," Flint said. His foot pressed down on the accelerator, a cold smile of triumph twisting his mouth. "I'm going to run the son of a bitch off the road." The light suddenly hitting them had startled Arden as much as it had Dan. "You think that was a trooper?" she asked, her voice shaky as they started into the curve. "Could have been. We'll find out in a minute." "He's pulling out." She had her head outside the window. "Coming after us." Dan watched the rearview mirror. No siren yet, no flashing light. He kept his speed steady, the needle hanging at 50. There was no need to panic yet. Might have been just somebody parked on a side road getting stoned. No need to panic. "Here he comes," Arden yelled. "Picking up speed." Dan saw the car coming around the curve, closing the distance between them. The car had only one headlight. One headlight. A knot the size of a lemon seemed to swell in Dan's throat. The bounty hunter's black Cadillac had one headlight. But no, it couldn't be. How the hell would Flint Murtaugh and the Elvis clone have known where he was going? No, it wasn't them. Of course it wasn't. He heard the roar of their engine. Arden pulled her head in, her eyes wide. "I think he's gonna—" "Ram us," she was about to say. But then the headlight was glaring into the rearview mirror, and the Cadillac was right on their bumper, and Dan tried to jerk the station wagon to one side, but he was a muscle twitch too late. The Cadillac banged into their rear with threatening authority, then abruptly backed off again. The station wagon's frame was shivering, but Dan had control of the wheel. Another curve was coming up, and he had to watch where he was going. The Cadillac leapt forward again with what sounded like an angry snort, and once more banged their rear bumper and then drew back. "He's telling me to pull over," Dan said above the rush of the wind. He glanced at the speedometer and saw the needle trembling at 60. "Who is it? The police?" Couple of bounty hunters are after me. Damned if I know how they found me, but—" "Coming fast again," Arden shouted, gripping onto the seat back. This time the Cadillac's driver meant business. The knock rattled their bones and almost unhinged Dan's hands from the shuddering wheel. The Cadillac didn't back away, but instead began shoving the station wagon off the road. Dan put his foot on the brake pedal, and the tires shrieked in protest. But the Cadillac was too strong. The station wagon was being inexorably pushed to the roadside. And now something clattered and banged onto the front axle, and the smell of scorched metal came up through the floorboard. The brake pedal lost its tension and slid right to the floor, and Dan realized the brakes had just given up the ghost. Whoever was driving, Murtaugh or the imitation Elvis, they wanted to play rough. Dan was damned if he'd let those two have him without a fight. He lifted his foot from the dead pedal and jammed it down on the accelerator, at the same time twisting the wheel violently away from the roadside. A gout of oil smoke boomed from the exhaust pipe, and the station wagon jumped forward, putting 6 feet between its crumpled rear bumper and the Cadillac's teeth. Dan swerved back and forth across the road, trying to cut their speed and also to keep the Cadillac from shoving them again. They passed what looked like a marina on the right, and then the woods closed in once more on both sides of the pavement. A speed limit 45 miles per hour sign pocked with bullet holes swept past. The Cadillac roared up on them, smacking their left rear fender before Dan could jerk the station wagon aside. Now the road began a series of tight twists and turns, and it was all Dan could do to keep them from flying off. He dared to look at the speedometer and saw that it too had gone haywire, the needle flipping wildly back and forth across the dial. "Slow down," Arden shouted. "You'll wreck us." He pulled up on the emergency brake, but there was no tension in that either. Whatever had fried underneath the car had burned out the brake system, which probably had been hanging together with spit and chicken wire anyway. "No brakes," he answered, and then he fought the car around the next sharp curve with the Cadillac on his tail, his teeth clenched and his heart pounding. "Welcome to Chandilac," a sign announced, and they were through a one-block strip of darkened stores in a blast of engine noise and whirlwind of sandy grit. On the other side of Chandilac, The road straightened out, and overhead huge oak trees locked branches. The Cadillac suddenly veered into the left lane and came up beside Dan. And Dan looked into the puffy face of an aged Elvis Presley, who was holding onto his bulldog with one arm and waving him to pull over with the other. Dan shook his head. The Elvis impersonator said something to Murtaugh, probably relaying Dan's answer. Murtaugh then delivered his next response by slamming the Cadillac broadside against the station wagon. Arden had been holding back a scream, but the collision of metal knocked it loose. Dan felt the right side tire slide off the pavement and into the weeds. He had no choice but to hit the accelerator and try to jump ahead of Murtaugh, but the bounty hunter stayed with him. Dan thought they must be going 70 miles an hour, the woods blurring past and the station wagon's engine moaning with fatigue. The road curved to the right, and suddenly there were headlights coming in the left lane. Murtaugh instantly cut his speed and drifted back behind Dan, who took the curve on smoking tires. They rocketed past an old Ford crawling north, and as soon as they were out of the curve, the Cadillac was banging on Dan's back door again. He darted a glance at Arden, saw her hunched forward with the pink drawstring bag clenched between her hands. "I told you not to travel with me, didn't I?" he yelled, and then he saw in the rearview mirror the Cadillac trying to pull alongside him. He veered to the left, cutting the bounty hunter off. Murtaugh swung the Cadillac to the right, and again Dan cut him off. "He's not going to let you get up there," Pelvis shouted over the windstorm. His hair was a molded ebony still life. He saw the speedometer and blanched. "Lord God, Mr. Murtaugh, we're going 70. "I know how fast," Flint yelled back. The station wagon's beat-up rear fender was less than 10 feet ahead. Lambert had stopped using his brakes. Either the man was crazy or demonically desperate. Flint pressed his foot down on the accelerator, and the Cadillac's battered front fender again slammed into Lambert's car. This time some serious damage was done. White sparks exploded from underneath the station wagon, a piece of metal coming loose and dragging the concrete. As Flint let the Eldorado drift back, he saw Lambert's left rear tire start shredding apart. "That got him," Flint crowed. "He'll have to pull over." Within seconds, the tire had disintegrated into flying fragments, and now the wheel rim was dragging a line of sparks. But Lambert made no move to pull off, and the man's stupid stubbornness infuriated Flint. He twisted the wheel, his knuckles white and Clint's hand seizing at the air, and he veered into the left lane and powered the Eldorado up alongside Lambert to deliver the coup de grace. Dan saw Murtaugh coming. The big black car was going to knock them into the next parish. His heart had been gripped by a cold fist when he'd felt the rear tire going, but actually the drag was slowing them down. Still, here came Murtaugh up alongside, and what the Cadillac was going to do to them wouldn't be pretty. He swung the car to the left and bashed the Cadillac so hard he heard the frames of both cars groan in discordant harmony. Murtaugh returned the favor with a broadside blow, and suddenly Dan's door tore off its rusted hinges and fell away. Both cars whammed together in the center of the road, what remained of the station wagon's left side buckling inward like a stomped beer can. Dan's speed was falling past 60, the engine making a harsh lug-lug-lugging. He smelled burned rubber and hot metal, and ahead on the road a half-dozen ravens leapt up from the roadkill on which they were feasting and scattered with enraged cries. He looked at the dashboard and saw the needle on the water temperature gauge vibrating at the far limit of the red line. Murtaugh hit him again, his own car being reduced to rolling wreckage, and steam swirling from the Cadillac's hood, and the impact knocked the station wagon across the right lane onto the shoulder. Dan heard Arden's breath hitch. They hit a sign, black against yellow, that he had only an instant to read before it was crushed down. Dangerous bridge, 10 miles per hour. With a boom and a burst of escaping steam from the volcanic radiator, the hood flew up in front of the windshield. Dan twisted the wheel to get on the pavement again, but the rear end fishtailed out of control. 3 seconds later, they hit something else that cracked like a pistol shot, and abruptly Dan felt his butt rise up off the seat, and he knew with sickening certainty that the station wagon had left the road. Branches and vines whipped at the top of the car. He heard Arden scream again, and his own mouth was opening to cry out when they came down, the station wagon hitting water like a fat man doing a graceless belly flop. Dan had the sensation of his body being squeezed and then stretched by the impact, his skull banging the roof and bright comets of red light streaking behind his eyes. He heard what sounded like a wall of water crashing against the hood and windshield, and the engine sizzled and moaned before it began an iron-throated gurgling. Dazed at the quickness of what had happened, his head packed with pain and his consciousness flagging, Dan sat in the darkness, still gripping the steering wheel. His feet were submerged. Water had sloshed up through the floorboard and was flooding over the crumpled sill where the door had been. He thought the car was sinking, and the terror that swept through him cleared away some of the haze. He turned his head. His neck muscles felt strained, and made out the girl lying sprawled on the seat. He couldn't leave her there, and though he thought he was moving as fast as he could, it seemed like a slow-motion nightmare. He got his arms around Arden and pulled her with him out of the car, stepping into knee-deep water bottomed with mud. The girl was a dead weight. Dan lost his footing and splashed down with her. Her face went under, and he turned over on his back to support her so her head was above water. She didn't struggle or sputter, but she was breathing. The taste of blood was in Dan's mouth. The darkness was closing in again, but he felt a slow current flowing around his body. It came to him that the current, as weak as it might be, must be flowing south to the Gulf, however far away that was. He knew for sure that if he passed out, both of them would drown. The bounty hunters. Where were they? Somewhere close, that was for sure. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Dan began pushing himself and Arden through the muddy water, giving them up to the current's southward drift. 17. Corridors and walls.
They're wet off,
Pelvis had yelled.
Smack off the bridge.
Flint had fought the Eldorado to a stop 50 yards past the wooden bridge. Steam was hissing around the hood, the radiator ready to blow. Mama was barking her head off. Clint was whipping in a frenzy, and Pelvis was yelling in Flint's ear.
Shut up! Just shut your mouth!
Flint shouted. He put the car in reverse and started backing to the bridge. The structure, except for the broken railing the station wagon had torn through, was festooned with orange reflectors. They were still 20 yards from the bridge when the engine shuddered and died, and Flint had to guide the car off into the weeds on the right side of the road. Get out, he told Pelvis, and then he popped open the glove compartment, removed his set of handcuffs and their key, and put them into his suit jacket's inside pocket. He got out, Clint's arm still flailing around outside his shirt. Then he shrugged into his jacket and unlocked the trunk.
He never even slowed down, did he?
Pelvis was jabbering.
He never slowed down, went right off that bridge like he had wings.
Take one of these. Flint had pushed aside a pair of jumper cables and a toolbox and brought out 2 red cylinders that were each about 12 inches long. Pelvis recoiled.
What is that? Dynamite?
Flint closed the trunk, set one of the cylinders on the hood, and yanked a string attached to the end of the cylinder in his hand. There was a sputter of sparks as the friction fuse ignited, and then the cylinder grew a bright red glow that pushed back the night in a 15-foot radius and made Pelvis squint. Safety flare, Flint said. Don't look at the flame. Take the other one and pull the fuse. Pelvis did, holding Mama in the crook of his arm. His flare cooked up a bright green illumination. Let's see what we've got. Flint strode toward the snapped railing, and Pelvis followed behind. The bridge was only 2 feet above water. There was the station wagon, mired to the tops of its wheels and glistening with mud. Flint could see the driver's seat. Lambert wasn't in it. Flint reached into his shirt with his left hand, slid the Derringer from its holster, and then switched the gun to his right hand and the flare to his left. He lifted the flare higher, searching for movement. The bridge spanned a channel that was maybe 10 or 12 feet wide, with thickets of sharp-tipped palmettos and other thorny swamp growth protruding from the water on either side. He saw no dry land out there. Neither did he see Lambert or the woman with the bruised face. Leaning over, he shone the flare onto the bridge, but Lambert wasn't there either. Damn it to hell, he said as he eased off the bridge into the morass. He started slogging toward the car, the flare sizzling over his head. And then he stopped and looked back when Pelvis didn't join him. Are you waiting for a written invitation?
Well, no, sir, but my shoes. I mean, they're real blue suede. I paid over $100 for them.
Tough. Get in here and back me up. Pelvis hesitated, his face folded in a frown. He looked down at his shoes and sighed, and then he got a good grip on Mama and stepped into the swamp. He flinched as he felt the mud close over his hound dogs. His Derringer ready, Flint shone the flare into the car. Water was still filling up the floorboard. He saw something floating in there. Lambert's baseball cap. In the back seat was a suitcase, and the red glare revealed a purse on the passenger side. He said, Clint, take, and pushed the Derringer into his brother's hand. Then he leaned in, retrieved the purse, and opened it, finding a wallet and a Texas driver's license made out to Arden Halliday, with a Fort Worth address. The picture showed the face of a young woman with wavy blonde hair. Her face might have been valuable on the freak show circuit. The left side was pretty enough, but the right side was covered with a dark deformity that must have been a terrible birthmark. In the wallet were no credit cards, but it held a little over $100 and some change. End of side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6, Gone South, by Robert R. McCammon. Continuing on page 204.
I swear that's some trick,
Pelvis said, staring at Clint's hand with the derringer in it.
Can he shoot that thing?
If I tell him to. Clint slid the license and the money into his jacket. Then he returned the wallet to the purse and the purse to the car.
He can understand you?
I've trained him with code words, same as training a dog. Clint, release. Clint took the derringer as Clint's fingers loosened. He scanned the swamp while he moved the light around, making the shadows shift.
Bet you wish he could talk sometimes.
He'd say he's as sick of me as I am of him. Get your mind back on your business. Lambert couldn't be far away, and he's got the woman with him.
Do you think we ought to...
Hush, Clint snapped. Just listen. Pelvis, as much as he loved to hear the voice of his idol coming from his own throat, forced himself to be quiet. Mama began to growl, but Flint gave Pelvis a hellfire and damnation look, and Pelvis gently scratched under her chin to silence her. They listened. They could hear the swamp speaking, a drone of insects pulsing like weeping guitars, something calling in the distance with a voice like a bandsaw, little muffled grunts, trills, and chitters drifting in the oppressive heat. And then, at last, a splash. Flint whispered, "There he is." He moved past the car and stopped again, the water up to his knees. He offered the flare toward the darkness, shards of crimson light glinting off the channel's ripply surface. He could feel a slight current around his legs. Lambert was tired and probably hurt, and he was taking the path of least resistance. "Hey, Lambert!" Flint shouted. It could have been his imagination, but the swamp seemed to go quiet. "Listen up." He paused, his ears straining, but Lambert had stopped moving. "It's over. All you're doing is digging yourself a deeper hole. Hear me?" There was no answer, but Flint hadn't expected one yet. "Don't make us come in there after you." Dan was crouched down in the water 40 yards ahead of the two bounty hunters' flares. He was supporting Arden's head against his shoulder. She hadn't fully come to, but she must have been waking up, because her body had involuntarily spasmed and her right hand, balled into a fist, had jerked up and then splashed down again. Dan didn't recall striking his face on the steering wheel, but his nose felt mashed, and blood was trickling from both nostrils. Probably broken, he'd decided. It was all right, he'd survived worse punches. Pain drummed between his temples, and his vision was clouded, and he'd almost blacked out a couple of minutes before, but he thought he was past it now. He had backed up as far as he could against the right side of the channel where gnarly vegetation grew out of the muck. Something with thorns was stabbing into his shoulder. He waited, breathing hard, as he watched the two figures in their overlapping circles of red and green light. "Show yourself, Lambert," the one named Murtaugh called. "You don't want to hurt the woman now, do you?" He thought of leaving her, but her head might slip under and she'd drown before they reached her. He thought of surrendering, but it had occurred to him that at his back was a wilderness where a man could disappear. It was in his mind like a fixed star to head south with the current and keep heading south, and sooner or later he would have to reach the Gulf. Murtaugh said, "Might as well give it up. You're not going anywhere." The cold arrogance in the man's voice sealed Dan's decision. He was damned if he'd give up to those two money-hungry bastards. He began pushing himself and Arden away from them, the bottom's soft mud sucking at his legs. Arden gave a soft moan, and then water must have gotten in her mouth because her body twitched again and her arms flailed, causing another splash. And then she started coughing and retching. Murtaugh sloshed 2 strides forward and threw the flare toward the noise. Dan watched the red light spin up in a high arc, illuminating twisted branches bearded with Spanish moss, and the flare began coming down. There was no hiding from the light. As it bloomed the water red around him, Dan stood up and with the strength of desperation heaved Arden's body over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. He heard the Elvis impersonator yell, "I see him!" Dan was struggling through the mire when the flare hit the surface behind him. It kept burning for 4 seconds more before the chemical fire winked out. He managed only a few steps before his knees gave way and he fell again, dousing them both, and Arden came up choking and spitting. In her mind she'd been 16 again, when she'd lived on the youth ranch. She'd been riding full out on one of Jupiter's horses, and suddenly the animal had stepped into a gopher hole and staggered, and she'd gone flying over his head, the treacherous earth coming up at her as fast as a slap from God. But water, not Texas dust, was in her eyes and mouth now. She didn't know where she was. though the pain in her head and body told her she'd just been thrown from horseback. A flickering green light floated in the darkness. She heard a man's voice whisper, "Easy, easy, I've got you," and an arm hooked under her chin. She was being pulled through water. There was no strength in her to resist. She reached up to grasp hold of the arm, and she realized there was something gripped in her right fist, and it was vitally important not to let go of it. Then she remembered what it was, and as that came clear, so did the memory of a black and yellow sign that said, "Dangerous Bridge, 10 miles per hour." Flint took the flare from Pelvis and holstered his Derringer. "He won't get far. Come on." He slogged after their quarry, his shoes weighted with mud.
"Mr. Murtaugh, we're not following him in there, are we?"
Flint turned his face, his eyes deep-socketed, and his skin a sepulchral shade. "Yes, Isley, we are. We're going to rag his tail all night if we have to. That's the job. You wanted an audition now. By God, you're going to get it."
"Yes, sir, but it's a swamp, Mr. Murtaugh. I mean, you saw those gators today and that big whopper of a snake lying in the road? What are we going to do when the light burns out?"
"It'll last half an hour. I give Lambert 20 minutes at most." He'd considered rushing Lambert, but decided it was safer to wear him down. Anyway, nobody was going to do much rushing in this mud. "I don't think he's got a gun, but he must be carrying some kind of weapon. A knife, maybe. If we crowd him too close, he might get crazy and hurt the girl." Pelvis's sweat-shiny face was a study of Tupelo torment.
"I don't want to get anybody hurt. Maybe we ought to go find the law and let him take it from here."
"Isley," Flint said gravely, "no bounty hunter worth a shit goes crying to the police for help. They hate us, and we don't need them. We let Lambert get away from us, there goes the $15,000 and the girl's life, too, most likely. Now, come on." He started off again and again stopped when Pelvis didn't follow. Flint nodded. "Well," he said, "I figured it. I knew you were nothing but a windbag. You thought it'd be easy, didn't you?"
"I didn't know I was going to have to wade through a swamp full of gators and snakes. I've got Mama to look out for."
Flint's fuse had been sparking. Now, like the flares, it ignited his charge. "God damn it!" he shouted, and he sloshed back to stand face to jowls with Pelvis. "You've got us in this mess. It was you who couldn't keep your mutt quiet back in the park. It was you who lost the mace. It's been you who's messed up my rhythm, my life, ever since Smotes hung you around my neck. You're an insult to me, you understand? I'm a professional. I'm not a freak or a clown like you are. I don't give up and quit. Hear me?" His voice ended on a rising, stabbing note. Pelvis didn't answer. His face was downcast. A drop of sweat fell from his chin into the quagmire that was already leaching the blue dye from his mail-order shoes. In his arms, Mama's bulbous eyes stared fixedly at Flint, a low growl rippling in her throat. Flint's anger turned incandescent. He reached out, grabbed Mama by the scruff of her neck, and jerked her away from Pelvis. Mama's growling had increased, but her ferocity was a bluff. She began yelping as Flint reared his arm back to throw her as hard and far as he could. Pelvis seized Flint's wrist.
"Please, Mr. Murtaugh," he begged. "Please don't hurt her."
Flint was a heartbeat away from flinging Mama farther into the swamp. But he looked into Pelvis's eyes and saw a terror there beyond any he'd ever glimpsed. Something about Isley's face had shattered. It was like watching an Elvis mask crumble and seeing behind it the face of a frightened, simple-minded child.
"She don't mean no harm."
The voice was even different now. Some of the Memphis huskiness had fallen away.
"She's all I got. Please don't."
Flint hesitated, his arms still flung back. Then, just that quickly, his anger began to dissolve, and he realized what a mean, petty thing he'd been on the verge of doing. He thrust a shivering dog at Pelvis and backed away, a muscle working in his jaw. Pelvis enfolded Mama in his arms.
It's all right,
he said, speaking to the dog.
"He won't hurt you, it's all right."
Flint turned away and began following the channel. He felt sick to his stomach, disgusted at himself and at Isley, too. There was no doubt about it now. The man was making him crack up. Then he heard splashing behind him, and he glanced over his shoulder and saw Isley following. It would have been better, Flint thought, if Isley had gone back to the car and waited. It would have been better for Isley to leave this ugly, miserable work to somebody who was more suited to it. Clint's hand rose up, and the little finger stroked at the stubble of beard on his brother's usually clean-scraped chin. Flint swatted Clint's hand away, but it came willfully up again to feel the hairs. He pinned the hand down against his chest with his right arm, and Clint fought him. It was a silent and internal war, sinewy muscles straining, and Flint felt Clint's head jerk, as if trying to tear itself and the malformed lump of tissue and ligaments it was attached to, finally and completely free. Flint staggered forward, his mouth a tight line and his eyes set on the darkness yet to be traveled through. A feeling of panic rose up, like Clint's clammy hand, and seized his throat. He would never find the clean white mansion of his birth. Never. He could pore through magazines of splendid estates and drive through the immaculate streets of wealthy enclaves in town after town. But he would never find his home. Never. He was lost, a gentleman of breeding, cast out on the dirty current, fated to slog through the mud with the Pelvis Isleys of this world, breathing buttermilk breath on the back of his neck. It seemed to Flint now, in the spell of this panic, that he'd always been searching for a way out of one swamp or another. The dismal, humiliating grind of the freak shows, his overwhelming gambling debts, this soul-killing job, and the freak-obsessed lunatic who jerked his strings. His life had been a series of swamps populated with the dregs of the earth. Grinning illiterates had taunted him. Hard-eyed prostitutes had shrieked and fled when they discovered his secret. Children had been reduced to fearful tears, and later, probably, he'd crept into their nightmares. For a few dirty dollars he'd used the brass knuckles on some of Smotes' loan customers, and he couldn't say that from time to time it hadn't been a pleasure using that festering rage inside him to pummel promptness into unfortunate flesh. He had kicked men when they were down. He had broken ribs and noses and grinned inside at the sound of begging. What was one more swamp to be slogged through with all that mud already stuck to his shoes? He had taken a wrong turn somewhere. He had taken many wrong turns. Wasn't there some way out of this filth back toward the road that led him to the clean white mansion? Dear God of deformities and wretchedness, wasn't there some escape? He knew the answer, and it made him afraid. The cards have been dealt. Play or fold, your choice. It's late in the game, very, very late, and it seems you're running out of chips. Play or fold, your choice. Flint stopped. He felt the blood burning his face. His mouth opened and outswelled a shout that was bitter anger and pain, wounded pride and feverish determination all bound up and twisted together. At first it was a mangled, inhuman sound that scared Pelvis into believing a wild animal was about to leap at them, and then words exploded out of it.
Lambert, I'll follow you till you drop. Understand? Until you drop.
The swamp had hushed again. The sound of Flint's voice rolled away across the wilderness like muffled thunder. Pelvis stood a distance behind Flint in the green flare lights, both his arms clutching Mama close. Slowly the insect hums and buzzes and strange chittering bird calls weaved together and grew in volume once more, the dispassionate voice of the swamp telling Flint who was master of this domain. When Flint drew a long, ragged breath and continued wading southward with the sluggish current, Pelvis got his legs moving too. Flint held the flare high, his eyes darting from side to side. Sweat was trickling down his face, his clothes drenched with it. He heard splashing ahead, but how far it was hard to say. The channel took a leftward curve, and suddenly Flint realized the water level had risen 3 inches above his knees.
Getting deeper,
Pelvis said at about the same time.
Getting deeper for him, too,
Flint answered. The mud gripped their shoes. Pelvis watched the surface for gliding shadows. The air was rank with the odors of wet, rotting vegetation, and breathing it left a sensation of slime accumulating at the back of the throat. Behind them, the 2 edges of disturbed darkness the light had passed through first linked tendrils, grew joints, and then silently sealed together again. Up ahead, barely 20 yards behind the light's range, Dan was down in the water with Arden. She was fully conscious now, though her vision kept fading in and out, and she could remember everything up until they'd hit the warning sign. Her bell had been rung hard, a bloody inch-long gash just past her hairline, where her head had glanced off something on the dashboard, a cut inside her mouth, and a bruised chin, courtesy of a flying knee. Dan could see a blotch of dark wetness in her hair. He figured she might have a concussion, and she was lucky she hadn't smashed her skull.
I want you to stay right here,
he whispered.
I'll take you back with him.
No. She'd spoken too loudly, and he put his finger on her mouth.
Coming for you, Lambert,
Murtaugh called.
Nowhere else to run.
No, Arden whispered.
I'm all right. I can keep going. Listen to me.
He had his face right up against hers.
I'm heading into the swamp, just as deep as I can get. You've gone far enough with me.
He saw the flare-lit figures wading slowly and steadily nearer. In another minute, the light would find them.
I'm going with you,
Arden said.
I'm too close to turn back.
She was out of her mind, he decided. Her eyes had taken on the shine of religious fervency, like those of the walking wounded who flocked, desperate for a healing miracle, to television evangelists. She had come to the end of her rope and found herself dangling, and now all she could think to do was hold on to him.
Stay here,
he told her.
Just stay here, they'll get you out.
He stood up and began sloshing southward, the water up to the middle of his thighs. Arden saw the circle of green light approaching and the two figures at its center. Her distorted vision made them out to be monsters. She tried to stand up, slipped and fell again. Dan looked briefly back at her and then continued on. Arden got her feet planted in the mud and pushed herself up. And then she started fighting to reach Dan with the light glinting on the frothy water just behind her.
He's tiring out,
Flint told Pelvis.
Hear him struggling?
The splashing was over on the right, and Flint angled toward it. Pelvis suddenly jumped and bellowed, "Oh, Jesus!" Flint whipped the flare around.
What the hell is it?
Something swam by me. Pelvis had almost dropped Mama in his jig of terror.
I think it was a snake.
Flint's gaze searched the water, his own skin starting to crawl. The light showed something dark and about 3 feet long, sinuously moving with the current. He watched it until it slithered beyond the light.
Just keep going,
he said, as much to himself as to Pelvis, and he started wading again. The sound of splashing had quieted, but Lambert couldn't go on much longer. Dan looked back. Arden was still straining to catch up with him, but she'd found her balance and her strides were careful and deliberate. The water was almost at her waist. He started to turn and go on, but like a flash of shock, the moment took him spinning back in time. He remembered a night patrol and a wide, muddy stream that cut through the jungle. He remembered the crossing and how almost all but the grunts guarding the rear, of which he was one, had climbed up a slippery bank when the first white flare had exploded over their heads. The enemy had gotten around behind them, or had come up from hidden snake holes.
Move it, move it, move it!
Somebody began yelling as the second white flare popped. The rifle started up. Dan was standing in knee-deep muck, and tracers were zipping past him out of the jungle. Other grunts were running and falling, trying to scramble up the bank. Within an instant, the situation became as all-night combat did in that jungle. A confused, surrealistic montage of shadows fleeing from the flare light, blurred motion, screams as bullets thunked into flesh. He couldn't move. His legs were frozen. Figures were falling, some struggling up, some thrashing in the mud. It seemed pointless to move because the others were getting cut down as they tried to climb up the bank. And if he stood still, if he stood very, very still, with the tracers passing on either side of him, he might make himself disappear from the face of this hellish earth. Someone gripped his shirt and yanked him. "Go," a voice urged. It was not a shout, but it was more powerful than a shout. Dan looked at the man. He had the gaunt, sunken-eyed face of a hardcore veteran, a man who had seen death and smelled it, who had killed after hours of silent stalking and escaped being killed by inches of miraculous grace. He had a blond beard and eyes of cornflower blue. Only the eyes seemed ancient now and lifeless. They had been lifeless since that day months ago at the village. "Go," Pharaoh said again. Pharaoh, who since that day had retreated into himself like a stony sphinx, who suffered in silence, who always volunteered with a nod for the jobs no other grunt would dare take. And now in this little cell of time, Dan saw something glisten and surface from Pharaoh's eyes that he hardly recognized. It might have been joy. Pharaoh pushed him hard toward the bank, and the push got Dan moving. Dan reached the bank and started up it, clawing at vines and over the bodies of dying men. He dared to look over his shoulder, and he saw a sight that would stay with him all his days. Pharaoh was walking to the other side, and he was spray-firing his M16 back and forth into the jungle. Dan saw the enemy's tracers start homing in on Pharaoh. The young man did not pause or cringe. One bullet hit him, then a second. Pharaoh kept moving and firing. A third bullet knocked him to his knees. He got up. Somebody was shouting at him to come back. For the love of God, come back. Pharaoh staggered on, his M16 tearing down the foliage and scattering black-clad figures. Either the weapon choked or the clip was gone because it ceased firing. There was a stretch of silence, broken by the cries of the wounded. The Kong had stopped shooting. Dan saw Pharaoh jerk the clip out and pop another one in. He took 2 more steps, and his M16 blazed again. And then maybe 4 or 5 tracers came out of the jungle and hit him at once, and he was knocked backward and splashed down into the muddy water that rolled over him like a brown shroud. All of it had taken only a span of seconds, but it had taken years for Dan to digest what he'd seen. Even so, it still sometimes came up to lodge in his throat. He watched Arden pulling herself toward him, as resolute in her decision as Farrow had been in his. Or as crazy, Dan thought. There had been no doubt in his mind that Farrow had gone quietly insane after that day at the village, and had been, whether he was aware of it or not, searching for a way to commit suicide. How the death of those children had weighed on Farrow was impossible to say, but it must have been a terrible burden that ultimately led him to choose a slow walk into a dozen Viet Cong rifles. If Farrow hadn't taken that walk, Dan and at least 3 other men might have been cut to pieces. Dan's life had been spared, and for what reason? For him to be tainted by the Agent Orange, and later pull the trigger that killed an innocent man? For him now to be standing in this swamp, watching a girl with a birthmarked face struggling to reach him? Life made no sense to him. It was a maze constructed by the most haphazard of hands, and he, Arden, the bounty hunters, all humanity alike, were blindly searching its corridors and banging into walls. She was almost to him. The green flare light was chasing her. "Give it up, Lambert," Murtaugh shouted. "It's no use." Maybe it wasn't. But the girl believed it was, enough to trust a killer. Enough to fight her way into the unknown. Enough to make Dan think that if he had half of her desire, he might find his way through this wilderness to freedom. He waited to meet her and caught her left hand. She looked at him with an expression of amazement and relief. Then Dan started pulling her with him, racing against the oncoming light. 18. The most dangerous place. Though Flint still couldn't see Lambert or the girl, he knew they must not be more than 15 or 20 yards beyond the light's edge. He was moving as fast as he could, but the channel was hard going. The water had crept up toward his waist, and it had occurred to him that if it deepened to his chest, Flint would drown. He was dripping sweat in the hot and clammy air. In another moment he heard Pelvis's lungs wheezing like the pipes of an old church organ.
"Mr. Murtaugh,"
Pelvis gasped.
"I'm going to have to stop for a minute. Get my breath."
"Keep moving," Flint told him, and he didn't pause. The wheezing only worsened.
"Please, Mr. Murtaugh, I gotta stop."
"Do what you want. I'm not stopping." Pelvis fell behind, his chest heaving. Oily beads of sweat were trickling down his blood-gorged face, his heart furiously pounding. Flint glanced back and then continued on, step after careful step. Pelvis tried to follow, but after a half-dozen more strides he had to stop again. Mama had sensed his distress and was frantically licking his chin.
"Mr. Murtaugh!"
Pelvis called, but Flint was moving away and taking the light with him. Terror of the dark and of the things that slithered through it made Pelvis slog forward once more, the blood pulsing at his temples. He couldn't get his breath. It was as if the air itself were waterlogged. He wrenched one foot free from the mud and put it down in front of him, and he was pulling the other one up when his throat seemed to close. Darkness rippled across his vision, and he fell down into the water. Flint heard splashing and looked back. He saw the mutt paddling to keep her head up. Pelvis was gone. Flint's heart jumped. "Christ," he said, and he struggled back toward the swirling water where Pelvis had submerged. The dog was trying to reach him, her eyes wide with panic. Bubbles burst from the surface to Flint's left, followed by a flailing arm, and then Pelvis's butt broached like a flabby whale. Flint got hold of the arm, but it slipped away from him. "Stand up! Stand up!" he was shouting. A dark, dripping mass came up from the water, and Flint realized it was Pelvis's hair. He grabbed it and pulled, but suddenly he found himself gripping a pompadour with no head beneath it. A wig. That's what it was. A cheap, soaked and sopping wig. And then something white and vulnerable looking with a few strands of dark hair plastered across it broke the surface. And Flint dropped the wig and got his arm underneath the man's chin. Pelvis was a weight to be reckoned with. He coughed out a mouthful of water and let go a mournful groan that sounded like a freight train at midnight. "Get your feet under you," Flint told him. "Come on, stand up." Still sputtering, the bald-headed Pelvis got his muddy suede planted.
"Mama!"
he cried out.
"Where is she?"
She wasn't far, yapping against the current. Pelvis staggered to her and scooped her up, and then he almost fell down again, and he had to lean his bulk against Flint.
"I'll be all right,"
Pelvis said between coughs.
"Just got to rest. A few minutes. Lord, I thought my ticker was giving out."
He lifted a hand to his head, and when his fingers found nothing there but pasty flesh, he looked to Flint, his face contorted with abject horror, as if he indeed might be about to suffer heart failure.
"My hair! Where's my hair?"
He started thrashing around again, searching for it in the froth. "It's gone. Forget it." Flint registered that Pelvis's naked head was pointed like a bullet at the crown. On the sides and back was a fringe of short, ratty hairs. Flint spotted the wig floating away like a lump of Spanish moss, and he sloshed a few feet to it and plucked it up. "Here," he said, offering it to its master. Pelvis snatched it away from him and, holding Mama in the crook of an arm, began wringing the wig out. Flint might have laughed if he hadn't been thinking of how far Lambert was getting ahead of them. "You okay?" Pelvis snorted and spat. He was trembling. He wiped his nose on his forearm and then carefully, reverently, replaced the wet wig back on his skull. It sat crooked and some of its wavy peaks had flattened, but Flint saw relief flooding into Pelvis like a soothing drug, the man's tormented face relaxing. "Can you go on or not?" Flint asked. "Give me a minute. Heart's beating awful hard. See, I get dizzy spells. That's why I had to quit my stage show. Is it on straight?" "Crooked to the right." Pelvis made the adjustment. "I passed out on stage last year. Oldie Goldie's Club in Little Rock. They took me to the hospital, thought I was about to croak." He paused to draw a few slow, deep breaths. "Wasn't the first time. Word went round and I couldn't get no more jobs. Give me a minute, I'll be fine. Can you breathe? I can't hardly breathe this air." "You weigh too much, that's your trouble. Ought to give up all that junk you eat." Flint was staring down the channel, gauging the distance that Lambert must be putting between them. The going had to be hard on Lambert, too, but he'd probably push himself and the girl until they both gave out. When he looked at Pelvis again, Flint thought that the wig resembled a big, spongy Brillo pad stuck to the man's head. "I'll give you 3 minutes, then I'm going on. You can either stay here or go back to the car." Pelvis didn't care to lose the protection of Flint's light. "I can make it if you just go a step or two slower. I told you it wasn't going to be easy, didn't I? Don't fall down and drown on me now, you hear?" "Yes, sir." His misshapen wig was dripping water down his face. "I reckon this washes me up, huh? I mean, with Mr. Smotes and the job and all." "I'd say it does. You should have told him about this. It would have saved everybody a hell of a lot of trouble." Flint narrowed his eyes and glanced quickly at the flare. Maybe they had 15 minutes more light. Maybe. "You're not cut out for this work, Isley. Just like I'm not cut out to dress up like Elvis Presley and try to impersonate him." "Not impersonate," Pelvis corrected him firmly. "I'm an interpolator, not an impersonator." "Whatever. You ought to cut out the junk food and go back to it." "That's what the doctor told me, too. I've tried, but Lord knows it ain't easy to pass up the peanut butter cookies when you can't sleep at 3 in the morning." "Yes, it is. You just don't buy the damn things in the first place. Haven't you ever heard of self-discipline?" "Yes, sir. It's something other folks have got." "Well, it's what you need. The whole lot of it, too." He checked his wristwatch, impatient to get after Lambert. But Pelvis's face was still flushed, and maybe he needed another minute. If Pelvis had a heart attack, it'd be hell dragging that bulk of a body out of the swamp. Flint had become acutely aware of the flare sizzling itself toward extinction. He watched Mama licking Pelvis's chin, her stubby tail wagging. A pang of what might have been envy hit him. "How come you carry that mud around everywhere? It just gets in the way." "Oh, I wouldn't leave Mama, no, sir." Pelvis paused, stroking Mama's wet back before he went on in a quieter voice. "I had another dog, kind of like Mama. Had Pris for going on 6 years. Left her at the vet one weekend when I went on the road. When I got back, the place was gone. Just bricks and ash and burned-up cages. Electrical fire, they said. Started late at night. Nobody was there to put it out. They should have had sprinklers or something, but they didn't." He was silent for a moment, his hand stroking back and forth. "For a long time after that, I had nightmares. I could see Pris burning up in a cage. Trying to get out, but there wasn't no way out. And maybe she was thinking she'd done something awful bad, that I didn't come to save her. Seems to me that would be a terrible way to die, thinking there was nobody who gave a damn about you." He lifted his gaze to Flint's, his eyes sunken in the green glare. "That's why I wouldn't leave Mama. No, sir." Flint turned his attention to his watch again. "Are you ready to move?" "I believe I am." Flint started off, this time at a slower pace. Pelvis drew another deep breath, whooshed it out, and then began slogging after Flint. Ahead, Dan still gripped Arden's hand as they followed the channel around a curve. He glanced back. They'd outdistanced the light, and he thought the bounty hunters must have stopped for some reason. His eyes were getting used to the dark now. Up through the treetops, he could see pieces of sky full of sparkling stars. The water was still deepening, the bottom's mud releasing bursts of gaseous bubbles beneath their feet. Sweat clung to Dan's face, his breath rasping, and he could hear Arden's lungs straining too in the steamy heat. Something splashed in the water on their left. It sounded heavy, and Dan prayed it was simply a large catfish that had jumped instead of a gator's tail steering a set of jaws toward them. He braced for the unknown, but whatever it had been, it left them alone for the moment. Looking back once again, he could see the green light flickering through the undergrowth. They were still coming. Arden looked over her shoulder, too, then concentrated on getting through the water ahead. Her vision had cleared, but where she'd banged her skull against the dashboard was raw with pain. She was wearing out with every step. She felt her strength draining away, and soon she was going to have to stop to catch her breath. She wasn't on the run. It was Dan the bounty hunters were after. But when they'd take him away, they'd take the man she had come to believe was her best hope of finding the bright girl. From a deep place within her, the voice of reason was speaking, trying to tell her that it was pointless to go any farther into this swamp, that a wanted killer had her by the hand and was leading her away from civilization, that she probably had a concussion and needed a doctor, that her brain was scrambled and she wasn't thinking straight, and she was in the most dangerous place she'd ever been in her life. She heard it, but she refused to listen. In her right hand was clutched the small pink drawstring bag, containing what had become her talisman over the years, and she fixed her mind on Jupiter's voice saying that this was the man God had provided to take her to the bright girl. She had to believe it. She had to, or all hope would come crashing down around her, and she feared that more than death. "I see light," Dan suddenly said. She could see it, too, a faint glow off to the right. Not electricity, more like the light cast from a candle or oil lamp. They kept going, the water at Dan's waist and above Arden's. Shapes emerged from the darkness. On either side of the channel were 2 or 3 tar paper shacks built up on wooden platforms over the water. The light was coming from a window covered with what looked like waxed paper. The other shacks were dark, either empty or their inhabitants asleep. Dan had no desire to meet the kind of people who'd choose to live in such primitive arrangements, figuring they'd shoot an intruder on sight. But he made out something else in addition to the shacks. A few of them, including the one that showed a light, had small boats, fishing skiffs, tied up to their pilings. They needed a boat in the worst way, he decided. He put his fingers to his lips to tell Arden to remain silent, and she nodded. Then he guided her past the shack where the light burned and across the channel to the next dwelling. The skiff there was secured by a chain and padlock, but a single paddle with a broken handle was lying down inside it. Dan eased the paddle out and went on to the third shack. The boat that was tied there held about 6 inches of trash-filled water in its hull. There were no other paddles in sight, but the leaky craft was attached to a piling only by a plastic blind. In this case, beggars couldn't be choosers. Dan spent a moment untying the line's slimy knot. Then he pulled himself as quietly as he could over into the boat, though his foot bumped against the side. He waited, holding his breath, but no one came out of the shack. He helped Arden in. She sat on the bench seat at the bow while Dan sat in the stern and shoved them away from the platform. They glided out toward the channel's center, where the current flowed the strongest. And when they were a safe distance away from the shack, Dan slid the stubby paddle into the water and delivered the first stroke.
"Grave robbers!"
A woman's voice shrilled, the sound of it startling Dan and making goosebumps rise on Arden's wet arms.
"Go on and steal it then, you donkey-dick suckers!"
Dan looked behind. A figure stood back at the first shack where the light burned.
"Go on, then," the woman said. "Lord's going to fix your asses, you'll find out. I'll dance on your coffins, you maggot eaters."
She began spitting curses that Dan hadn't heard since his days in boot camp, and some that would have curled a drill sergeant's ear hairs. Another voice growled, "Shut up, Rona." It belonged to a man who sounded very drunk.
"Shut your hole, I'm sleeping over here." "I wouldn't piss on your face if it was on fire,"
Rona hollered across the channel.
"I'm going to cook up a spell on you. Your ball's going to dry up like little bitty black raisins."
"Oh, shut up before I come over there and knock your head out your ass." A door whacked shut. Dan's paddling had quickened. The woman continued to curse and rave, her voice rising and falling with lunatic cadence. Then she retreated into her hovel and slammed her own door so hard, Dan was surprised the place hadn't collapsed. He saw the light move away from the window, and he could imagine a wizened, muttering crone in there, stooped over a smoking stew pot with a goat's head in it. Well, at least they had a boat, though they were sitting in nasty water. The phrase, "up shit creek," came to him, but they did have a paddle. When he glanced back again, he no longer saw the green flares glow. Maybe the bounty hunters had given up and turned away. If so, good riddance to them. Now all he could do was guide this boat down the center of the bayou and hope it would lead them eventually out to the Gulf. From there he could find somewhere safe to leave the girl and strike out on his own again. He didn't like being responsible for her, and worrying about that knock she'd suffered, and feeling her hand clutch his so hard his knuckles cracked. He was a lone wolf by nature, that's how things were, so just as soon as he could, he was getting rid of her. Anyway, she was crazy. Her obsession with the bright girl made Dan think of something he'd seen on the news once. Hundreds of people had converged from across the country to camp out day after day in an Oklahoma cornfield, where a farmer's wife swore the Virgin Mary had materialized. He remembered thinking how desperately those people had wanted to believe in the wisdom of a higher power, and how they'd believed that the Virgin Mary would appear again at that same place with a message for mankind. Only she'd never showed up, and the really amazing thing was that none of those hundreds of people had regretted coming there or felt betrayed or bitter. They'd simply felt that the time wasn't right for the Virgin Mary to appear again. But they were certain that sometime and somewhere she would. Dan couldn't understand that kind of blind faith. It flew in the face of the wanton death and destruction he'd witnessed in Nam. He wondered if any of that multitude had ever put a bullet between the eyes of a 16-year-old boy, and felt a rush of exultation that the boy's AK-47 had jammed. He wondered if any of them had ever smelled the odor of burning flesh, or seen flames chewing on the small skulls. If any of them had walked in his boots, had stood in the dirty silver rain and seen the sights that were seared in his mind, he doubted they would put much faith in waiting for the return of Mary, Jesus, or the Holy Ghost. Dan paddled a few strokes and then let the boat drift. Arden faced southward, the warm breeze of motion blowing past her. The water made a soft, chuckling sound at the bow, and the bittersweet swamp was alive with the hums and clicks and clacks of insects, the occasional sharp keening of a night bird, the bass thumping of frogs and other fainter noises that were not so identifiable. The only light now came from the stars that shone through spaces in the thick canopy of branches overhead. Dan started to look back, but he decided not to. He knew where he'd been. It was where he was going that concerned him now. The moment of Emery Blanchard's death was still a bleeding wound in his mind, and maybe for the rest of his days it would torture him. But the swamp's silken darkness gave him comfort. He felt a long way from the law and prison walls. If he could find food, fresh water, and a shelter over his head, even the sagging roof of a tar-paper shack, he thought he could live and die here under these stars. It was a big swamp, and maybe it would accept a man who wanted to disappear. An ember of hope reawakened and began to burn inside him. Maybe it was an illusion, he thought, but it was something to nurture and cling to, just as Arden clung to her bright girl. His first task, though, was getting her out. Then he could decide on his own destination. The boat drifted slowly onward, embraced by the current flowing to the sea. Pelvis held Mama with one arm, and his other hand gripped the back of Flint's soggy suit jacket. The green flare light had burned out several minutes before, and the night had closed in on them. Pelvis had been asking, begging was the more correct term, Flint to turn back when they'd heard a woman's voice hollering and cursing ahead. As they'd slogged on through the stomach-deep water, Flint's left hand slid under his shirt, and supporting Clint's head, their eyes had started acclimating to the dark. In another moment, they could make out the shapes of the tar-paper shacks, a light moving around inside the nearest one on the right. Flint saw a boat tied up to the platform the shack stood on, and as they got closer, he made out that it had a scabrous-looking outboard motor. It occurred to him that Lambert might be hiding in one of the darkened shacks, waiting for them to move past. He guided Pelvis toward the flickering light they could see through a waxed paper window, and at the platform's edge, Flint said, "Stay here," and pulled himself up on the splintery boards. He paused to remove the derringer, then he pushed Clint's arm under his shirt and buttoned up his dripping jacket. He held the derringer behind his back and knocked at the shack's flimsy door. He heard somebody scuttling around inside, but the knock wasn't answered. "Hey, in there," he called. "Would you open up?" He reached out, his fist balled, to knock a second time. A latch slammed back. The door swung open on creaking hinges, and from it thrust the business end of a sawed-off shotgun that pressed hard against Flint's forehead. "I'll open you up, you dog-ass-licking son of a bitch," the woman behind the gun snarled, and her finger clicked back the trigger. Flint didn't move. It swept through his mind that at this range, the shotgun would blast his brains into the trees on the other side of the bayou. By the smoky light from within the shack, Flint saw that the woman was at least 6 feet tall, and built as solidly as a truck. She wore a pair of dirty overalls, a gray and sweat-stained T-shirt, and on her head was a battered dark green football helmet. Behind the helmet's protective face bar was a forbidding visage with burning red-rimmed eyes and skin like saddle leather. "Easy," Flint managed to say. "Take it easy. All I want to do is ask—"
"I know what you want, you scum sucker,"
she yelled.
"You ain't taking me back to that damn shithole. Ain't getting me in a rubber room again and sticking my head full of pins and needles."
Crazy as a three-legged grasshopper, he thought. His heart was galloping, and the inside of his mouth would have made the Sahara feel tropical. He stared at the woman's grimy nailed finger on the trigger in front of his face. "Listen," he croaked. "I didn't come to take you anywhere. I just want to."
"Satan's got a silver tongue," she thundered. "Now I'm going to send you back to hell where you belong."
Flint saw her finger twitch on the trigger. His breath froze. "Ma'am?" There was the sound of muddy shoes squeaking on the timbers. "Can I talk to you a minute, ma'am?" The woman's insane eyes blinked.
"Who is that?"
she hissed.
"Who said that?"
"I did, ma'am." Pelvis walked into the range of the light, Mama cradled in his arms. "Can I have a word with you, please?" Flint saw the woman stare past him at Isley. Her finger was still on the trigger, the barrel pressing a ring into his forehead. He was terrified to move even an inch. Pelvis offered up the best smile he could find. "Ain't nobody wants to hurt you, ma'am. Honest, we don't." Flint heard the woman draw a long, stunned gasp. Her eyes had widened, her thin-lipped mouth starting to tremble. "You can put that gun down if you like," Pelvis said. "Might better before somebody gets hurt."
"Oh,"
the woman whispered.
"Oh, my Jesus."
Flint saw tears shine in her eyes.
They told me you died."
"Huh?" Pelvis frowned. "They told her you died," Flint spoke up, understanding what the madwoman meant. "Tell her you didn't die, Elvis."
"Shut your mouth, you Satan's asshole,"
the woman ranted at him.
"I'm not talking to you."
Her finger twitched on the trigger again. "I do wish you'd at least uncock that gun, ma'am," Pelvis said. "It'd make an awful mess if it was to go off." She stared at him, her tongue flicking out to wet her lips.
"They told me you died."
Her voice was softer now, and there was something terribly wounded in it.
"I was up there in Baton Rouge when I was living with Billy and that bitch wife he had. They said you died, that you took drugs and slid off the toilet and died right there. Wasn't a thing nobody could do to save you. But I prayed for you. I cried, and I lit the candles in my room. And that bitch said I wanted to burn down the house, but Billy, he's been a good brother. He said, I'm all right. I ain't going to hurt nobody."
"Oh." Pelvis caught her drift. "Oh, ma'am, I ain't really—"
"Yes, you are,"
Flint yelped.
"Help me out here, Elvis." "You dirty son of a bitch, you,"
the woman hollered into his face.
"You call him Mr. Presley."
Flint gritted his teeth, the sweat standing out in bright, oily beads on his face. "Mr. Presley, tell this lady how I'm a friend of yours, and how hurting me would be the same as hurting you. Would you tell her that, please?" "Well, let it be a lie, wouldn't it? I mean, you made it loud and clear. You think I stand about gut-high to an ant. That was then. This is now. I think you're the finest man I've ever met. Would you please tell her?" Pelvis scratched Mama's chin and cocked his head to one side. A few seconds ticked past, during which a bead of sweat trickled down to the end of Flint's nose and hung there. Then Pelvis said, "Yes, and Mr. Murtaugh's a friend of mine." The woman removed her shotgun from Flint's forehead. Flint let his breath rattle out and staggered back a couple of steps.
"That's different, then,"
she said, uncocking the gun.
"Different if he's your friend. My name's Rona. You remember me?"
Pelvis glanced quickly at Flint, then back to the madwoman. Believe I
seen you in Biloxi."
Her voice trembled with excitement.
"That was in—"
She paused.
"I can't think when that was. My mind gets funny sometimes. I was sitting in the third row. I wrote you a letter. You remember me?"
He saw Flint nod. "Yes'm, I believe so."
"I sent my name into that magazine. You know that Tiger Beat magazine was having that contest for a date with you? I sent my name in. And my daddy said I was the biggest fool ever lived, but I did anyway. And I went to church and prayed I was going to win. My mama went to live in heaven. That's what I wrote in my letter."
She looked down at her dirty overalls.
"Oh, I must look a fright."
"No, ma'am," Pelvis said quietly. "Rona, I mean. You look fine."
"You sure have got fat,"
Rona told him.
They cut your balls off in the Army, didn't they? And they made you stop singing them good songs. They're the ones fucked up the world. Put up them satellites in outer space so they could read people's minds. Them monkey cocksuckers. Well, they ain't getting to me no more.
She tapped her helmet.
Best protect yourself while you can.
She let her hand drop, and she looked dazedly back and forth between Flint and Pelvis.
Am I dreaming?
She asked.
Rona?
Flint said.
You mind if I call you Rona?
She just stared blankly at him.
We're looking for somebody. A man and a woman. Did you see anybody pass by here?
Rona turned her attention to Pelvis again.
How come they tell such lies about you? That you was taking drugs and all? How come they said you died?
I just got tired, I reckon, Pelvis said. Flint noted that he was standing a little taller. He'd sucked his gut in as much as possible, and he was making his voice sound more like Elvis than ever, with that rockabilly Memphis sneer in it. I wanted to go hide someplace.
Uh-huh, me too.
She nodded.
I didn't mean to burn that house down, but the light was so pretty. You know how pretty a light can be when it's dark all the time? Then they put me in that white car with the straps, and they took me to that place and stuck pins and needles in my head. But they let me go, and I wanted to hide too. You want some gumbo? I got some gumbo inside. I made it yesterday.
Rona, Flint persisted. A man and a woman. Have you seen them?
I seen them grave robbers stealing his boat.
She motioned across the channel.
John LeDuc lived there, but he died. Stepped in a cottonmouth nest. That's what the ranger said. Them grave robbers over there stealing his boat. I hollered at 'em, but they didn't pay no mind.
Uh-huh.
What do you get to if you keep following this bayou? Swamp,
she said, as if he were the biggest fool who ever lived.
Swamp and more swamp. Set for St. Nasty.
St. Nasty? What's that?
Where they work on them oil rigs.
Rona's gaze was fixed on Pelvis.
I'm dreaming, ain't I? My mama comes and visits me sometimes. I know I'm dreaming awake. That's what I'm doing now, ain't that right?
How far's St. Nasty from here? Flint asked.
4 or 5 miles.
Is there a road out from there?
No road. Just the bayou. Goes on to the Gulf.
We need a boat, he said. How much for yours?
What?
How much money? He took the opportunity to slip the derringer into his pocket and withdraw the wet bills he'd taken from the girl's wallet. $50. Will that cover the boat and motor?
Ain't no gas in that motor,
she told him.
That ranger comes round and visits me. He brings me gas. His name's Jack. He's a nice young fella. Only he didn't come this week.
How about paddles, then? Have you got any?
Yeah, I got a paddle.
She narrowed her eyes at Flint.
I don't like your looks. I don't care if you are his friend and he's a dream I'm having. You got something mean in you.
$60, Flint said. Here's the cash right here. Rona gave a harsh laugh.
You're crazier than hell. You better watch out. They'll be sticking pins and needles in your head for long.
Sooner than you think, lady. He shot a scowl at Pelvis. Mr. Presley, how about opening those golden lips and helping me out a little bit? Pelvis was still thinking about 2 words the mad woman had uttered. Cottonmouth nest. We sure do need your boat, Rona, he said with genuine conviction. It'd be doing us a big favor if you'd sell it to us. You can even keep the motor. We'll just take the boat and paddle. Rona didn't reply for a moment, but Flint could see her chewing on her lower lip as she thought about the proposal.
Hell,
she said at last.
You two ain't real anyhow, are you?
She shrugged.
You can buy the boat. I don't care.
Good. Here. Flint offered $60 to her, and the woman accepted the cash with an age-spotted hand and then sniffed the wet bills. We'll need the paddle, too, he told her, and she laughed again as if this were a grand illusion, and walked into her shack, the interior of which Flint could see was plastered with newspaper pages and held a cast-iron stove. Flint told Pelvis to help him get the motor unclamped from the boat's stern, and they were laying it on the platform when Rona returned, without her shotgun, bringing a paddle. Thank you, ma'am, Pelvis said. We sure do appreciate it.
I got a question for you,
Rona said as they were getting into the boat.
Who sent you here? Was it Satan to make me think I'm losing my mind? Or God to give me a thrill?
Pelvis stared into her leathery face. Behind a football helmet's protective bar, her deep-socketed eyes glinted with what was surely insanity, but might also have been, at least for a passing moment, the memory of a teenage girl in her finest dress, sitting in the third row of a Biloxi auditorium. He worked one of the gaudy fake diamond rings from a finger and pushed it into her palm. "Darling," he said, "you decide." Sitting in the stern, Flint untied the rope that secured the boat to the platform and then pushed them off with the paddle. Pelvis took the bow seat, Mama warm and drowsy against his chest. Flint began to stroke steadily toward the center of the channel, where he got them turned southward. He felt the current grasp their hull, and in another moment they were moving at about the pace of a fast walk. When Pelvis looked back at the woman standing in front of her decrepit shack, Flint said acidly, "Made yourself another fan there, didn't you, Mr. Presley?" Pelvis stared straight ahead into the darkness. He pulled in a long breath and slowly released it, and he answered with some grit in his voice, "You can pucker up and kiss my butt." 19. Home Sweet Hellhole. In the starfire dark, Dan and Arden drifted past other narrower bayous that branched off from the main channel. They saw no other lights or shacks, and it was clear that their detour off the bridge had left LaPierre miles behind. When the mosquitoes found them, there was nothing they could do but take the bites. Something bumped hard against the boat before it swam away, and after his heart had descended from his throat, Dan figured it had been an amorous alligator looking for some scaly tush. He got into a pattern of paddling for 3 or 4 minutes and then resting, and he and Arden both cupped their hands and bailed out the water that was seeping up through the hull. He said nothing about this to Arden, but he guessed the boat was a rusty nail or two from coming apart. Most of the pain had cleared from Arden's head. Her vision had stopped tunneling in and out, but her bones still ached, and her fingers found a crusty patch of dried blood in her hair, and a lump so sore the lightest pressure on it almost made her sick. Her purse and suitcase were gone. Her money, her belongings, her identification, everything lost, except her life, and the drawstring bag in her right hand. But that was okay, she thought. Maybe it was how things were supposed to be. She was shedding her old skin in preparation for the bright girl's touch. She was casting off the past and getting ready for the new Arden Halliday to be born. How she would find the bright girl in this wilderness, she didn't exactly know. But she had to believe she was close now, very close. When she'd seen the light in the shack's window back there, she'd thought for a moment they might have found the bright girl, but she didn't think, or she didn't want to think, that the bright girl would choose to live in a tar paper hovel. Arden hadn't considered what kind of dwelling the bright girl might occupy, but now she envisioned something like a green mansion hidden amid the cypress trees, where sunlight streamed through the high branches like liquid gold, or a houseboat anchored in a clear, still pool somewhere up one of these bayous. But not a dirty tar paper shack. No, that didn't suit her image of the bright girl, and she refused to believe it. She strained to see through the darkness, thinking, or wishing, that just ahead would be the glow of another lantern and a cluster of squatters' shacks, somebody to help her find her way. She glanced back at Dan as he slid the paddle into the water again. The man God provided, Jupiter had said. She'd never have left the motel with Dan if she hadn't been clinging to Jupiter's instincts about him. Jupiter had always been a mystic. He had the sixth sense about horses. He knew their temperaments and their secret names. If he said a docile-looking animal was getting ready to snort and kick, it was wise to move away from the hindquarters. And he knew other things, too. If he smelled rain in the midst of a Texas drought, it was time to get out the buckets. He read the sky and the wind and the pain in Arden's soul. She had come to realize during her years at the youth ranch that Jupiter Crenshaw was connected to the flowing currents of life in a way she couldn't fathom. She had trusted and believed him, and now she had to trust and believe he'd been telling her the truth about the bright girl, and that he'd seen something in Dan Lambert that no one else could recognize. She had to, because there was no turning back. They drifted on, the skiff being drawn along with the slow but steady current. They passed evidence that others had come this way. A few abandoned and crumbling shacks, a wharf jutting out over the water on rotten pilings, a wrecked and vine-draped shrimp boat whose prow was jammed between the trunks of 2 huge moss trees. Dan felt weariness overtaking him, and he caught himself dozing off between stretches of paddling. Arden likewise had begun to close her eyes and rest, fighting thirst, but not yet ready to drink any of the water they were gliding through. Dan let himself sleep for only a few minutes at a time. Then his internal alarm went off and roused him to keep the boat from drifting into the half-submerged trees on either side. The water was probably 8 or 10 feet deep, he figured. Their boat was still in the slow process of sinking, but he went to work bailing with his hands, and Arden helped him until their craft had lightened up again. Dan noted that the branches overhead were beginning to unlock and draw apart. In another 20 minutes or so, a little over an hour since they'd set off in the boat, the bayou merged into a wider channel that took a long curve toward the southwest. Heat lightning shimmered in the sky, and an occasional fish jumped from the channel's ebony surface and splashed down again. Dan looked at the water in the boat and decided it wasn't wise to think too much about what might be roaming the depth, making those fish want to grow wings. He paddled a few strokes and then rested again, the muscles of his back starting to cramp.
"You want me to paddle a while?"
Arden asked. "No, I'm all right." Resting the paddle across his knees, he let the current do the work. He scratched the welts on his forehead where a couple of mosquitoes had been feasting, and he sorely missed his baseball cap. "How about you? You hanging in?"
"Yeah."
"Good." He listened to the quiet sound of the hull moving through the water. "I sure could use a cold six-pack. I wouldn't kick a pizza out of bed, either."
"I'll take a pitcher of iced tea with some lime in it,"
she said after a moment of deliberation.
"And a bowl of strawberry ice cream."
Dan nodded, looking from side to side at the dense walls of foliage that lined the bayou. Yes, he decided, a man could get lost in here and never be found. "This ought to take us out to the Gulf sooner or later," he said. "Could be daylight before we get there, though." He made out 10:44 by the luminous hand of his watch. "Once we clear the swamp, maybe we can find a fishing camp or something along the coast. Could be we can find a road and flag a car down, get you a ride out of here."
"Get me a ride out? What about you?"
"Never mind about me. You took a pretty hard knock on the head. You need to see a doctor."
"I don't need a doctor. You know who I need to find."
"Don't start that again," he warned. "Hear me? Wherever LaPierre is, we're long past it. I'm getting you out of here. Then you can do what you please. You ought to get back to Fort Worth and count yourself lucky to be alive."
"And how am I going to do that? I lost my purse and all my money. Even if I could find a bus station, I couldn't buy a ticket."
"I've got some money," he said. "Enough to buy you a bus ticket if you can hitch a ride back to Houma."
"Yeah, I've sure got a lot to go back to,"
she answered tersely.
"No job, no money, nothing. Pretty soon I'll be out on the street. How do you think I'll do at a shelter for the homeless?"
"You'll find a job, get back on your feet."
"Uh-huh. I wish it was that easy. Don't you know what it's like out there?"
"Yeah," he drawled. "I believe I do." She grunted and allowed herself a faint, bitter smile.
"I guess so. Sorry. I must sound like a whining fool."
"Times are hard for everybody, except the rich people who got us into this mess." He listened to the distant call of a night bird off to the left, a lonely sound that tugged at his heart. "I never wanted to be rich," he said. "Seems to me that's just asking for more problems. But I always wanted to pull my own weight, pay my bills, and take pride in my work. That's what was important to me. After I got back from Nam, I had some tough times, but things were working out. Then, I don't know." He caught himself from going any further. "Well, you've got your own road to travel. You don't need to walk down mine."
"I think we're both heading in the same direction."
"No, we're not," he corrected her. "How old are you?"
27.
"The difference between us is that you've got your whole life ahead of you, and I'm winding it down. Nobody said living was going to be easy or fair, that's for damn sure. I'm here to tell you it's not. But you don't give up. You're going to get knocked down and beat up and stomped, but you don't quit. You can't."
"Maybe you can,"
Arden said quietly.
"I'm tired of being knocked down, beaten up, and stomped. I keep getting up, and something comes along to knock me down again. I'm tired of it. I wish to God there was a way to just find some peace."
"Go back to Fort Worth." He slid the paddle into the water and began pushing them forward again. "Something's bound to open up for you. But you sure don't belong in the middle of a swamp trying to find a faith healer."
"Right now I don't know where I belong. I don't think I ever have known."
She was silent for a moment, her hands working around the pink drawstring bag.
"What was your best time?"
she asked.
"I mean the time when you thought everything was right, and you were where you were supposed to be. Do you know?"
He thought about it, and the longer he thought, the harder the question became to answer. "I guess maybe when I'd first joined the Marines, in boot camp on Paris Island. I had a job to do, a mission, and I was getting ready for it. Things were black and white. I thought my country needed me, and I thought I could make a difference."
"You sound like you were eager to fight."
"Yeah, I was." Dan paddled another stroke and then paused. I liked being over there the first couple of months. At first, it seemed like I was doing something important. I didn't like to kill. No man in his right mind does. But I did it because I was fighting for my country, I thought. Then, later on, it all changed. I saw so many boys get killed, I couldn't figure out what they were dying for. I mean, what were we trying to do? The Viet Cong didn't want my country. They weren't going to invade us. They didn't have anything we needed. What was that all about? He shook his head. Here it's been over 20 years, and I still don't know. It was a hell of a lot of wasted lives is what it was. Lives just thrown away.
It must have been bad,
Arden said.
I've seen a couple of movies about Vietnam, and it sure wasn't like Desert Storm, was it?
Nope, it sure wasn't. Movies about Vietnam, he thought, and he lowered his head to hide his half-smile. He'd been forgetting that Arden was all of 4 years old when he'd shipped to Nam.
My best time was when I was living on the youth ranch,
she said.
It was a hard place, and you did your chores and towed the line, but it was all right. The others there were like I was. All of us had been through a half-dozen foster homes, and we'd screwed up and gotten in trouble with the law. It was our last chance to get straight, I guess. I hated it at first. Tried to run away a couple of times, but I didn't get very far. Mr. Richards put me to work cleaning out the barn. There were 5 horses, all of them old and sway-backed, but they still earned their keep. Jupiter was in charge of the stable. That's where I met him.
You think a lot of him, don't you?
He was always kind to me. Some of those foster homes I was in, well, I think solitary confinement in prison would have been better. I had trouble, too, because of, my mark. Somebody looked at me too long, I was liable to lose my temper and start throwing plates and glasses, which didn't make me too popular with foster parents. I wasn't used to being treated like I had sense.
She shrugged.
I guess I had a lot to prove. But Jupiter took an interest in me. He trusted me with the horses, started letting me feed and groom them. After a while, when I'd wake up early mornings, I could hear him calling for me, wanting me to hurry up. All horses have got different personalities and different voices, not a one of them alike. Some of them come right out of the stall to meet you. Others are shy and hang back. And when they look at you, they don't care if you're ugly or deformed. They don't judge you by a mark on your face like people do.
Not all people, Dan said.
Enough to hurt,
she answered. She looked up at the stars for a moment, and Dan went to work with the paddle once more.
It was a good feeling to wake up and hear the horses calling me, she went on. It was the first time I ever felt needed, or that I was worth a damn. After the work was done, Jupiter and I started having long talks. About life and God and stuff I'd never cared to think much about. He never mentioned my mark. He let me get to it in my own time. It took me a while to talk about it and how I wished more than anything in the world I could be rid of it. Then he told me about the bright girl.
Dan said nothing. He was listening, but on this subject it was hard not to turn a deaf ear.
I never really expected I'd ever be looking for her,
Arden said.
But the way Jupiter talked about her, she seemed like somebody I'd know if I ever found her. She seemed so real and so alive. I mean, I know it sounds crazy for somebody to live so long and never get old. I know the faith healers on TV are frauds trying to squeeze out the bucks. But Jupiter would never have lied to me.
She caught Dan's gaze and held it.
If he said there's a bright girl, there is. And if he said she can touch my mark and take it away, she can. He would never have lied. And he was right about you, too. If he said you're the man God sent to help me find her, then I'd be...
Stop it, Dan interrupted sharply. I told you I didn't want to hear that. Bullshit, he almost said, but he settled on junk. She started to fire back a heated reply, but she closed her mouth. She just stared at him, her eyes fixed on his. Dan said, You're chasing a fairy tale. Where's it gotten you? Do you think you're better off than before you left Fort Worth? No, you're worse off. At least you had some money in the bank. I don't want to hear any more about the bright girl or what Jupiter told you or any of that. Understand?
I wish you understood.
Her voice was calm and controlled.
When we find her, she can heal you, too.
Oh, Christ. He closed his eyes in exasperation for a few seconds. When he opened them, Arden was still glowering at him. You could argue the horns off a billy goat. You know that? There is no bright girl, and there never was. It's a made-up story.
That's what you say.
He saw no point in going around in circles with her. Right, that's what I say, he muttered, and then he concentrated on putting some elbow grease into the paddling. The current seemed to have gotten a little faster, which he thought must be a good sign. He was hungry and thirsty, and his headache had returned, pounding with his heartbeat. Dried blood was in his nostrils. He'd lost his much-prized baseball cap, and his muscles, what remained of them, that is, were rapidly wearing out. The water was rising in the bottom of the boat again, and Dan put aside the paddle for a few minutes, while he and Arden cupped their hands and bailed. Then he shook off the sleep that was closing in on him and paddled them down the center of the bayou with slow, smooth strokes. He watched Arden's head droop as she fell asleep sitting up, and then he was alone with the noises of the swamp. After a while, his eyelids became leaden, and he couldn't keep them open. The heat pressed on him, lulling him to sleep. He fought it as hard as he could, but at last his weariness won the battle, and his chin slumped. He jerked his head up, his eyes opening. They had drifted toward the left of the channel and were almost in the branches. Dan steered them toward the center again, and then he heard the sound that had awakened him, a muffled thudding like the heartbeats of a giant. Ahead to the right, electric lights glinted through the thick woods. Dan looked at his wristwatch and saw that another hour had elapsed since they'd entered the wider channel. "What's that noise?" Arden asked, waking up almost as quickly as he had. "Machinery," he said. "I think we're coming to something." Around the next curve, the trees had been chopped away on the right to make room for a hodgepodge of weather-beaten clapboard structures built on platforms over the water. Electric lights cast their glary circles on a dock where an assortment of motor skiffs and 2 houseboats were tied up. On the dock were gas pumps and an attendant shack, also lit up with electricity supplied from a rumbling generator. Plank walkways connected the buildings, and Dan and Arden saw 2 men standing in conversation next to the gas pumps, and a couple of other men on the walkways. A rusty barge loaded with sections of metal pipe, coils of wire, and other industrial items was anchored past the dock at a concrete pier where a long building with corrugated aluminum walls stood. The legend, Warehouse Number 1, painted in red across the building's doorway. Beyond the warehouse loomed oil storage tanks and 12 or more spidery derricks rising up from the swamp. The giant heartbeat, the sound of pumps at work, was coming from that direction. The entire scene, a large mechanized oil pumping station, Dan had realized, was almost surrealistic, emerging as it had from the dark wilderness. As he steered them toward the dock, he saw a pole that held a tired-looking American flag, and next to it was a sign on stilts that announced St. Nastase, Louisiana, Home Sweet Hellhole. On the supporting stilts were a number of other directional arrows with such things as New Orleans, 52 miles, Baton Rouge, 76 miles, and Galveston, 208 miles, painted on them. One of the men on the dock picked up a line and tossed it to Arden as they approached. Then he hauled them in. "Hey there, how you doing?" the man asked in a thick Cajun patois. He was a husky, florid-faced gent with a red beard and a sweat-stained bandana wrapped around his skull. "Tired and hungry," Dan told him as he carefully stood up and helped Arden onto the dock. "Where are we?" "Fella want to know where he am," the Cajun said to the other man, and both of them laughed. "Friend, you must be in some sad shape." Dan stepped onto the timbers, his spine unkinking. "I mean, how far from here to the Gulf?" "Oh, blue water about 3 mile." He motioned south with a crusty thumb. His gaze lingered on Arden's birthmark for a few seconds, then he diverted his attention to the waterlogged skiff. "I seen some crack-ass boats before, but that and done win the prize. Where y'all come from?" "North," Dan said. "Any place to get some food here?" "Yeah, cafe's over there." The second man, who spoke with a flat Midwestern accent, nodded in the direction of the clapboard building. He was slimmer than his companion, wore a grease-stained brown cap with a red GSP on the front, a company logo, Dan figured, and had tattoos intertwining all over his arms. "They got gumbo and hamburgers tonight. Ain't too bad if you wash 'em down with enough beer." A door on one of the houseboats opened, and another man emerged, buckling the belt of his blue jeans. He wore a company cap turned backward. Behind him, tape-recorded rock music rumbled through the doorway, and then a woman with bleached blonde hair and a hard, sunburned face peered out. "Okay," she said with forced cheerfulness. "All-night party, boys. Who's next?" "I believe I am." The man with tattooed arms sauntered toward the houseboat. "Non, mon ami." The Cajun stepped forward, seized his companion by shirt back and pant seat, and pivoting lifted him off his feet and flung him from the dock. With a curse and squall, the unfortunate flyer hit the water and skimmed its surface like a powerboat before he went under. "I believe you was," the Cajun hollered as his friend came up spitting. "Hey, Lorraine," he greeted the bleached blonde. "You got sweets for me?" "You know I do, Tully."
Get your big old ass in here. She narrowed her eyes at Arden. New chickie, huh? She gave a throaty laugh. You gonna need a little makeup, darling. Well, good luck to you. Tully lumbered into the houseboat, and Lorraine closed the door behind them. It was time to move on. Dan ventured along one of the walkways, heading toward the buildings, and Arden followed close behind. The place made Dan think of a Wild West frontier town, except it had been built up from the muck instead of being carved from the desert. It was a carpenter's nightmare, the structures cobbled together with pressure-treated pine boards and capped by rusted tin roofs. Electrical cables snaked from building to building, carrying the juice from generators. The walkways were so close to the water that in some places reeds stuck up between the planks. There was a store whose sign announced it as R.J.'s Grocery, and next to it was a little narrow structure marked St. Nasta's Post Office. A laundromat with 3 washers and dryers and 2 pool tables was lit up and doing business. Dan noted that the men they saw gazed hungrily at Arden's body, but when they looked at her face, they averted their eyes as quickly as Tully had. St. Nasta's, Dan had realized, most likely never closed down to accommodate the crews who were off shift. Dan figured that the men here had signed on with the company for 3 or 4 months at a stretch, which meant prostitutes in houseboats could make some money plying their trade. It occurred to him that Lorraine had thought Arden was a new chickie, because the only women who dared to go there were selling sex. And he was unaware of it, but Arden had come to the same conclusions about 10 seconds ahead of him. In another moment, they heard the mingled music of a fiddle and an accordion. The smell of food caught their nostrils. Ahead was a building with a sign that said simply, Cafe. The place had a pair of bat-wing doors like a western saloon. The music was coming from within, accompanied now by whoops and hollers. Dan figured this could be a hell of a rowdy joint, and again he wished Arden wasn't around, because he was going to have to be responsible for her safety. He said, "Stick close to me." And then Arden followed him through the bat wings, her right hand clenching the pink drawstring bag. The cafe was dimly lit, blue-hazed with cigarette smoke, and at the ceiling a fan chugged around in a futile attempt to circulate the humid, sweat-smelling air. Hanging from the ceiling as well were maybe 300 old, dirty brown caps with red GSP logos. At rough plank tables sat 20 or more men, a few of them clapping their hands in time with the jerky, raucous music, while 4 of their fellows danced with ladies of the evening. The fiddler and accordionist both wore company caps, and a thick-shouldered black man got up from his table, sat down at a battered old piano, and began to beat out a rhythm that added to the merry clamor. Some of the men glanced eagerly at Arden, but they looked away when Dan put his arm around her shoulders. He guided her toward a bar where metal beer kegs, canned soft drinks, and bottles of water were on display. Behind it, a harried-looking man with glasses, a beard, and slicked-back dark hair was drawing beer into mugs, sweat stains on his red checked shirt, and a cigar stub gripped between his teeth. "Can we get something to eat?" Dan asked over the noise, and the bartender said, "Burgers $1 apiece, gumbo $2 a bowl. Take the gumbo, the burgers taste like dog meat." They both decided on the gumbo, which the bartender ladled from a grease-filmed pot into plastic bowls. Arden asked for a bottle of water, and Dan requested a beer. And as the bartender shoved trays and plastic spoons wrapped in cellophane at them, Dan said, "I'm trying to get this girl out of here. Is there a road anywhere nearby?" "A road?" He snorted, and the tip of his cigar glowed red. "Ain't no roads out of St. Nasty. Just water and mud. She a working girl?" "No. We're passing through." The bartender stared at Dan, his eyes slightly magnified by the glasses, and he removed the cigar from his mouth. "Passing through," he repeated incredulously. "Now I've heard it all. Ain't no man comes here unless he's drawing pay from Gulf States Petro, and no woman unless she's trying to get a man to spend it on her. Which insane asylum did y'all get loose from?" "We had an accident. Went off a bridge north of LaPierre. We got a boat and—" Dan stopped because the bartender's eyes had gotten larger. "Look, we're just trying to get out. Can you help us?" "Supply boat from Grand Isle ought to be here tomorrow afternoon. I'd say you could hitch a ride with one of these ladies, but they'll be staying the weekend. Today was payday, see. Fridays and Saturdays, all these sumbitches want to do is get drunk and screw when their shifts are over." He pushed the cigar stub back into his mouth. "You come all the way from LaPierre? Jesus, that's a hell of a hike." "Hey, Bert," a man yelled. "Let's have our beers over here." "Your legs ain't broke," Bert hollered back. "Get off your ass and come get 'em. I ain't no slave." He returned his attention to Dan. "An accident, huh? You want to call somebody? I got a radio telephone in the back." "I'm looking for a woman.
Arden said suddenly.
The bright girl. Have you ever heard of her?
Nope, Bert replied. A man with a prostitute in tow came up to get his beers. Should I have?
The bright girl's a healer. She lives in the swamp somewhere, and I'm trying to...
Arden? Dan caught hold of her elbow. I told you to stop that, didn't I? She pulled loose.
I've come a long way to find her,
she said to Bert, and she heard the sharp rising edge of desperation in her voice. Bert's eyes were blank. No idea of what she was talking about at all. Arden felt panic building inside her like a dark wave.
The bright girl is here somewhere,
she said.
I'm going to find her. I'm not leaving here until I find her.
Bert took in the birthmark and looked at Dan. Like I asked before, what asylum did y'all bust out of?
I'm not crazy,
Arden went on.
The bright girl's real. I know she is. Somebody here has to have heard of her.
Sorry, Bert said. I don't know who you're talking to.
I know that name.
Arden turned her head to the left. The prostitute who stood with the beer swiller had spoken in a nasal drawl. She was a slight, raw-boned girl wearing denim shorts and a faded orange blouse. Maybe she was in her early 20s, but her high cheekboned, buck-toothed face had been prematurely aged by scorching sun and harsh salt wind. Lines were starting to deepen around her mouth and at the corners of her dull, chocolate-brown eyes, and her peroxided hair, cut in bangs across her forehead, hung lifelessly around her bony shoulders. She stared with genuine interest at Arden's birthmark as her escort paid for 2 beers.
Geez,
she said.
You got fucked up awful bad, didn't you? Yes.
Arden's heart was pounding, and for a few seconds she felt on the verge of fainting. She grasped the edge of the bar with her free hand.
You've heard of the bright girl?
Uh-huh. The prostitute began to dig at a molar with a toothpick.
Woman who healed people. Used to hear about her when I was a little girl. Do you know where she is? Yeah,
came the answer.
I do.
As Dan and Arden had been walking into the cafe, the man who'd just gone for an unwilling swim sat on the dock in a puddle of water, watching another boat approach. There were 2 men in the boat. He couldn't quite trust his eyes. The man who was paddling wore a dark suit and a white shirt, which was not quite the normal attire out here at St. Nasty. The second man, well, maybe it was time to swear off the beers, because that son of a bitch Bert must be mixing the brew with toxic waste. When the boat bumped broadside against the dock, Flint stood up and stepped out. His mud-grimed suit jacket was buttoned up over his dirty shirt, the pale flesh of his face mottled with red mosquito bites, his eyes sunken in weary purple hollows. He stared at the battered and water-filled skiff tied up just beside them, a single broken paddle lying in it. Nobody would have traveled in that damn thing unless they'd been forced to, he reasoned. How long have you been sitting here? He asked the drenched man who was watching Pelvis clamber out of the boat with Mama. You gotta be kidding, the man said, unable to take his eyes off Pelvis. What is this, candid camera? Hey, listen up, Flint demanded, his patience at its bitter end. Clint, who was equally as tired and cranky, jerked under his shirt, and Flint put an arm across his chest to hold his brother down. I'm looking for a man and a woman. Shouldn't have been too long since they got here. He nodded at the sinking boat. Did you see who that belongs to? Yeah, they're here. Send them over to the cafe. He couldn't help but stare at Pelvis. I know we're hurting for entertainment round here, but please don't tell me you're on the payroll. Where's the cafe? Which direction? Only one direction, unless you can walk on water. Scratch that, he decided, and he motioned at Pelvis with his thumb. Maybe he can walk on water. Flint started off toward the clapboard buildings, and Pelvis followed, leaving the man on the dock wondering what the next boat might bring. Others they passed stopped to gawk at Pelvis as well, and he started drawing catcalls and laughter. Hey, Flint called to 2 men standing in the shadows next to the laundromat pool room. The cafe around here? One of them pointed the way, and Flint and Pelvis went on. Flint reached into his pocket and put his hand on the Derringer's grip. Who the hell are they? The man who'd pointed asked his friend. The second man, who had a long, vulpine face and close-cropped brown hair, ran his tongue across his lower lip. He wore faded jeans and a dirty yellow shirt with the tail flagging out, and the sweat on his flesh still smelled of swamp mud and alligators. Friends of Doc's, he said quietly. I believe he'd like to see him again. Here. He slid a small packet of white powder into the other man's hand. Keep your money. Just do me a favor and watch those 2. All right? Sure, Mitch. Whatever. Good boy. Mitch, who still had the pistol he'd fired at Flint in his waistband, turned away and hurried to his motorboat, his mouth split by a savage grin. 20. The king bled crimson.
Yeah,
came the prostitute's answer.
I do.
She continued to probe with the toothpick as Arden's nerves stretched.
Dead. Must be dead by now. She was old, lived in a church on Goat Island.
That's bull, Bert said. Ain't nobody ever lived on Goat Island. End of side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 7, Gone South, by Robert R. McCammon. Continuing on page 242.
Was a church there,
the prostitute insisted.
Blew down in a hurricane back 15 or 20 years. The bright girl was a nun, fell in love with the priest, so they threw her out of her convent, and she come down here and built a church to repent. That's what my mama said.
Angie, you didn't have no mama. Bert winked at the girl's customer. She was hatched, wasn't she, Cal?
Right out of a buzzard's egg,
Cal agreed, his voice slurred by one too many brews. Angie jabbed an elbow into Cal's ribs.
You don't know nothing, fool.
Arden tried to speak, but her throat had seized up. The word dead was still ringing in her head like a funeral bell.
Goat Island,
she managed.
Where is it?
Don't do this, Dan warned, but he knew there was no stopping her. Way the hell out in Terrebonne Bay, Bert said. Good 10 miles from here. Got wild goats running all over it, but there sure ain't never been no church out there.
My mama wasn't no liar,
Angie snapped.
You wasn't even born round here. How do you know?
I've been hunting on Goat Island before. Walked the length and width of it. If there had ever been a church there, I think I would have seen some ruins. Miss, Dan said to the prostitute, you say the bright girl was an old woman?
Yeah. My mama said she seen her when she was a little girl. Came to Port Fourchon to see my mama's cousin. His name was Pearlie. He was 7 years old when he got burned up in a fire. Mama said the bright girl was crippled and walked with a white cane. I reckon that was... She paused to calculate. Near 30 years ago.
Uh-huh. Dan felt Arden's body tensing beside him, but he decided he had to go the next step, too. What about Pearlie? Did your mama say the bright girl healed him?
No, I recollect she said the bright girl took him with her in a boat.
To where?
Goat Island, I reckon. She never saw Pearlie no more, though. Mama said she figured he was too bad off for even the bright girl to heal. But that was all right, because the bright girl made sure he wasn't scared when he went to heaven.
Come on, baby. Cal grabbed Angie's thin arm and tugged at her. Let's dance.
Wait, please.
Arden's anguished voice cut to Dan's heart.
Is she buried out there? Have you seen her grave? No, I ain't seen her grave, but she's dead. Got to be dead after all this time. But you don't know for sure, do you? You're not certain she's dead?
The prostitute stared at Arden for a few seconds and then pulled free of Cal's hand.
I'm certain as I need to be,
she said.
Oh.
She nodded as things came clear to her.
Oh, I see. You was looking for the bright girl to heal your face. Is that right? Yes. I'm sorry, then. Far as I know, she's dead. I don't know where she's buried. I can ask some of the other girls. Most of them were born round here. Maybe they'd know.
Let's dance, Cal yelped. Forget this shit. Both women ignored him.
I'd like to see the church,
Arden said.
Can you take me? No, I can't. See, I would, but I don't have my own boat. It's Lorraine's boat, and she don't take it nowhere but between here and Grand Isle.
Hey, listen up, Scarface. Cal slurred at Arden, his voice turning nasty. I'm renting this bitch by the fucking hour, understand? I don't have no time to waste. Come over here a minute. Dan reached out, grasped Cal's wrist, and drew him closer, beer slopping to the floor from the mug in the man's hand. Dan's face was strained with anger, his eyes hard and shiny. The ladies are talking. Mister, you let go of me or I'm going to have to knock the shit out of your ears. No fighting in here, Bert warned. You want to fight, get out back. You're drunk, friend. Dan kept his face close to Cal's, his arm low across the man's body, so the beer mug wouldn't come up and smash him in the teeth. Don't let your mouth get you in trouble.
It's all right.
Arden said. The remark wasn't anything she hadn't heard before.
Really it is.
She suddenly caught a strong whiff of body odor and swamp mud. Someone wearing a dark suit stepped between her and Dan. She thought of vulture wings sweeping onto a dying jackrabbit. Lambert? A quiet voice spoke in Dan's ear. At the same time, Dan felt the little barrel of a gun press against his ribs. The game's over. Dan jerked his head around and looked into the pallid face he'd seen by the flashlight's glare in Basile Park. Only now it was blotched with mosquito bites. His heart jumped and fluttered like a trapped bird. Flint said, "Take it very, very easy. Nobody needs to get hurt, okay?" Beyond Murtaugh, Dan saw, stood the Elvis Presley impersonator holding his squirming bulldog. The music had faltered and ended on a squawk note from the squeeze box. The Presley clone was suddenly the center of attention, and he started drawing whistles and laughter. Flint glanced quickly at the girl and saw that what he'd thought was a massive bruise was in fact a deep violet birthmark. "You all right, Miss Halliday?"
"I'm fine. Who are—"
She realized then who it must be, and that he'd looked through her purse back where they'd gone off the bridge. "My name is Flint Murtaugh. Fella," he said to Cal, "why don't you take your beer and move along?"
"I was fixing to whip this bastard's ass,"
Cal answered, unsteady on his feet.
"I'll take care of him from here on out."
"Any time, anywhere, any place,"
Cal sneered in Dan's face, and then he grabbed Angie's arm again and jerked her onto the dance floor with him.
"Well, shit a brick,"
he hollered at the musicians.
"How about some goddamn playing?"
The fiddler started up again, then the accordionist and the piano pounder joined in. Men were still laughing and gawking at Pelvis, who was trying his best to stand there and appear oblivious to the hilarity. His wig had started to slip, its glue weakened by the swamp water, and he reached up with a quick hand and straightened it.
"What the hell is that?"
Bert grinned around his cigar stub. He hadn't seen the derringer Flint pressed against Dan's side, which was how Flint wanted it.
"Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?"
He spouted smoke and looked at Flint.
"I swear to God, this is turning out to be a circus. Where'd y'all come from?"
"We're with this fella here," Flint answered. "Just got left behind a little ways."
"Your friend's dressed up for Halloween early, ain't he?"
"He's a big Elvis fan. Don't worry about him. He's harmless."
"Maybe so, but these sumbitches in here sure smell blood. Listen to 'em howling."
He moved away down the bar to draw a beer for another customer.
"Hey, Elvis,"
somebody yelled.
"get up there and shake that fat ass, man." "Give us a song, Elvis,"
another one called. Flint didn't have time to concern himself with Isley's situation. He knew something like this was bound to happen sooner or later. But the important thing was that Daniel Lewis Lambert was standing right in front of him, and the derringer was loaded and cocked. "Did he hurt you, Miss Halliday?"
"No."
"You were lucky, then. You know he's murdered 2 people, don't you?"
"I know he killed a man at a bank in Shreveport. He told me about that. But he said he didn't kill the man in Alexandria, and I believe him."
"You believe him?"
He darted another glance at her. "I thought he took you as a hostage."
"No,"
Arden said.
"That's not how it was at all. I came with him of my own free will."
Either she was crazy, Flint figured, or somehow Lambert had brainwashed her. But she wasn't his concern either. He kept the gun's barrel jammed into Lambert's ribs. "Well, you ran me a good chase, I'll give you that." Dan didn't answer. His heart had stopped pounding, and now there was ice in his blood. He was looking at a closed door about 10 feet away. Maybe beyond it was a bathroom with a window, and if he could get in there and lock the door to buy himself a few seconds, he might still get away. "Face the bar and put your hands flat on top of it." Dan obeyed, but his attention was still fixed on the door. If he could get out a window into the swamp, then he could... Could what? He asked himself. He was dead tired, hungry, and thirsty. His strength was gone. He doubted if he'd have the energy to trade a punch or two with Cal, much less swim through gator-infested water. As Flint quickly frisked him, wanting to attract as little notice as possible, and helped in this regard by the loud and raucous attention being thrown at Pelvis, Dan realized that cold reality had just slapped him across the face. He had come to his senses as if awakening from a fever dream. There was nowhere else to go. His run was over.
"You bring your pink Cadillac, Elvis? Yeah, get up there and sing something. Yeah, and it better be damn good, too."
Pelvis had played rough rooms before, where the drunks with burning eyes would boil up out of their seats, wanting to either grab the microphone away from him or show their girlfriends that the king bled crimson. This room ranked right down there with the worst of them, and Pelvis tried to pay no mind to the jeering, but the shouts began stinging his pride.
You ain't no Elvis, you fat shit. What you got in your arms there, Elvis? Your girlfriend?
This was followed by a barrage of barking and laughter that drowned out the struggling musicians. Flint saw the situation getting out of control, but any man who wanted to look and talk like a dead hillbilly had to take his licks. He kept his focus on Lambert, who, he was surprised to find, carried no weapons, not even a knife.
Empty your pockets.
What are you going to do? Barton asked.
Rob him?
No.
Lambert, you must have a way with the women. First your ex-wife stands up for you, now her. She doesn't know the real you, does she?
Dan put his wallet on top of the bar, then a few soggy dollar bills and some change. He found the yearbook picture Chad had given him wrinkled up by the swamp water. How'd you find me? Flint flipped the wallet open and felt for hidden razor blades.
I heard your ex-wife tell you about the cabin. I've been waiting for you all day.
Flint picked up the damp picture and looked at it.
Your son?
Yeah.
See, that's where you screwed up. You should never have gone to that park. If you'd steered clear of Alexandria, you wouldn't be looking at a double murder conviction.
He slid Dan's wallet and the money into his coat, which was still buttoned to hide Clint's occasional muscle twitches under his shirt.
You can keep the picture.
Dan returned it to his pocket. That man was alive when I left the motel. His wife killed him, and she's blaming it on me.
Nice try. Tell it to the police and see what they think. He already has.
Arden spoke up.
He called the Alexandria police while we were in Lafayette. He told them to check the shotgun for his fingerprints.
Uh-huh.
He tell you he did that? I saw him do it. And he was probably talking to a dial tone or a recorded message. Or he had his finger on the cutoff switch. Lambert, put your hands down in front of you and grip them together.
You don't need to cuff me, Dan said flatly. I'm not going anywhere.
Just shut up and do it.
I'd like to eat my gumbo and drink a beer. You want to feed me? He turned around and stared into the bounty hunter's chilly blue eyes. Murtaugh looked as worn out as Dan felt, his face gaunt, his dark hair with its lightning white streak oily and uncombed. A dozen mosquito bites splotched his grizzled cheeks and chin, and he had to scratch two of them even as he kept the Derringer pressed into Dan's side. I won't run, Dan said. I'm too tired, and there's no use in it. He read the distrust in the tight crimp of Murtaugh's thin-lipped mouth. I give you my word. All I want to do is eat some dinner and rest.
Yeah, I know what your word is worth.
Flint started to reach into his pocket for the handcuffs, but he hesitated. Lambert had no weapon, and he did look exhausted. This time, at least, there was no woman between them who knew Taekwondo. Flint said,
I swear to God, if you try to get away, I'll put a bullet through your knee or elbow and let the lawyers sort it out. Understand?
Dan nodded, convinced that Murtaugh would do as he promised.
All right, then.
Eat. A skinny man in a GSP cap and greasy overalls plucked at Pelvis's arm.
Hey, you,
he said. Pelvis saw the man was missing most of his front teeth. His eyes were red and heavy-lidded, and the reek of beer and gumbo on his breath was enough to make Mama whimper.
I knew Elvis,
the man wheezed.
Elvis was a friend of mine. And you big old turd, you sure as hell ain't no Elvis.
Pelvis felt the hot blood swelling his jowls. Hoots and laughter were flying at him like jagged spears. He walked to the blonde woman with the birthmark on her face and said in an anger-tensed voice,
Excuse me, would you hold Mama?
What?
My dog,
he said.
Would you hold her for just 2 or 3 minutes?
He pushed Mama into her arms.
Isley,
Flint snapped.
What are you doing? I've got my pride. They want a song, I'm going to give them a song. No, you're not.
But Pelvis was already walking toward the musicians, braving the intoxicated jeers and insults.
Isley,
Flint shouted.
Come back here.
The musicians stopped playing their Cajun stomp as Pelvis approached, and then the whoops and hollers ricocheted off the tin roof. Bert had come back down the bar, and he yelled at Flint,
Your friend ain't going to need a burial plot. Ain't going to be nothing left to bury. He's a fool is what he is.
Flint seethed, still holding the Derringer low against Dan's ribs. But in the dim and smoky light, Bert didn't see it. While Arden held on to the bulldog, the thoughts of what Angie had told her battering around in her mind. Dan took his first bite of gumbo, and the hot spices and sausage in it almost set his tongue on fire. "You fellows know Hound Dog?" Pelvis asked the band. He got 3 heads to swivel. "How about I Got a Woman? Heartbreak Hotel? A Big Hunk of Love?" There were negative reactions to all those. Pelvis felt sweat collecting around his collar. "Do you know any Elvis songs?" "All we play is Zydeco," the accordionist said. "You know, like My Toot Toot and Diggy Liggy Low." "Oh, Lord," Pelvis breathed. "Don't just stand there, Elvis," a shout swelled up from the others. "You ain't dead, are you?" Pelvis turned to face his audience. Sweat was running down under his arms, his heart starting to pound. He lifted his hands to quiet the jeering, and about half of it stopped. "I have to tell you fellows, I usually accompany myself on the guitar. Anybody got a guitar I can use?" "This ain't fucking Nashville, you asshole," came a reply. "Either start singing or you're going to go swimming." Pelvis looked over at Flint, who just shook his head with pity and averted his gaze. Then Pelvis stared out at the roughnecks, the butterflies of fear swarming in his stomach. "Start croaking, you big fat frog," somebody else hollered. A drop of sweat rolled into Pelvis's left eye and burned it shut for a couple of seconds. Suddenly, a bowl of gumbo came flying up from one of the tables, and it splashed all over the front of his muddy trousers. A wave of laughter followed, and somebody began to bray like a donkey. Pelvis stared down at his mud-crusted brown suede shoes, and he thought of how those men in there didn't know the many hours he'd spent watching Elvis movies, learning the King's walk and talk and sneer. They didn't know how many nights he'd listened to Elvis records in a grubby little room, catching every phrase and nuance of that rich and glorious voice. That voice of the American soul. They didn't know how much he loved Elvis, how he worshipped at the shrine of Graceland, and how his wife had called him a stupid fat loser and run off with all his money and a truck driver named Boomer. They didn't know how he had suffered for his art. His public was calling for him, ranting at him to tell the truth. Pelvis squared his shoulders, tucked his chins, and turned away from the audience. He said to the piano pounder, "Do you mind if I sit there?" And he slid onto the chair when it was gladly vacated. Pelvis cracked his knuckles, looked at the dirty keyboard with its sad and broken ivories, and then he put his fingers down and began to play. A strain of classical music came from the rickety-tick piano. The room was shocked silent, and no one was shocked more than Flint. But only Flint recognized the music. It was the stately opening chords of Chopin's Prelude No. 9 in E major, one of the soul-soothing pieces he listened to daily on his car's cassette player. They let him play about 10 seconds of it before they regained their senses. Then a second bowl of gumbo hit the piano, and a half of a hamburger flew past Pelvis's head. And a roar of dissatisfaction went up like a nuclear blast. "We don't want that damned shit," yelled a man with a face as mean as a scarred fist. "Play us something with a tune." "Hold your horses," Pelvis shouted back. "I'm just limbering up my fingers." He was as ready as he would ever be. "All right, this here's called A Big Hunk of Love." And then his hand slammed down on the keyboard, and the piano made a noise like a locomotive howling through a tunnel in red-hot, demon-infested, sex-dripping, and God-forsaken Hades. His fingers skittered up and down the keys in a blur of motion, the sound's power kicking all the jeers and hollers right out the swinging doors. Pelvis threw his head back, sweat shining on his face. His mouth opened, and he started bellowing about asking his baby for a big hunk of love. Flint's mouth was open, too. His jaw had dropped in amazement. Isley's speaking voice might mimic Elvis, but his singing voice was something altogether different. Though there were husky tones of the King's Rockabilly Memphis in it, there was also the guttural moan of a rusty chainsaw that suddenly broke into a startling, soaring, and unearthly high. Big a hunk of love. More akin to the operatic wail of Roy Orbison. Watching Isley beat that piano to pieces like a demented Jerry Lee Lewis, and hearing his voice rattle the ceiling and then rumble the floorboards again, Flint realized the truth. On stage, Isley was a lousy Elvis, but that was like saying a ruby was a lousy diamond. Though Flint hated that kind of redneck thunder, though it made the skin crawl on the back of his neck and made him long for a good set of earplugs, it was clear that Pelvis Isley was no imitator of a dead star. The man, whether he knew it or not, was an honest-to-God original fireball. Dan followed a spoonful of the spicy gumbo with a drink of beer, and he regarded the Presley clone flailing at the piano.
Hunka big ol' love,
the man was growling. Murtaugh's gun had pulled a few inches away from Dan's ribs. The bounty hunter's focus was riveted on his companion. It flashed through Dan's mind that if he was quick enough, he could bring the beer mug down across the side of Murtaugh's head and run for the back door. Do it, he told himself. Hit the bastard and run while there's still time. He took another swallow of the bitter brew and held the mug ready to strike. On his forearm, the ropey muscles tensed, making the tattooed snake undulate. 21. Silent Shadow. A second passed. Then another. Do it, he thought, and he stared at the place on Murtaugh's skull that would bear the blow. A third and fourth seconds went by. No. It was a strong voice, the voice of reason. No, Dan decided. I gave my word and I've caused enough misery. There'll be no more of it. Murtaugh's head suddenly swiveled and the pale blue eyes fixed on him. Dan lifted the mug to his lips and drank the rest of his beer. Your friend's not half bad. Flint looked at the glass mug, and then his gaze returned to Dan's eyes. He had the feeling that danger had just slid past like a silent shadow. You're not thinking of doing something stupid, are you? Nope. If you don't want to wear the bracelets, you'd better not be. I want to keep this as quiet and clean as I can. Dan had wondered why Murtaugh was doing his best to hold the gun out of sight, and why he hadn't told the bartender who he was. You afraid somebody else will snatch me away from you if they find out about the money? People hear what I do for a living. They don't usually welcome me with hearts and flowers. Listen, I didn't mean to kill Blanchard, Dan said. He drew a gun on me. I had the guard's pistol in my hand, and I... Do us both a favor, Flint interrupted. Save it for the judge. Pelvis finished the song with a wail and a series of chords that threatened to demolish the piano. As the last notes were dying, another thunderous noise rose up, the whooping and applause of his audience. Pelvis blinked out at them, stunned by the response. Though he used to play piano in a blues band when he was a lanky boy with a head full of wavy hair and big ideas, he was accustomed to standing behind an electric guitar, which he couldn't play very well, but after all, it was the king's instrument. He was used to hearing club managers telling him he needed to rein his voice in and keep it snarly because those high tenor notes didn't sound like Elvis at all. That's what the customers were paying for. And if he wanted to be a decent Elvis impersonator, he was way off the mark. Here, though, it was obvious they were starved for entertainment, and they didn't care that he wasn't twanging an electric guitar or that his voice wasn't as earthy as the king's. They started shouting for another song, some of them beating on their tables with their fists and beer mugs. Thank you kindly, Pelvis said. Well, I'll do you another one then. This here's It's Your Baby, You Rock It. He launched off on another display of honky-tonkin' fireworks, and though his hands were stiff and he knew he was hitting a lot of clams, all his training was coming back to him. The fiddler picked up the chords and began sewing them together, and then the accordion player added a jumpy squeal and squawk. Hey, Bert shouted at Flint over the music. He done any records? Not that I know of. Well, he ought to. He don't sound much like Elvis, but a fella plays a piano and sings like that, he ought to be doing some records. Make himself a lot of money that way. Tell me, Flint said, how do we get out of here? Back to a road, I mean. Like I told him. Bert nodded at Dan. Supply boat from Grand Isle will be here tomorrow afternoon. That's the only way out. Tomorrow afternoon? I've got to get this man to... He paused and tried it again. We need to get to Shreveport as soon as we can. You'll have to wait for the supply boat. They'll take you to Grand Isle, but that's still a hell of a long way from Shreveport. See, there ain't no roads round here for miles. I can't stay here all night. Christ almighty. We've got to get back to... Civilization, he almost said, but he decided it wouldn't be wise. Shreveport, he finished. Sorry. I've got a radio telephone in the back if you need to let anybody know where you are. Smotes needed to know, Flint thought. Smotes needed to hear that the skin was caught and on his way back. Smotes would be asleep right now, but he wouldn't mind being awakened to hear. Hold it, he told himself. Just one damn minute. Why should he be in such a rush to call that freak-loving bastard? Right now, he, Flint, was in control. He didn't have to run and call Smotes like some teenager afraid of his father's paddle. Anyway, if Smotes hadn't weighed him down with Isley, he would have finished this thing yesterday. So to hell with him. Flint said, "No, I don't need to call anybody. But what are we supposed to do? Stay here until the boat comes?" He didn't know if he could stand smelling his own body odor that long, and Lambert wasn't a sweet peach either. "Isn't there some place I can get a shower and some sleep?" "Well, this ain't exactly a tropical resort." Bert's cigar stub had gone cold, but he still kept it gripped between his teeth. Now he took it out and looked at the ashy tip, trying to decide if it was worth another match. "You talking about one place for all of you? Or you want something separate for the lady?"
"I'm not sleeping in a room with them."
Arden was still dazed and heartsick by what she'd heard about the bright girl. In her arms, the little bulldog longingly watched Pelvis.
"I'd rather sit in here all night."
"How much money you got?" Bert asked Flint and raised his eyebrows. "Not much. You got $100? "Maybe." "Okay, here's the deal," Bert said. "The big boys, the execs, keep a couple of cabins to stay in when they come visit down here. They don't want to get dirty staying in the barracks with the working crews, see? I know who can pick the locks. $50 apiece. You can have 'em for the night. They ain't much, but they've got clean cots and they're private." "There's $50 in my wallet," Dan offered. Sleep on a cot, clean or dirty, he didn't care. Sounded fine to him. It occurred to him that this was the last night he'd sleep without bars next to his mattress. "I'll pay for her cabin." "Yeah, it's a deal." Flint brought out Dan's wallet and his own and paid the money. "Fine. Wait a minute. Let me listen to this here song." Pelvis had started a slow country western tearjerker called "Anything That's Part of You." His audience sat in rapt, respectful silence as the broody piano chords thumped and Pelvis's voice soared up in a lament that was painful enough to wet the eyes of hard-case roughnecks and bayou trash prostitutes. "I swear," Bert said, "that fella don't need to try to be Elvis. You his manager?" He looked at Flint. "No." "Hell, I'll be his manager then. Get out of this damn swamp and get rich. I won't never look back." "Arden?" Dan had seen the corners of her mouth quivering, her eyes glassy with shock. It was going to be tough on her, he knew. She'd put so much blind faith into finding the bright girl, she'd sacrificed everything. And now it was over. "You all right?" She didn't answer. She couldn't. "You mind stepping aside?" he asked Flint, and the bounty hunter saw Arden's obvious distress and moved from between them. Dan stood close to her. His heart ached for her, and he started to put his arm around her shoulders, but he didn't know what comfort he could give. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wish you could have found what you wanted."
I can't believe she's dead. I just can't."
Her eyes suddenly glistened with tears, but just as quickly she blinked them away. The bulldog licked her chin.
"I can't believe it. Jupiter wouldn't have told me wrong."
"Listen to me," Dan said firmly. "Starting from this minute, here and now, you're going to have to go back to reality. That means back to Fort Worth and getting on with your life. However bad things look, they've got to get better."
"I don't think so."
"You don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, or next week, or next month. You've got to go day by day, and that's how you get through the rough spots. Believe me, I've been there." Arden nodded, but the bright girl was a candle she could not bear to extinguish. It struck her how selfish she'd been, consumed by her own wishes. From the moment the man in the dark suit had set foot into this cafe, Dan had been on his way to prison.
"Are you all right?"
she asked. "I believe I am." He offered her a faint, brave smile when inside he felt as if he'd been hit by a tractor-trailer truck. "Yeah, I'm all right. This was going to happen sooner or later." His smile faded. "I saw my son. I said what I needed to say without bars between us. That's the important thing." He shrugged. "At least where I'm going, I'll have a roof over my head and hot food. Won't be much worse than the VA hospital, I guess. Anyhow," his voice cracked, and he had to pause to summon the strength to continue. "Like I said, you go day by day. That's how you get through the rough spots. Miss?" Bert put his elbows on the bar and leaned toward her. Pelvis had finished the slow, sad number and was getting up from the piano to take his bows, sweat dripping from his chins. "I know who could tell you if there was ever anybody living on Goat Island or not. Cajun fellow they call Little Train. He was born round here. Sometimes he takes the execs hunting and fishing. Sells us fish and game for the cafe, too. So he gets all round the swamp. If anybody would know, it'd be him. Arden, Dan's voice was quiet. Give it up. Please. She wanted to. She really did. But she was desperate and afraid. This would be her final chance, and she would never come this way again. Even finding the bright girl's grave would be an answer, though not the one she wished for. She said, "Where is he?"
"Lives on a houseboat anchored about a mile south of here. Keeps to himself, mostly."
He stared at her birthmark, his gaze following its ragged edges.
"I've got a motorboat, and I'm off shift at 6 a.m. I need to run down there to see him anyhow, put in an order for some catfish and turtle meat. If you want to go, you're welcome. And I can carry 2 people if you want to go along."
He was speaking to Dan. Dan saw the need in Arden's eyes. It was a painful thing to witness because he knew she stood at the very edge of sanity. He had to turn away from her, and when he heard her say, "I'll go alone," it was clear to him that she'd placed one foot over the precipice.
"Okay, then. Whatever suits you. Hey, fella."
He grinned at Pelvis, who was making his way to the bar through a knot of backslappers.
"You about knocked hell out of that piano, didn't you?"
Pelvis said, "Thank you, ma'am," as he took Mama back into his arms, and Mama trembled with love and attacked his face with her tongue. He was breathing hard, and he felt a little dizzy, but otherwise he was okay. Sweat was pouring off him in rivers.
"Can I have some water, please?"
"Coming right up."
"Mr. Murtaugh?"
Pelvis smiled broadly.
"I think they like me." "You were all right, if you care for that kind of music. Here, wipe your face."
He pulled a handful of paper napkins out of a dispenser and gave it to him.
"You're not going to pass out on me again, are you?"
"No, sir. I'm just a bit winded."
Pelvis took the bottle of water Bert gave him and guzzled it. Then he poured some in his hand and let Mama lap it up.
"Did you hear the way they were hollering?"
"Uh-huh. Well, step down off your pedestal and listen. We can't get out of here till tomorrow afternoon. We have to wait for a supply boat from Grand Isle. How the hell we're supposed to get back to the car, I don't know, but that's how things are."
"At least we got him, didn't we?"
Pelvis nodded toward Dan, who'd gone back to eating his gumbo. "We, my ass," Flint was about to say. But Bert stuck his bearded face over the bar again.
"You play better than you look, if you don't mind me saying."
"Sir?"
"You know, the Elvis thing with the judo moves and all. That's what I expected."
"Well, all them songs I sang were ones Elvis done."
Pelvis explained.
"And I do them moves in my show, but I couldn't because I was sitting at the piano. Like I said, I usually play the guitar."
"You want my advice? I'm going to give it to you anyway. Don't hide behind Elvis. You don't need it. A fella can pound them keys and sing like you do. Hell, you ought to go to Nashville and show 'em what you can do."
"I've been there. They told me I didn't sound enough like Elvis. Told me I couldn't play guitar as good as him neither."
"Well, hell, don't try to sound like him. Don't try to look like him or talk like him or nothing. Seems to me there was just one Elvis and he's dead. Can't be another one. If I was you, I wouldn't touch a guitar again so long as I lived. I wouldn't wear my hair like that either. And you ought to lose 50 or 60 pounds. Get yourself lean and mean, then go see them Nashville cats. You play for them like you did here, you're going to be making yourself some money. Hey, do me a favor."
Bert reached for a napkin and pulled a pen out from beside the cash register.
"Here, sign me an autograph, just so I can say I spotted you first. Sign it to my friend Bert Dunbro."
"You want my autograph?"
Pelvis asked, his cheeks reddening with embarrassment.
"Yep, right there. To my friend Bert Dunbro."
He put the pen to napkin and wrote what the man asked. Then he started, He stopped.
"What's wrong? Pen jammed up?"
There was just one Elvis, he was thinking, and he's dead. Can't be another one. Maybe there shouldn't be. It had been 15 years since he'd played piano in front of an audience, and that was before he'd dressed himself up as the king, studied the records and movies and hip thrusts, bought the wig, the blue suede shoes, the regalia. It was before he'd let himself get fat on the Twinkies and peanut butter cookies and cornbread sopped in buttermilk. It was before he'd decided that who he was wasn't good enough, and that he needed something much larger to cling to and hide inside. But what if he'd given up on his own talent too early? What if he'd let it go in favor of the Elvis disguise because he wasn't sure he was worth a damn? What if? Oh, Lord, it would be so hard to give it up now and try to go back. It would be impossible to strike out on his own without the king to help him, wouldn't it? But Elvis was dead. There couldn't be another one.
Hold on, I'll find a pen that writes, Bert offered.
No, Pelvis said. This one's fine. He was terrified. But he got the pen moving, and with a hammering heart and a dry throat, he scratched out Pelv, and beneath it wrote Cecil Isley. It was one of the hardest things he'd ever done in his life, but when he was finished, he felt something inside him start to unlock, just the slightest bit. Maybe in an hour he would regret signing his own name. Maybe tomorrow he would deny that he had. But right now, this strange and wonderful moment, he felt 10 feet tall.
Griff, come over here, Bert called.
The mean-faced man who didn't care for the classics came to the bar. Bert gave him $20 and quietly told him what he wanted done.
"Y'all go on with Griff. He'll take care of you,"
Bert said to Flint, and to Arden he added,
6 o'clock. I'll see you here.
"Let's go, Lambert." Flint pushed the gun into Dan's side again. "Take it nice and easy." The two cabins Griff led them to were about 100 yards from the other structures of St. Nasty, up on a platform facing a cove of smooth black water. Griff produced a large penknife and pulled up its thin blade to slide into the first cabin's door lock. It took 4 seconds to open the door.
"I better check for snakes,"
he said before he disappeared into the darkness within. 2 minutes later, a generator rumbled to life around back, and then electric lights flickered on.
"No snakes,"
he announced when he returned to the door.
"Just a skin."
He held the long gossamer thing up to show them.
"Who's sleeping in this one?"
When neither of the bounty hunters responded, Arden screwed up her courage and said, "I guess I am." She crossed the threshold. The pine-paneled interior was hot, humid, and smelled of mold. There was a broken-down plaid sofa, a couple of standing lamps that appeared to have been purchased from a garage sale sometime in 1967, and a kitchen area with a rusty stove and sink. A hallway went back to what must be the sleeping area and, hopefully, an indoor bathroom. It would do for a few hours until 6 o'clock.
"Shower and toilets between the cabins,"
Griff said.
"Pipes are hooked to a cistern, but I wouldn't drink the water. And you'd best keep the front and back doors locked. Lots of fellas round here can't be trusted."
Arden closed the door and locked it, and she pulled the sofa over in front of it. She found a switch that operated a ceiling fan, and turning it on helped cool the room some. When the lights were on in the second cabin, Griff came out grinning.
"Looky here."
He raised his right arm to show Dan, Flint, and Pelvis the thick brown snake his hand had seized, the head squeezed between his fingers and the coils twined around his wrist.
"Big old sumbitch moccasin. Found him sleeping under a cot. Y'all step aside."
He reared his arm back and flung the reptile past them into the water. It made a heavy splash.
"Okay, you can go on in."
Flint guided Dan through the door first. The place was basically the same as the first cabin, a moldy-smelling assemblage of cheap furniture, pine-paneled walls, and a floor of rough planks. Pelvis entered last, his eyes peeled for creepy crawlies.
"Thing about moccasins,"
Griff said,
"is that for every one you see, there are 3 or 4 you don't. They'll keep to themselves if you don't step on them. But I wouldn't let that dog go nosing round, hear?"
"I hear," Pelvis answered.
"Tough luck for that girl, huh? I mean the way her face is. Awful hard to look at, but hard not to look at, too."
"Thanks for letting us in," Flint told him. "Good night."
"All righty. Don't let the bedbugs bite, nor nothing else."
Griff chuckled a little to himself, slid his hands into the pockets of his blue jeans, and started walking back in the direction they'd come. Flint closed the door and latched it. "Here, keep this on him." He gave Pelvis the derringer, then he took the cuffs and their key from his pocket and unlocked them. "Hands behind you."
"I'm going to have to go pee in a minute," Dan said.
"Hands in front of you," Flint corrected him. "Grip them together."
"I gave you my word I wasn't going to run. You don't have to. Your word's not worth $15,000, so shut up."
Flint snapped the cuffs around Dan's wrists and put the key inside his suit jacket. Dan saw a peculiar thing happen. The front of the man's shirt suddenly twitched, as if Murtaugh had just hiccuped. He recalled that he'd seen the same thing when Murtaugh was on the ground in Basile Park, just before the Elvis clone had started hollering. He had the bizarre sensation that there was more to Murtaugh than met the eye. "Watch him for a minute," Flint told Pelvis, and he walked back through the hallway to find out what the rest of the cabin held.
Don't try nothing now,
Pelvis said nervously, holding a sleepy mama and aiming the Derringer at Dan's belly.
I'll shoot if I have to.
Just take it easy. Dan could tell that the man was uncomfortable holding the gun, and though it looked like a pea shooter, it could still do a lot of damage at such close range. He decided silence would only increase the man's tension before Murtaugh returned. What's your name?
See.
No, maybe he'd be ready to let go of it someday, but not yet.
Pelvis Isley.
Pelvis, huh? Dan nodded. It figured. Excuse me for saying this, but you and Murtaugh don't fit. You been partners long?
2 days. He's teaching me the ropes.
An amateur, Dan thought. This is your first bounty hunting job?
That's right. My very first.
Seems to me you'd do better playing piano in Nashville than doing this kind of work.
Isley, don't talk to him.
Flint came back in. What he'd found had been 2 grim rooms, each with 2 iron-framed, bare-mattressed cots. He hadn't failed to notice that the legs of the cots were standing in water-filled coffee cans to keep insects from climbing up them. If this was the executive quarters, he would have hated to see the work crew's barracks. Then again, the cabin didn't look like anyone had been there in quite some time. But all he wanted was a few hours of sleep, and he didn't need a Hilton Hotel pillow. Flint took the Derringer back from Isley. Come on, Lambert. You want to do your business? Let's get it done. Through a rear window, he'd seen a tin-roofed shed that he figured must be where the shower and toilet were. The generator was sending juice to an electric bulb burning over the shed's door, but stepping in was going to be an act of either raw courage or sheer desperation. Arden had already forced herself, out of desperation, to walk into the shed. Fortunately, there was a light bulb inside as well as outside, but Arden approached the toilet with trepidation. There were no water moccasins coiled up inside, as she'd feared, but it wasn't the cleanest in the world. She did what she had to do, used a roll of tissue that could have scraped paint off metal, and got out as fast as she could. In the room in which she'd chosen to sleep, she had put the pink drawstring bag atop a battered old pine chest of drawers. Now, under the single dirty light bulb that burned at the ceiling, she opened the bag and removed what was held within. One after the other, she lined up 5 little horses side by side. They had been bought at a dime store in Fort Worth. They weren't much, but they were everything. 5 horses, 2 brown, 1 black, 1 gray. The paint was chipping off them, revealing the red plastic they were molded from. She knew their secret names, and they watched over her. They reminded her of a time when she'd been happy, when she could believe the future was wide open spaces, even through the Texas dust and grit and the hard work that had to be done. They reminded her that once upon a time, she had been needed. She sat on the edge of a cot and stared at the small plastic figures, her eyes glazed and tired. She was wrecked, and she knew it. But her thoughts were still circling that flame, circling. The bright girl. A touch from the bright girl, and she would be healed. Jupiter said so. Jupiter wouldn't have lied to her. No. A touch from the bright girl, and the mark, the ugly bad luck mark that had tormented her all her life, and caused her father to walk out the door and never come back, and her mother to fall under the weight of the bottle, would be taken away. The bright girl wasn't dead. The bright girl was forever young and pretty, and she carried the lamp of God. Jupiter hadn't lied. He hadn't. But what about Dan? He couldn't go any farther. If he was the man God had provided to take her to the bright girl, then why was he being wrenched away from her? She'd thought about trying somehow to get him away from the bounty hunters, but what could she do? And she'd seen it in his face, there in the cafe. He was sick and weary of running, and he could not go on. "You his hands," she remembered Jupiter saying. But what if Jupiter had been wrong? 6 o'clock, she thought. 6 o'clock. She had to press that number into her mind, so she could sleep for 3 or 4 hours and then get up in time. She had to forget about Dan, had to let him go. As much as she wanted, she couldn't help him. Now she had to help herself, and it seemed to her that the morning would be her last chance. Where she would go and what she would do if she found the bright girl's grave, she didn't know. She couldn't think about it, because that way led to black despair. She lay down and stared at the ceiling. The 5 horses, her talisman, would watch over her during the night. She might dream of waking up, and hearing them pawing and snorting for her in the barn, saying, "Hurry, come to us, hurry, we will never hurt you, we will never hurt." At last, mercifully, her eyes closed. She listened to the rumble of the generator, the grump of frogs, and the chitterings of insects and night birds, the heavy, thudding heartbeat of the oil-pumping machinery in the distance. She was afraid of what daylight might bring. She was equally afraid of knowing and of not knowing. A single tear trickled down the cheek on the deep violet birthmarked side of her face. Sleep came for her and took her away. Pelvis had gone outside to let Mama answer nature's call. While he was out there, he unzipped and added some water to the cove. After Mama was finished, he picked her up and started back inside. And that was when he saw a match flare on the plank walkway that led back over the swamp grass and rushes to the center of St. Nasty. He saw the orange-daubed face of a man as the match touched the tip of a cigarette, and then the match was flicked out into the water like a little comet. He watched the cigarette's tip glow as the man inhaled. Then the glow vanished. Either the man was cupping the cigarette in his hand or he'd walked away. It was hard to tell in the dark. Pelvis stood there, stroking Mama for a moment. But when she let out a few exhausted yaps at something that rustled in the watery weeds under the platform, he decided it was time to get back inside. He wondered how many snakes must be watching him, and the thought made him shudder as if someone had just stepped on his grave. 22. The Sound of Scales. "I'm going to take a shower," Flint told Pelvis when he walked through the door. "I want you to sit in there and watch him, here? Take the gun and just sit there. I'll be back in a few minutes." He'd taken Dan to the shed and found a grimy cake of soap in a cramped little shower stall. Though he had no towel, he couldn't bear his own body odor any longer. He started to turn away, but he had to ask a burning question. "Isley, where'd you learn the Chopin piece?" "Sir?" "The Chopin piece. The classical music you played. Where'd you learn it?" "Oh, that was something my piano teacher taught me. Mrs. Fitch was her name. Said it was a good, quick finger workout. And 'cause you had to think about what you were doing, it calmed you down. I reckon it did the trick for my nerves. I never would have thought you could play classical music." Pelvis shrugged. "No big thing. Them fellows pooted in their pants like everybody else. You go on and take your shower. Don't worry about Lambert." Flint left the cabin, not sure he would ever again listen to his tape of Chopin preludes with quite the same reverence. Pelvis went into the bedroom Flint had chosen for himself and found the killer lying on one of the cots, his right hand cuffed to the iron bed frame. Pelvis sat down on the other cot, laid Mama aside, and held the Derringer aimed at Dan. "I wish you wouldn't do that," Dan said 20 seconds later when it was clear Isley meant to point the gun at him until Murtaugh returned. "I'd hate for that to go off." "Mr. Murtaugh told me to watch you." "Can't you watch me and aim that gun somewhere else?" "I could. I don't want to." Dan grunted and allowed a slight smile. "You must think I'm a big, bad son of a bitch, huh? You killed 2 men. That don't make you an angel in my book." Dan started to sit up, but he thought better of making any quick moves. "I didn't kill the man at that damn motel. His wife did it." "His wife? Oh, that's a good one." "He was alive when I left there. His wife had already shot him in the gut with a shotgun, aiming at me. She beat him to death after I was gone. Maybe she was mad at him because I got away." "Uh-huh. I reckon somebody else popped up and killed that fella at the bank, too. And you just happened to be standing there." "No," Dan said. "That one I'll bear the blame for." "Surprised to hear it." Dan cupped his left hand under his head and stared up at the ceiling. A moth was going around and around up there, searching for a way out. Blanchard had a family. It wasn't his fault things are how they are. There's no way on earth I can live with what I did, so I might as well die in prison. Pelvis was silent for a moment. The Derringer had wandered. He'd never met anybody who'd committed murder before, and he found his nervousness being replaced by curiosity. "What did that fella do to you so bad you had to kill him?" he asked quietly. Dan was watching the trapped moth beating itself against the stark, bare light bulb. He was too tense to sleep yet, and the room was too hot. "I didn't go to that bank meaning to do it," he answered. "Blanchard was taking my pickup truck away from me. It was the last thing I had. I lost my temper, a guard came in, and we fought. Blanchard pulled a pistol on me. I had the guard's gun, and I squeezed the trigger first. Didn't even aim. I knew Blanchard was finished when I saw all that blood. Then I got in my truck and ran." Pelvis frowned. "You should have stayed there.
Maybe pleaded self-defense or something. I guess so. But all I could think about right then was getting away. How about the girl? We thought you took her hostage. Is she kind of off in the head? No, she's just scared.
Dan explained how he'd met Arden, and about her belief in the bright girl. In the morning, she wants to go find some Cajun fisherman called Little Train. He's supposed to live in a houseboat a mile or so south of here. That fellow who runs the cafe's taken her. I don't have the right to tell her not to go, and I don't think she'd listen to me anyway. An idea struck him, and he angled his face toward Isley. You could go with her.
Me?
Yeah. They're leaving at 6. He managed to twist his cuffed wrist around so he could see his watch. Going on 2:30. You could go with her. Make sure she's all right. If the supply boat doesn't come till afternoon, you'll be back in plenty of time.
Back from where?
Flint peered through the doorway, his hair still wet. He had carefully and methodically scrubbed the grime from his and his brother's flesh. It had been torment to buckle the sweat-stiff miniature shoulder holster against his skin and then put on his swamp-tainted clothes again. Under his once-white shirt, Clint was sleeping, but Flint could feel the soft bones shift every so often deep in his constricted guts.
He was asking me to go with the girl,
Pelvis said.
Bert, you know, from the cafe. He's going to take her at 6 o'clock to see a Cajun fellow lives a mile south. She's trying to find a...
Forget it. Flint took the derringer from him. We're not nursemaids. I don't know what her story is, but we're leaving here on that supply boat, and she can go with us or not. It's up to her.
Yes, sir, but if it's just a mile off, I'll be back before...
Isley? Flint cut him off. The girl's crazy. She'd have to be crazy to come down here knowing who Lambert is. Get up off there. I've got to lie down before I fall down. Pelvis cradled Mama in his arms and stood up. Mama awakened and gave a cranky growl, then her bulbous eyes closed and she went limp again. Flint lay down on the cot. Springs jabbed his back through the thin mattress, but he was so tired he could have slept on a bed of nails. Arden shouldn't go off in the swamp with somebody she doesn't know, Dan pressed on. It doesn't matter what you think of her. She could still get in a lot of trouble. She's not our business. You are. Maybe that's so, but she needs help. Not from us. Not from you, I guess. Dan looked up at Pelvis. How about it? Would you? Hey! Flint sat up again, his deep sunken eyes red-rimmed and angry. He doesn't have any say-so about this. I'm calling the shots. Now why don't you shut your mouth and get some sleep? Isley, you go on, too. Pelvis hesitated. The electric lights and their pools of shadow gave him little comfort. Several times already he had imagined he'd caught a slow uncoiling from the corner of his eye. How come Mama and me have to sleep in a room by ourselves? Because there are only 2 cots in here, that's why. Now go on. That was an awful big snake that fellow found. I wonder which cot it was under. Well, I'll tell you what, Flint said. You and the mutt can sleep in here. Just curl up on the floor between us. Maybe that'll make you feel safer. No, I don't think it would. The lights are on, all right? Nothing's going to crawl out and get you with the lights on. Pelvis started to retreat to the other room. It seemed a vast distance away from the protection of Flint's derringer. He paused again, his face furrowed in thought. Mr. Murtaugh, don't you think it'd be wrong if we knew something might happen to that girl and we didn't try to help her? She can take care of herself. We don't know that for sure. Lambert says she's from Fort Worth and she don't have any way to get home. It's not our problem, Isley. Yeah, I know that and all, but seems to me we ought to have a little feeling for her situation. Flint glared at Pelvis with a force that seemed to scorch the air between them. You haven't learned a thing from me, have you? Sir? Bounty hunters don't feel. You start feeling and you start getting interested. When you start getting interested, you start letting your guard down. Then you wind up with a knife in your back. If the girl wants to go see some Cajun swamp rat, it's her business. She knows the supply boat's leaving in the afternoon. If she wants to be on it, she will be. He held Pelvis's gaze a few seconds longer, then he lay back down, the derringer in his right hand. I've met all the swamp rats I care to, in case you've forgotten the marina. No, I ain't forgotten. I'd say we were lucky to get out of that alive. While you're with me, I'm responsible for you, much as I hate it. So you're not going off in the swamp with some crazy girl and end up getting your throat cut. Now go to sleep. Pelvis chewed on Flint's logic, his brow still creased under his lopsided wig. Dan said, She's not crazy. She's a decent person. I wish you'd help her.
Lambert, one more word from you and you're going to spend the night with both arms between your legs and a sock stuffed in your damn mouth.
Sorry,
Pelvis told Dan.
I can't.
He summoned up his courage and went into the other room, where he laid Mama down on the cot and then settled himself beside her. He lay very still, listening for and dreading the sound of scales slithering across the planked floor. Dan's head had been aching, a slow, insistent throb for the past 2 hours. The pain kicked in again, getting between him and sleep. He would have given his left nut, whatever it was worth these days, for a bottle of Tylenol. Strangely, though, it was a relief his running was over. He didn't have to be afraid any more of what might be coming up behind him. The idea of getting out of the country, he realized now, had always been an illusion. Sooner or later he would have wound up in handcuffs. He would learn to deal with prison in the time he had left. He was just sorry Arden had gotten mixed up in this. Dan thought Murtaugh was asleep, but suddenly the bounty hunter shifted on his cot and said,
"What the hell made that girl come down here with you anyway?"
"She believes there's a faith healer living in here somewhere, called the Bright Girl. She thinks that if she finds the Bright Girl, she can get that birthmark off her face."
"A faith healer? Like Oral Roberts?"
"A little quieter, I reckon, and poorer, too. I don't believe in such things myself."
"I don't either. It's a shakedown for the rubes."
Carnival talk, he realized as soon as he'd spoken. "Arden's desperate," Dan said. "She found out who I was, but she still wanted me to bring her down here. She doesn't have any money, no car, nothing. Lost her job. She's convinced herself that if she finds the Bright Girl and gets that mark off, her bad luck will be gone too, and her whole life will change."
"To you, desperate,"
Flint said.
"To me, that's crazy."
"I guess people have believed stranger things." Flint was silent. He and Dan suddenly heard a noise like a buzzsaw starting up, followed by a swarm of enraged bees trapped in a tin bucket. Pelvis was snoring.
"Yeah, I knew that was coming,"
Flint sighed. He shifted again, trying to get comfortable. The heat was squeezing sweat from his pores, and his body was exhausted, but his mind wasn't ready to shut down and let him sleep.
"Lambert, where'd you think you were going to run to?"
"I don't know. Anywhere but prison."
"I'm surprised you got as far as you did. You've been all over the TV and newspapers. Is that why you killed the fella at the motel? Was he about to turn you in?"
"I told you I didn't do that. His wife did."
"Come on now. You can level with me."
"I didn't kill him. I swear to God."
"Uh-huh,"
Flint said with a knowing half-smile.
"I've heard that from a lot of guilty bastards."
He recalled what Lambert's taekwondo-loving ex-wife had said in the park. It was self-defense. He's not a cold-blooded killer. Another question came to him that he had to ask.
"Why didn't you shoot me? When you had my gun and I was on the ground, why didn't you just blow my brains out? You didn't want to kill me in front of your family, right?"
"Wrong. I didn't want to kill you, period."
"You should have. If I'd had the gun and you'd been the bounty hunter after my ass, I would have shot you. At least blown away your knees. Didn't you think of that?"
"No." Flint turned his head to look at Dan, who had his eyes closed. Of the 20 or so felons, mostly bail jumpers and small-time criminals with a couple of real bad boys in the bunch, Flint had tracked over his 7 years in the employ of Eddie Smotes. This one was different. There was something about Lambert he couldn't decipher, and this fact greatly agitated him. If Lambert had just finished killing the man at the motel before he'd come to Basile Park, if he was a mad dog, as Smotes had said, then he would have had nothing to lose by putting a couple of bullets through Flint's knees, which was the fastest way to keep anybody from chasing after you. And why hadn't Lambert kept the gun? Why had he been carrying no weapons at all? Why had he brought the girl with him and not planned to use her as a hostage? It just didn't make sense.
It was self-defense. He's not a cold-blooded killer.
Cold-blooded or not, Flint thought Lambert was a killer. Maybe Lambert had just snapped or something. Maybe he hadn't gone into that bank wanting to kill anybody. But the fact was that Lambert was worth $15,000, and Flint wanted his share of it. Bottom line. He listened to Lambert's deep and steady breathing. He thought the man was asleep, but he was going to keep the gun in his hand all night. Though Lambert couldn't get out of that cuff, he might go crazy, try to drag the cot across the space between them and attack Flint. It had happened before. You never knew what set killers off, and the quiet ones were the most dangerous. Flint closed his eyes. In the other room, Pelvis's snoring had taken on the sonic charm of a cement mixer, and now Mama gave a little yip, yip, yip in her sleep. It was going to be pure pleasure to say good riddance to those two. He needed a fat hillbilly and a flea-bitten mutt hanging around him like he needed a fourth arm. He thought of Pelvis's performance, which had been okay if you liked that kind of low-down caterwauling. He thought of the bartender saying, "Hell, I'll be his manager then. Get out of this damn swamp and get rich. I won't never look back." And then he knew he must be asleep, because he was looking at the clean white mansion of his dreams. There it was, the beautiful rolling green lawn, the huge stained glass window, the multiple chimneys. The sight of it thrilled his soul with majestic wonder. It was the mansion of his birth, the clean white mansion that existed somewhere in this land far from the dismal grime of his life. He began to walk across the lawn toward it, but as always he couldn't get any nearer. It always drew away from him no matter how fast or how long he walked. He could hear his shoes, his shining, polished black wingtips, pressing down the velvet blades of grass. He could feel the summer breeze on his face and see his shadow walking ahead of him. He would have to walk faster. But again the white mansion receded, a beautiful taunt. Inside that mansion lived his mother and father, and if he could only get there, he could ask them to take him in. He could tell them he forgave them for giving him up when he was a three-armed baby, with a fleshy knot on his side that had an extra mouth and set of nostrils in it. He could show them he'd grown up to be a man of taste, of manners and good breeding. And he could tell them he loved them, and if they took him in, he would promise, he would swear to God, that he would never cause them reason to be ashamed. Bam! The explosion blasted Flint out of his dream. As the mansion was swept away in a heartbeat, he sat up with a jolt, his eyes bleary and the derringer held in a white-knuckled grip. His first thought was that Lambert had gone crazy and was trying to drag the cot over to flail at him with his free hand. Dan was sitting up, too, his mind still shocked by the noise that had shattered his deep and dreamless sleep. The handcuff was cutting into his right wrist. He and Flint looked at each other, both of them dazed. Mama had started barking, and Pelvis was making a sputtering noise as he struggled back to the land of the living. Suddenly someone came into the room. "They're in here. Got a gun," a man shouted. A figure lunged at Flint. He had no time to think to fire. His arm was seized, a hard blow hit him on the shoulder, and he cried out as pain streaked down to the tips of his fingers. The derringer was ripped from his hand, and a wiry arm went around his throat. He started thrashing, but the arm squeezed his larynx and took the fight out of him. Another man entered the room, a man in a dirty yellow shirt and blue jeans, and he said, "That's the bastard shot Virgil. Hey, Doc, in here he is." At the mention of those names, Flint felt panic clutch his heart. Doc walked in. Sauntered, actually. He was still wearing his Harvard T-shirt, but he had on chinos with patched knees. His round-lensed sunglasses had been exchanged for glasses with clear lenses. Doc grinned, showing his greenish teeth. His long gray blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail and secured with a rubber band. "Gomer says, hey," he said. "You sweet motherfucker, you." He reached out and clamped a hand onto Flint's chin. "Now, you didn't think we were going to let you hit and run, did you?" Flint didn't answer. He couldn't because his lips were crushed together. Doc's head swiveled. Still grinning widely, he looked at Dan, and his gaze found the handcuff. "Well, what's this all about now, huh? Who are you, friend?" Dan Lambert. The haze of weariness hadn't quite cleared yet. Everything was still weirdly dreamlike. "I'm Doc. Pleased to meet you. Monty, bring old Elvis in here with us." In another few seconds, Pelvis was hurled through the doorway, and he slammed down to the floor on his hands and knees. Behind him entered a heavy-set man with narrowly slit eyes, crew-cut hair, and a bristly brown beard and mustache. The man was holding a snarling and kicking Mama by the scruff of her neck. "Look what I got me," he announced. "Please." Pelvis's face was stricken with terror, his eyes sleep-swollen. "Please, that's my dog." "No, it ain't," Monty said petulantly. "It's mine." "He ain't had a dog since last week when he got hungry after midnight." Doc put a combat-booted foot on one of Pelvis's shoulders. "Down, boy," he said, and he shoved Pelvis flat to the floor. "My throat," Flint gasped at the man who had an arm pressed into his larynx. "You're crushing my throat." "Aw, our man Flint can't hardly talk. Ain't that a bitch?" Doc shook his head with mock pity. "Best ease up on him." The arm loosened. "We wouldn't want to hurt either one of you fine fellas," Doc went on.
Not till we get a chance to boogaloo on your balls, I mean. Then we'll get down to some hurting.
What's going on? Dan asked.
Who are you? I'm me. Who are you?
I told you. My name's...
No?
Doc put a forefinger against Dan's mouth.
Who are you, as in why are you wearing a handcuff?
Listen, Flint said, and he heard his voice tremble.
Listen, all right?
Doc bent toward him and cupped his hands behind his ears.
There's been a mistake,
Flint said.
Mistake, he says,
Doc relayed to the others.
Fucking big mistake,
the man in the yellow shirt said.
You shot a friend of ours, crippled him. Ain't no good for nothing now.
Shh, Doc whispered.
Let the man weave his news, Mitch.
If there was ever a time for the truth, this was it. Pinpricks of sweat glistened on Flint's face. He said,
I'm a bounty hunter, working out of Shreveport. Both of us are.
He nodded toward Pelvis.
The man in handcuff is a wanted killer. $15,000 bounty on his head. We followed him down here and we're taking him back. Oh, first you're an astronaut, now you're Mr. Wanted dead or alive.
Doc looked at Dan.
That the truth?
Dan nodded.
I can't hear you.
It's true. Dan realized this man was 2 bricks shy of a load. But what had really set off his alarms was the fact that he'd seen a .45 automatic pushed down into the waistband of the man's chinos at the small of his back. The big bearded bastard named Monty had a holster on his hip with a pearl-handled .38 in it. And the man who gripped Flint's throat wore an honest-to-God Ingram submachine gun on a strap around his left shoulder. The derringer he'd wrenched away from Flint now held in his right hand.
You killed somebody?
Doc's eyebrows went up.
2 men,
Flint answered.
When we were at the marina, I was calling the man I work for, in Shreveport, letting him know where we were. Where you were,
Doc said quietly,
was on our territory.
Pelvis had gotten up on his hands and knees once more, his eyes turned tearfully toward the man who held Mama.
Get down, I said.
Doc's gaunt cheeks burned red, and he jammed Pelvis to the floor with a boot again.
You stay down until I say you can move. Where's that fucking spray you shot me with now, huh? I'll ram my fist up your fat ass and jerk your guts out, hear me? Hear me?
Yes, sir. Pelvis's body was starting to shake.
Where you were,
Doc repeated, speaking to Flint in a voice that was eerily calm after his outburst,
was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, I admit it. I messed up, okay? I thought you might have been somebody else. But when this bastard down here hurt me and you crippled one of my friends, you crossed the line with me. I can't let that pass.
He shrugged.
It's a hormone thing. I thought you were trying to kill me,
Flint said.
What was I supposed to do? You were supposed to take what we gave you, Flinty. Anyhow, if you told us who you really were instead of pulling that smart-ass bullshit, you wouldn't be hip-deep in hell now, would you?
He held his palm out and wriggled his fingers.
The key. What key? To the cuffs. Come on, give it up.
Flint hesitated. Doc smoothly pulled the automatic from his waistband, clicked the safety off, and pressed the barrel against Flint's forehead. On the floor, Pelvis gave a muffled groan.
Give it up easy,
Doc said, his eyes icy behind the glasses.
Or I'll take it the hard way. Your choice.
Flint reached into his pocket.
Slowly,
Doc warned, and he put the key in the man's palm. Doc took 2 backward steps, turned toward Dan, and slid the key into the cuff's lock. He twisted it, and Dan heard the mechanism click open.
Fly free, brother,
Doc said. Dan unlatched the cuff from his wrist. Flint's face had become a blood-drained study in anguish.
Listen, please, he's worth $15,000. Not to me, he's not. Not to any of us.
Doc opened the other cuff and gave them and the key to Mitch.
See, man, we've all been there and back, on the long and twisty road. We don't give a shit for policemen or jails. Least of all for bounty hunters. On your feet.
The man behind Flint hauled him off the cot. Again, Doc placed the automatic's barrel to his forehead.
Mitch, shake him down. Wearing an empty holster under his right arm,
Mitch said as he frisked Flint.
And he's got something. Holy Jesus!
Mitch jumped aside as if his hands had been scorched, his eyes wide with shock.
It moved.
He fumbled under his shirt and pulled out a blue steel revolver.
It moved. What moved?
Doc tore the front of Flint's suit jacket open. and they all saw it. A serpentine shape twisting and writhing beneath Flint's shirt. Doc reached toward him, meaning to rip the shirt open, but before he could do it, Clint pushed free. First the small fingers and hand, followed by the slim, milky white and hairless arm. Doc stood very, very still. Everyone in the room was very, very still. Dan was starting to wonder what might have been in that gumbo he'd eaten. Clint's hand clenched at the air. Flint knew what would happen next. His shirt would be torn right off his back. To prevent that indignity, he undid the rest of the buttons and opened his shirt for them all to have a good look, his face tightening with rage, because their eyes had taken on that old familiar glint of ravening fascination he'd suffered so many times before.
God damn,
Doc whispered.
He's a fucking freak.
My brother Clint. Flint's voice was toneless, dead. Born this way. Here's his head. See? He drew his shirt wider to show them the fist-sized lump of Clint's eyeless face at his side.
I used to work the carnival circuit. Alive, alive, alive,
Flint said, and a dark and terrible grin split his mouth.
I ain't never seen nothing like that before,
Monty observed. He still held Mama, who'd given up on her snarling but was still kicking to get loose, by the scruff of the neck.
Seen a girl with 3 tits before, but nothing like that. It ain't real.
The man who'd gripped Flint's throat and taken away the derringer had backed halfway across the room.
It's a trick. You touch it and find out,
Mitch snapped. Doc pushed Clint's hand with the automatic's barrel as Flint's insides trembled. Suddenly, Clint's fingers closed around the barrel, and Doc gave a quiet laugh.
Far out.
He carefully worked the pistol's barrel free.
He'd like to see this, wouldn't he? He'd get a rush out of it. Damn straight he would,
Monty agreed.
He'd laugh his ass off.
Doc finished the job of frisking Flint, then, satisfied the bounty hunter had no other weapons, he spun the .45 around a finger and pushed it back into his waistband.
Get up, Elvis. We're going for a boat ride. Mitch, cuff 'em together.
Not me. I ain't touching that bastard.
You pussy.
Doc took the handcuffs and snapped Pelvis's left wrist to Flint's right. The key went into a pocket of his chinos. Where are you taking him? Dan asked, standing up from the cot.
Brother Dan, you really don't want to know. Just call this a gift and let it go at that. Now, if I were in your shoes,
he glanced down at them.
I'd steal some new ones. Those are about shot, Kimosabe. But if I were you, I wouldn't stick too long around here. Wouldn't be prudent. Can I have my dog, please?
Pelvis sounded close to sobbing.
Please, can I have her back?
I told you, it's my dog now,
Monty rumbled. He held Mama up and shook her.
Have it with some bacon and eggs come daylight.
1 second, Pelvis was a begging sack of sad flesh. The next second, he was a juggernaut, leaping forward, his teeth gritted in a snarl, his unchained hand straining for Monty's throat. Monty jerked Mama out of Pelvis's reach and hit him, hard and fast, with a scarred fist right in the mouth. Pelvis's head snapped back, his knees giving way, and as he fell, he almost dragged Flint down with him. Mitch was laughing a high-pitched giggle. Mama was snarling again, and Doc said,
Get up, Elvis.
He grabbed a handful of pompadour, pulled, and wound up with a wig dangling from his fingers.
Shit,
he laughed.
This fucker's coming apart.
Pelvis was down on his knees, his head bent forward, and drops of blood were dripping on the planks. His back heaved, and now it was Dan's turn to be speared with anguish. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know if there was anything he could do. Flint shot a glare at Dan that said, Look what you got us into. And then he bent beside Pelvis and said, Hang on. Just hang on. Stand him up, bounty hunter. Doc planted a wig backward on Pelvis's naked pate. Let's go. Why don't you leave him alone? He's not right in the head. Can't you see that?
Ain't right in the teeth, you mean,
Monty said, and he grunted a laugh. It was all Flint could do not to go for the bastard's throat himself, but he knew it would do no good. Come on, stand up, he said. I'll help you. He had to struggle with Pelvis's weight, but then Pelvis was standing on his own. Flint didn't want to look at the man's face. Some of the blood had dripped onto Clint's fingers and Flint's shirt. Out, Doc told them, and Monty gave them a shove toward the back door he'd kicked down. Dan stood, watching them go, the wheels spinning and smoking in his brain. Doc lingered behind the others.
Either of those men you killed a cop?
He asked. It made no sense at this precarious point to tell Doc he'd killed only one man, and that by sheer bad luck. No.
Next time, try for a cop.
Doc walked out of the cabin into the dark, whistling a happy tune. And Dan stood alone. 23. Crossbones. A pounding noise brought Arden up from the slow current of sleep. She looked out the window. Still dark. What was that noise? Louder, more insistent than the machinery. It took her another few seconds, her head still cloudy, to realize somebody was at the front door. "Arden, open up. It's me." Dan's voice. She stood up. Slowly, a struggle against stiff muscles. When she was on her feet, she had to pause as dizziness made the room spin around her. "Wait," she called. She limped to the door, then she had to use those same stiff muscles to push the sofa aside. Finally, the latch was undone, and Dan came in. His face glistened with sweat, his eyes wild. "What is it?" she asked. "I thought the bounty hunters had you." "They're gone. Somebody came and took them away." "Took them away? Where to?" "I don't know. Taken them by boat somewhere. 4 men. I haven't seen so much firepower since Nam." "What?" "The 4 men. I thought they were going to shoot him right there, but then they saw Murtaugh's arm. I mean his brother's arm." "What are you talking about?" He knew he was sounding as crazy as a broken shutter in a windstorm. He had to calm down, take some deep breaths. He pressed his fingertips against his temples. 4 men broke into our cabin and took him away. To where, I don't know, but the one who was the boss said something about a boat ride. They were all packing guns. He started to tell her about Murtaugh's little secret, but he decided she wasn't ready for that yet. They didn't want me, but they sure as hell marched Murtaugh and Isley out of there. He looked at his watch. 5:13. "Come on, we've got to tell somebody about this." "Wait a minute," she said. "Just a minute." She squeezed her eyes shut and then opened them again, trying to clear some of the cobwebs. Dan saw that sleep had lightened her eyes and that the birthmark had changed color again, like the rough skin of a chameleon, to a deep blue-tinged purple. "The bounty hunters are gone, right?" "Right." "Then that means you're free, doesn't it?" She ran a hand through the unruly waves of her hair. Her fingers found the painful, blood-crusted knot where her head had been banged in the car. "They tried to break your neck, and mine, too. Why should you care about them?" It was a good question. Maybe he shouldn't give a damn. Maybe he should go on as if Murtaugh and Isley had never existed. He didn't know what he could do. Nothing, most likely. But at the very least, he could tell somebody. Bert at the cafe had a radio telephone. That was the place to go. Dan said, "They were just doing their job the best they could. I've already caused 2 murders. I can't be quiet when I know there are going to be 2 more." He turned toward the door. "I'm going to the cafe." "Hold on," she said. He was right, and she was ashamed of her pettiness. The bounty hunters might have wanted to take Dan away from her before she found the bright girl, but the time had come to think clearly. "Give me a minute." She went into the room where she'd slept and put the 5 little plastic horses back into the pink drawstring bag. When she'd finished, she turned around, and there Dan was, standing in the doorway. He'd seen what she kept in that bag, and he remembered her telling him about the horses she'd been responsible for at the ranch. It struck him what she'd said at the Restwell Inn about her job with that band Joey the Punk had been in, the Hanoi Janes. Somebody had to be responsible. He thought he understood something more about her in that moment. It was at her core to be responsible. To feed and care for the old sway-backed and broken horses. To watch over a band of drunk hell-raisers. To offer a first-aid kit to a man she knew was a wanted killer. Joey always said I missed my calling, that I should have been a nurse. The horses, he realized, must have reminded her of that time in her life when she had cared about something, and been cared for. His heart hurt, because it came clear to him how alone she must feel, and how desperate to find a place of belonging. He turned his face away. "Don't laugh," Arden said as she drew the bag tight. "I'm not laughing. You ready?" She said she was, and they left the cabin. Outside, in the stifling wet heat, the night's last stars glittered overhead. But to the east there was the faintest smudge of violet. It took Dan and Arden 6 or 7 minutes to wend their path back across the walkways, and through the sprawl of clapboard buildings to the cafe. Except for the noise of generators and the incessant pumping of machinery from the direction of the derricks, St. Nasty had quieted considerably. A few men were still in the pool room, but the walkways were deserted. The cafe's dim lights remained lit, though, and when Dan pushed through the bat-wing doors, there was Bert, smoking another cigar stub as he swept the planked floor, the tables pushed back against the walls. Behind the bar, a second man was scrubbing beer mugs in a metal sink full of soapy, steaming water. "Morning," Bert said, but he kept to his task. "Y'all want some breakfast? You'll need to go to the chow hall over by barracks number 2. Start serving at 5:30. "Yeah, if you like them fake eggs and turkey shit sausage," the man behind the bar said. "These folks are with Cecil," Bert told his companion. "I swear, you should have heard him beating that—" "4 men broke into our cabin," Dan interrupted. "Maybe 20 minutes ago. They all had guns, and they took Murtaugh and Isley with them." Bert stopped sweeping, and the other man stared at them through the steam. "The one in charge called himself Doc, wore his hair in a ponytail. I don't know what it was all about, but I think somebody needs to know." Bert chewed thoughtfully on his cigar. "Can I ask you a question, mister? What the hell are y'all mixed up in?" He held up his hand as if to ward off the answer. "Wait, forget it. Maybe I don't want to hear it." "I thought you could call somebody on the radio telephone. The law, I mean." End of Side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8, Gone South, by Robert R. McCammon, continuing on page 282. Ha! Bert glanced over at the other man. "The law," he says, Jess. He ain't from around here, is he? "Must be from New York City," Jess said, and he returned to his scrubbing. "Parish ranger used to check in on us every now and again." Bert leaned on his broom. "They found his boat over on Lake Tambor. Not a sign of him, though. They won't never find him." "Yeah, he's gone south," Jess said. Dan looked sharply at him. "What?" "Gone south. That's Cajun talk for being dead. See?" Bert pulled the cigar from his mouth. "What did you say your name was?" "Dan. See, Dan, it's like this. You look on a map of the country, you see this swamp down here, and it still looks like it's part of the United States, right? Well, the map lies. This down here is a world all to its own self. It's got its own language, its own industries, its own, well, I wouldn't call them laws exactly. Codes would be more like it. Yeah, codes. The first one is, you don't mess with me, I don't mess with you. Living and working down here ain't easy. Tell me about it," Jess groused. "And so you do what you have to do to slide by. You don't stir up the water and get it all muddy. You don't throw over anybody else's boat or spit your tobacco in their gumbo. You just live and let live. Get my drift, Dan?" "I think so. You're saying you don't want to call the law." "That's half of it. The other half is that by the time the law gets here, by boat from Grand Isle, those 2 fellas are going to be dead. And that's a damn shame, too, 'cause Cecil had some talent." He pushed the cigar back into his mouth, drew on it, and returned to his sweeping. "Isn't there somebody here who could help? Don't you have any police around here?" "We've got what we call peacekeepers," Jess told him. "Company pays them extra. 5 mean sons of bitches who'll take you out behind a warehouse and whip your ass till there's nothing left but a grease stain." "Yeah." Bert nodded. "The peacekeepers make sure nobody robs anybody or stuff like that. But I'll tell you, Dan, not even the peacekeepers would want to tangle with those fellas you just seen." "You know who they were?" "Uh-huh." He aimed a glance at Arden, who was standing behind Dan. "Still want to see Little Train?" "Yes, I do." "I'll be ready in a few minutes, then." He swept cigarette butts and other trash into a dustpan and dumped the debris into a garbage bag. "Do you decide to go along, too?" The question was directed to Dan. He felt Arden staring at him. "Yeah," he answered. "I'll go, too. Y'all don't want to eat breakfast first?" "I'd like to go ahead as soon as we can," Arden said. "Okay, then. Let me see what I've got over here." Bert went behind the bar. "Some coffee left in the percolator, but I reckon it would strip the taste buds off your tongues. Oh, here you go. How about these?" He came up with 2 moon pies in their wrappers and 2 small bags of potato chips. "Want something to drink? You paid for the cabins. I'll throw this in free." "I'll try the coffee," Dan said, and Arden asked for a can of 7-Up. Bert brought them the moon pies and chips, and he went back to get the drinks. Dan still felt dazed by what he'd experienced, and he couldn't let it go. Those men. Do you know who they are? I know of them. Never seen him before myself. Don't want to either. Bert pushed a spigot and drew black, oily-looking coffee from a cold percolator into a brown clay cup. Who are they, then? They're fellas you don't want to be talking about. Bert brought the coffee and the can of 7-Up. Damn straight. Jess had begun drying the beer mugs. Plenty of ears in the walls round here. Dan drank some of the coffee and wondered if a layer of swamp mud might not be at the bottom of the percolator. This stuff was even tougher than Donna Lee's high octane. But it gave him a needed kick in the brain pan. He remembered the smack of the big man's fist hitting Isley in the mouth, a sickening sound. He remembered the drops of blood on the planks. Nothing's going to crawl out and get you with the lights on, Murtaugh had told Isley. But Murtaugh had been wrong. Dan found himself wondering what having an extra arm hanging from your chest and a baby-sized head growing from your side would do to a man. It sure would twist you. Maybe make you mean and bitter. What kind of a life had Murtaugh led? That sight alone had been enough to knock Dan's eyes out. He'd like to see this, wouldn't he? Doc had said to Monty. He'd get a rush out of it. Who had Doc been talking about? He drank the coffee and ate the potato chips first. Then he devoured the moon pie. His guts felt all knotted up. Isley had seemed all right. A little strange, yes, but all right. Murtaugh was a professional doing a job. It was nothing personal. $15,000 was a lot of money. Hell, if he was a bounty hunter, he would have gone after it too. Dan had already caused the death of 2 innocent people. Now 2 more were going to die because of him. The torment of watching Emery Blanchard bleed to death, and knowing he was the one who'd pulled that trigger, came back to him full force. He couldn't stand the thought of Murtaugh and Isley somewhere in the dark, destined to be either beaten or shot. And what could he do about it? Forget about them? Just let it go? If he did, how in the name of God could he ever call himself a man again? I'm ready, Bert said. My boat's at the dock. The aluminum motor skiff had room for 3 people. A 4th would have had to straddle the Evinrude. Throw the lines off, Bert directed Dan as he got the engine cranked. Then Bert steered them away from the dock. They picked up speed and followed the bayou south past another warehouse and an area where several dredgers and floating cranes were tied up. The air smelled of petroleum and rust, the light turning lavender gray as the sun began to rise. Arden sat at the front of the boat, her body bent slightly forward as if in anticipation, the warm wind blowing through her hair. Dan watched her hand kneading the drawstring bag. After a few minutes, he looked back and saw the derricks of St. Nasty receding against the violet-streaked sky. Then he looked forward again toward whatever lay ahead. The boat growled on through the dark brown foamy water. On either side of the bayou, half-submerged trees and vegetation boiled up in a wild variety of green fronds, lacy moss, spindly reeds, gold-veined fans, and razor-edged sawgrass. Here and there, flowers of startling red, yellow, or purple had opened their petals amid the tangle of thorns or rigid palmetto spikes. Bert tapped Dan's shoulder and pointed to the right, and Dan saw a 4-foot-long alligator sitting on the decaying length of a fallen tree, a crumpled white heron in its jaws. As they followed the bayou farther away from St. Nasty, the smell of crude oil and machinery was left behind as well. The sun had started throwing golden light across the water and through the thick boughs, and the cloudless sky was changing from gray to pale blue. Dan could feel the humid heat building, fresh sweat blotching his dirty T-shirt. Occasionally they passed the entrances to other narrower channels, most of them choked up with swamp grass and duckweeds. Dan smelled sweet wild honeysuckle, mingled with the earthier aroma of rotting vegetation. They rounded a bend in time to see a dozen white herons flying low across the water. Then the birds disappeared amid the trees. The sunlight was strengthening, sparkling off the tea-colored surface, and the early heat promised misery by 9 o'clock. Bert turned them into a bayou that wound off to the left from the main channel. They'd gone maybe 50 yards when Arden saw a piece of board with a skull and crossbones crudely painted on it in white, nailed to a tree trunk. She got Bert's attention and motioned to the sign, but he only nodded. A second skull and crossbones sign was nailed to a tree farther up the bayou, this one in red. Little Crane don't care much for people, Bert told Dan over the motor's snarl. It's okay, though. He trusts me. We get along all right. The bayou's green walls closed in. 30 feet overhead, the tree branches merged, breaking the light into yellow shards. Bert reduced their speed by half and steered the curve of another bend where the mossy tree trunks were as big around as tractor tires. And there, ahead of them in a still and silent cove, was Little Train's house. Technically, it was a houseboat, but from the looks of the vines and moss that had grown over its dark green sides like fingers enfolding it into the wilderness, it hadn't been moved for many years. It had a screened-in porch that jutted out over the water, and up top was the hooded lid of a stovepipe chimney. Next to the houseboat was a short tin-roofed pier on which stood a half-dozen rusty oil drums, an old bathtub, a clothes wringer, and various other bits and pieces of unidentifiable machinery. On the other side of the pier was an enclosed floating structure 50 feet in length and 15 feet high, also green-painted and its sides and roof overgrown with vines. Dan could see the crack between a pair of doors at the end of the structure, and he figured another boat must be stored within. "I'll drift up against the pier if you'll jump out and tie us," Bert said as he switched the motor off, and Dan nodded. When they were close enough, Dan stood up, found his balance, and stepped to the pier. Bert threw him a rope secured to the skiff's stern, and Dan tied it up to one of the wooden posts that supported the roof. When he grasped Arden's wrist in helping her out, Dan could feel her pulse racing. Her eyes had taken on that fervent shine again, and her birthmark had become almost blood red. "Hey, Little Train!" Bert shouted at the houseboat. "You got some visitors." There was no response. Up in the trees, birds were chirping, and a fish suddenly jumped from the cove's water, a flash of silver, and splashed back again. "Hey, Train!" Bert tried again. He stood on the pier, not daring to set foot without invitation on the astroturfed walkway that connected it to Little Train's home. "It's Bert Dunbro. Come to talk to you." "Who you are I be seeing, fool," rumbled a surly, heavily accented voice from a screened window. "Who they are." "Tell him," Bert urged quietly. "My name's Dan Lambert." Dan could see a figure beyond the screen, the blur of a face, but nothing more. "This is Arden Halliday." Silence. Dan had the feeling the man was studying Arden's birthmark. Arden shared the same sensation. Her right hand had squeezed tightly around the drawstring bag, her heart slamming. "I need your help," she said. "Help," the man repeated. "What kind of help?" "I'm trying to find someone." Her mouth was so dry she could hardly speak. "A woman called the Bright Girl." There was another stretch of silence for Dan and Bert, but Arden was almost deafened by her heartbeat. Bert cleared his throat. "Old gal at the cafe told her this Bright Girl used to live in a church on Goat Island. Said she's in a grave out there. I said I've been hunting on Goat Island, and far as I know, nobody ever lived on it." Little Train did not speak. "What do you say?" Bert asked. "Anybody ever lived on Goat Island?" "No," came the answer. Arden winced. "I told her that. Told her you'd know if anybody would. Hey, listen. I need to put in an order for 100 pounds of cat and 50 pounds of turtle. What can you deliver by next Tuesday?" "The Bright Girl," the man said, and hearing him say it sent a chill up Arden's spine. "For her you're looking, eh?" "That's right. I'm trying to find her because—" "My own two eyeballs broke, they ain't. Come from where?" "Huh?" "He wants to know where you're from," Bert interpreted. "Texas. Fort Worth, I'm from," she said, in unconscious emulation of Little Train's Cajun patois. "Hoo-wee," he said. "At distance, you got to believe mighty hard, eh?" "I do believe." "This what you believe in," he said, "is wrong." Arden flinched again. Her hand was white-knuckled around the bag. "Bright Girl on Goat Island, no," Little Train continued. "Was a church out there, never. Who you think she may be, she ain't." "Wait," Dan said. "Are you saying there really is a Bright Girl?" "Saying we. Saying no, too. Not who this girl come from Texas to find." "Where is she?" Arden's throat clutched. "Please, can you take me to her?" There was no answer. Both she and Dan realized the blurred face was gone from the window. A door on the porch squeaked open, and Little Train stood before them. 24. Elephants and Tigers. His gravelly voice through the window screen had made him sound as if he might be a 7-foot-tall Goliath. Instead, Little Train stood barely 5'6", only 4 inches taller than Arden. But maybe he had the strength of a giant, because Dan figured he carried at least 160 pounds on his stocky, muscular frame. Little Train wore a faded khaki T-shirt over a barrel chest, and brown trousers whose cuffs had been scissored off above a well-worn pair of dark blue laceless sneakers. His forearms appeared solid enough to pound nails. The bayou sun had burned Little Train's skin to the color of old brick, and it looked as rough. His jaw and cheeks were silvered with a 3-day growth of beard, his hair a pale sandpaper dust across the brown skull. Beneath his deeply creased forehead, his clear gray eyes were aimed at Arden with a power that almost knocked her back a step. "Y'all come on in," he offered. Dan crossed the astroturfed plank first, then Arden and Bert. Little Train went ahead into the houseboat, and they followed him across the porch into a room with oak-planked walls and oak beams that ran the length of the ceiling. On the floor was a threadbare red rug that instantly charged Dan's memory. It had a motif of fighting elephants and tigers, and it looked like one of 1,000 the street-corner businessmen had hawked from rolling racks in Saigon. The furnishings also had an Oriental, Vietnamese, Dan wondered, influence. 2 intricately carved ashwood chairs, a bamboo table with a black metal tray atop it, an oil lamp with a rice paper shade, and a woven tatami neatly rolled up in a corner. A shortwave radio and microphone stood on a second bamboo table next to a shelf of hardback and paperback books. Through another doorway was a small galley, pots and pans hanging from overhead hooks. "My place," Little Train said. "Welcome to it." Dan was struck by the cleanliness and order. There was the ever-present smell of the swamp, yes, but no moldy stench. In the black metal tray on the first bamboo table were 3 smooth white stones, some pieces of dried reeds, and a few fragile-looking bones that might have been fish, fowl, or reptile. Mounted on one wall was a variety of other objects. A huge round hornet's nest, wind-sculpted pieces of bleached driftwood, an amber-colored snakeskin, and the complete skeleton of a bird with its wings outspread. Then he knew for sure what he'd suspected because he saw a group of framed photographs on the wall above the shortwave set. He walked across the Saigon Special rug for a closer inspection. They were snapshots of a boat's crew, bare-chested young men wearing steel helmets and grinning or firing upraised middle fingers from their stations behind 50-caliber machine guns, and what looked to be an 81-millimeter mortar. There were pictures of a muddy brown river, of the garish night lights of Saigon, of a cute Vietnamese girl who might have been 16 or 17, smiling and displaying the 2-fingered V of a peace sign to the camera. Dan said, "I was a Leatherneck, 3rd Marine. Where'd you catch it?" "Brownwater Navy," Little Train replied without hesitation. "Radar man 1st class, Swift PCF. These pictures of your boat?" The Swift PCF patrol craft crews Dan knew had taken hell along the constricted waterways of Nam and Cambodia. "Vera 1. "Your crew make it out?" "Just me and the fella sitting at the mortar. Night of May 16, 1970, we run into a chain stretched across the river. Them black pajamas waiting on the bank, eh? Hit us with rockets. I went swimming, back full of shrap." "You never told me you were over there in Vietnam, Little Train," Bert said. He burned his gaze at the other man. "Never you ask. And born on me, I tell you plenty time. Call me Train." "Oh, okay, sure. Train it is." Bert shrugged and cast a nervous grin at Arden. "Please," Arden said anxiously. "The bright girl. Do you know where she is?" He nodded. "I do." "Don't tell me you know where her grave is. Please tell me she's alive." "For you, then. Oui, alive she is." "Oh, God." Tears sprang to her eyes. "Oh, God. You don't know how much I wanted to hear that." "Who are you talking about, Train?" Bert frowned. "I never heard of any bright girl." "Never you needed her," Train said. "Can you take me to her?" Arden asked. "I've come such a long way. I don't have any money, but I'll sign an IOU. I'll get the money. However much you want to take me, I swear I'll pay you. All right?" "Your money I don't want. Got everything I need. I'm a rich man." "You mean you won't?" "Won't take no money, no. Who'll tell you about the bright girl way up there in Fort Worth, Texas?" "A friend who was born in LaPierre. He saw her when he was a little boy, and he told me all about her." "Oh, them stories. That she's a young, beauteous girl, and she don't never get old or die. That she can touch you and heal any sickness or cancer or scar. Your friend tell you all that?" "Yes." "So you believe mighty hard, and you come all the way down here to ask her touch.
'Cause that mark, it hurt you inside. Yes. Train reached toward her face. Arden's first impulse was to pull away, but his gaze was powerful enough to hold her. His rough brown fingers gently grazed the birthmark and then drew back. You strong-hearted? He asked. I think I am. Either am or not. I am, she said. Train nodded. Then I take you, no sweat. Dan couldn't remain silent any longer. Don't lie to her. There's no such person. There can't be. I don't care if she's supposed to be some great miracle worker. No woman can live 100 years and still look like a young girl. I say I take her to see the bright girl. Train's voice was calm. I say, too, the bright girl ain't who she come to find. What? Arden shook her head. I'm not following you. When we get there, you see things clear. Then we find out how strong you are. Dan didn't know what to say or what kind of tricks this man was trying to pull. None of it made any sense to him. What had started to gnaw at him again was the fate of Murtaugh and Isley. He couldn't stand the thought that his pulling the trigger in Shreveport had resulted in the death of Harmon DeCane and now, most likely, the two bounty hunters. There would be 4 murders on his head. And how could he live with that and not go insane? He remembered what Bert had said about Train back in the cafe. He gets all round the swamp. If anybody would know, it'd be him. Dan had to ask. There were 2 other men with us. We were at St. Nasty. Around 5 o'clock, 4 men with guns broke in our cabin and took 'em away. The one in charge was called Doc. Do you know? Oh, shit. Bert pressed his hands to his ears. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to know nothing about it. Hush up. Train's voice rattled the screens. Let him talk. I'm not staying around for this. No way. Y'all have fun. I'm getting back up the bayou. Bert started out, but paused at the door. Train, don't do nothing stupid. Hear me? I'll be expecting the cat and turtle by Tuesday. Hear? Go home, bon ami, Train said. And to you, safe passage. Good luck, Bert told Dan, and he went out and crossed the gangplank. Train walked past Arden to a window and watched Bert untie his boat, climb in, and start the engine. He's okay, Train said as Bert steered the motor skiff back up the narrow bayou the way they'd come. Hard-working fella. He knows who Doc is, doesn't he? Oh, oui. And so do I. He turned away from the window. His face seemed to have drawn tighter across the bones, his eyes cold. Tell me the tale, eh? Dan told him, omitting the fact that he was wanted for murder and that Murtaugh and Isley were bounty hunters. He omitted as well the fact of Murtaugh's freak show background. Doc said he was taking him somewhere by boat. He had some kind of score to settle with him, but I'm not sure what it was. Train leveled that hard, penetrating stare at Dan. Friends of you, they is? Not friends, exactly. Then who they is to you? More like fellow travelers. Where was they traveling to? Dan looked at the elephants and tigers in the rug. He could feel Train watching him, and he knew there was no use in lying. Train was no fool. He sighed heavily. The only path to take was the straight one. Flint Murtaugh and Pelvis Isley are their names. They're bounty hunters. They tracked me down here. I met Arden in a truck stop north of Lafayette and brought her with me. I came because I wanted to, Arden said. He didn't force me. Bounty hunters, Train repeated. What crime you did? I killed a man. Train didn't move or speak. He worked at a bank in Shreveport. There was a fight. I lost my head and shot him. The bank's put $15,000 reward on me. Murtaugh and Isley wanted it. Hoo-wee, Train said softly. You can have the reward. I won't give you any trouble. Can you call the law or somebody on that shortwave set? I already tell you I don't need no money. I'm rich, living as I do. I love this swamp. I grew up in it. I like to fish and hunt. What I don't eat, I sell. I boss myself. I get $15,000 in my pocket. Poof! There go my riches. Then I want another $15,000. But no more there is. No, I don't need but what I got. He frowned, the lines deepening around his eyes, and he rubbed his silvered chin. If them bounty hunters after you, how come for you want to have them?
How come you even telling me this? Because they don't deserve to be murdered, that's why. They haven't done anything wrong. Hey, calm down. Flying you head off ain't gonna help nobody. He motioned toward the porch. Y'all go out there, set, and take the breeze. I'll be there direct. What about the shortwave? Yeah, I could call the law way over to Grand Isle. Only thing is, they ain't gonna find you fella travelers, he decided to say. Likely they dead already. Now go on out and set yourself. There wasn't much of a breeze on the porch, but it was a little cooler there than inside the boat. Dan was too jumpy to sit, though Arden settled in a wicker chair that faced the cove.
You're going with me, aren't you?
She asked him.
We're so close, you've got to go with me.
I'll go. I still don't believe it, but I'll go. He stood at the screen looking out at the water's still surface. Damn, he said. There's got to be something somebody can do. You can take a swaller of this here. Train came onto the porch. He had uncapped a small metal flask, and he offered it to Dan. Ain't shine, he said when Dan hesitated. It's French brandy. Buy it in Grand Isle. Go ahead, eh? Dan accepted the flask and took a drink. The brandy burned its flaming trail down his throat. Train offered the flask to Arden, and when she shook her head, he took a sip and sloshed it around in his mouth before swallowing. Now, I'm going to tell you about them men, so listen good. They got a place about 5 miles southwest from here. Hid real fine. I ain't got an eye set for it, but I come up on it when I'm hunting boar near Lake Kalu. They been there maybe 3 months. Set up camp, rung in a prefab house, build a dock, swimming pool, and all what you like. Got a shrimp boat and 2 of them expensive cigarettes. You know them fast speeder boats. They put barbed wire around everything. He swigged from the flask and held it out to Dan again. I hear from an old Cajun boy live on Kalu Bay. Them men be poaching gator. Season don't start till September, see. Ain't no big thing, it happened. But I start to windin' in my head. How come they to poach gator? Somebody owns hisself 2 of them cigarettes. He got to poach gator. Why's that so, eh? He took the flask back after Dan had had a drink. Old boy says he's seen lights at night, boats coming and going all hours. So I go over there, hide my boat, and watch through my dark vision binocs, 'cause I eat up with curious. Took me 2 nights. Then I see what they up to.
What was it?
Arden asked, pulling her thoughts away from the bright girl for the moment. Freighter in the bay unloading what looked like grain sacks to the shrimp boat. All the time the 2 cigarettes they circling and circling round, throwing spotlights. And, ooh-wee, the men in them boats with the like of guns you never did saw. Shrimp boat brung the grain sacks back in, freighter up anchor and wind. He had another swig of Napoleon's finest. Now, what kind of cargo unloaded by night and be that worth protection? Drugs, Dan said. That's what I'm figuring. Either the heroin or the cocaine. Maybe both. All them miles and miles of swamp coast, the law can't hardly patrol a smidgen of it. And they boats in sorry shape. So these fellas bringing in the dope and shipping it north, likely taking it up by Bayou de Large or Bayou Grand Kalu and unloading at a marina. Selling some of it at St. Nasty, too. Bert's the one found out fella named Doc Nyland was hanging round the pool hall, giving men free samples to get 'em interested. Peacekeeper tried to do something about it. He went missing. Only thing is, I can't figure why they poaching the gators. Then, boom, it hit me like a brick upside my head. Train capped the flask. They worry somebody gonna steal them drugs away from 'em. Worry so much they gonna be hijacked, they gotta figure a way to move 'em safe. So what they gonna do, eh? They gonna put them drugs somewhere they can't be easy stole. His mouth crooked in a wicked smile. Like inside live gators. Inside 'em? Sans doute. You wrap that cocaine up in metal foil good and tight. Then you jam it down in them bellies with a stick. How you going to get it out unless you got a big knife and a lot of time to be cutting? That'd be the goddangdest mess you never did saw. I'll bet, Dan agreed. So what are they doing? Shipping the gators north to be cut open? Putting them on a truck and taking them to a safe place. Even if them gators die of bad digestion before they get where they're going, the cocaine's still protected in there. Maybe so. But I can't understand how Murtaugh and Isley got mixed up with a gang of drug runners. Is Doc Nyland their leader? Train shook his head. I seen somebody else over there. Looked like he was bossing. Fella don't wear no shirt, showing hisself off. Standing by the pool, them irons and weight bars laying everywhere. His girlfriend, all she do is lay there sunburning. I'm figuring he's the haunch. Dan looked out through the screen at the water. The sun was up strong and hot now, golden light streaming through the trees. A movement caught his attention, and he saw a moccasin undulating smoothly across the surface. He watched it until it disappeared into the shadows. It seemed to Dan that in this swamp, the human reptiles were the ones to be feared most of all. He lifted his forearm and stared at his snake tattoo. Once, a long time ago, he had been a brave man. He had done without hesitation what he thought was the right thing. He had walked the world like a giant himself, before time and fate had beaten him down. Now he was dying, and he was a killer, sick at heart. He felt as if he were peering into a snake hole, and if he reached into it to drag the thing out, he could be bitten to death. But if he turned his back on it like a coward, he was already dead. An image came to him, unbidden. Pharaoh's face and voice, there on that terrible night the sniper's bullets had hissed out of the jungle. "Go," he'd said. It had not been a shout, but it was more powerful than a shout. "Go." Dan remembered the glint of what might have been joy in Pharaoh's eyes as the man, a citizen of hell, one of the walking damned, had turned and started slogging back through the mud toward the jungle, firing his M16 to give Dan and the others precious seconds in which to save their own lives. Pharaoh could not live with himself, because he'd gone south. There in the village of Choyat, his simple mistake with the foil-wrapped chocolate bar had resulted in the death of innocents, and Pharaoh had decided, in the muddy stream at that crisis of time, that he had found an escape. Dan had once been a snake handler, a good soldier, a decent man. But he'd gone south, there in that Shreveport bank, and now he was a citizen of hell, one of the walking damned. But he knew the right thing to do. It was time to go. "You brain gear's getting hot," Train said in a quiet voice. "You have guns." It was a statement, not a question. 2 rifles. Pistol. How many men? Train knew what he meant. "I count 8 last time. Maybe more I don't see." Dan turned to face him. "Will you take me?" "No." Arden stood up, her eyes wide. "Dan, no. You don't owe them anything." "I owe myself," he said. "Listen to me." She stepped close to him and grasped his arm. "You can still get away. You can find—" "No," he interrupted gently. "I can't. Train, how about it?" "They'll kill you," Arden said, stricken with terror for him. "We," Train added. "That they'll try. Maybe Murtaugh and Isley are already dead." Dan stared deeply into Arden's eyes. It was a strange thing, but now he could look at her face and not see the birthmark. "Maybe they're still alive, but they won't be for very long. If I don't go after them, if I don't at least try to get them out of there, what good am I? I don't want to die in prison, but I can't live in a prison either. And if I don't do something, I'll carry my own prison around with me every hour of every day I've got left. I have to do this. Train?" He directed his gaze to the Cajun. "I'm not asking you to help me, just to get me close enough. I'll need to take one of the rifles, the pistol, and some ammo. You got a holster for the pistol?" "I do." "Then you'll take me?" Train paused for a moment, thinking it over. He opened the flask again and took a long swig. "You a mighty strange killer, wanting to get killed for somebody trying to slam you in prison." He licked his lips. "Ooh-wee! I didn't know I was going to get dead today." "I can go in alone." "Well," Train said, "it's like this here. I knew a fella named of Jack Girardeau. Parish ranger he was. He come by, we'd have a talk and eat some cat. I don't tell him about them men, 'cause I know what he'll have to do. I figure not to rock the boat, eh?" He smiled. It was a painful sight. The smile quickly faded. "If he don't find him, I figure he don't get killed. He was a good fella. A few days ago, fishermen find Jack's boat on Lake Tambla. That's a long way from where them men are, but I know they must have got hold of him and then towed his boat up there. Find his body, nobody ever will.
Now I gotta ask myself, did I done wrong? When they gonna find out I know about him and come for me, some night?
He closed the flask and held it down at his side.
Lived 45 good year. To die in bed and all. Could be we get it done and get out. Could be you my death angel, and maybe I know sooner or later you was gonna swoop down on me. It's gonna be like putting your hand in a cottonmouth nest. Are you ready to get bit?
I'm ready to do some biting, Dan said.
Okay, Leatherneck, okay. With you, I reckon. Got baby to carry us. Maybe we get real lucky.
Baby?
She my girl. You meet her direct.
One more thing, Dan added. I want to take Arden where she needs to go first.
No, impossible. Them men 5 miles southwest. The bright girl 9, 10 miles southeast. Down in the Castet Islands. We take her first, we're going to be losing too much time.
Dan looked at Arden, who was staring fixedly at the floor. I'll leave it up to you. I know how much this means. I never believed it, but maybe I should have. Maybe I was wrong, I don't know. Her chin came up and her eyes found his. What do you say?
I say...
She stopped and took a deep breath to clear her head. So many things were tangled up inside her. Fear and jubilation, pain and hope. She had come so far with so much at stake. But now she knew what the important thing was. She said, "Help them." He gave her a faint smile. He'd known what she was going to decide. You need to stay here. We'll be back as soon as...
No.
It was said with finality.
If you're going, I am too.
Arden, it might be rougher than hell out there. You could get yourself killed.
I'm going. Don't try to talk me out of it because you can't.
Clock's ticking, Train said. All right, then. Dan felt the urgency pulling at him. I'm ready. Train went into a back room and got the weapons. A Browning automatic rifle with a 4-bullet magazine, a Ruger rifle with a hunter's scope and a 5-shell magazine, and in a waist holster a Smith & Wesson 9mm automatic that held an 8-bullet clip. He found extra magazines for the rifles and clips for the automatic and put them in a faded old backpack, which Arden was given charge of. Dan took the Browning and the pistol. Train got a plastic jug of filtered water from the galley, slung the Ruger strap around his shoulder, and said, "We go." They left the houseboat and Train led them to the vine-covered floating structure next to the pier. He slid open a door. "Here she sits." "Jesus," Dan said, stunned by what he saw. Sitting inside was Train's second boat. It was painted navy gray, the paint job relatively fresh except for patches of rust at the waterline. It resembled a smaller version of a commercial tug, but it was leaner and meaner, its squat pilot house set closer to the prow. The craft was about 50 feet long, and 13 feet high at its tallest point, a tight squeeze in the oil-smelling, musty boathouse. It had not the gentle charm of an infant, but the armor-plated thread of a brute. Though the machine gun mounts and the mortar had been removed and other civilian modifications made to the radar mast, Dan recognized it as a Swift-type river patrol boat, the same kind of vessel Train had crewed aboard on the deadly waterways of Vietnam. "My baby," Train said with a sly grin. "Let the good times roll." 25. Reptilian. The sun had risen on a small aluminum rowboat in the middle of a muddy pond. In that rowboat, Flint and Pelva sat facing each other, linked by the short chain between their cuffed wrists. At 7 o'clock, the temperature was approaching 84 degrees, and the air steamed with humidity. Flint's shirt and suit jacket had been stripped off him, Clint's arm drooping lethargically from the pale, sweat-sparkling chest. Beads of moisture glistened on Flint's hollow-eyed face, his head bowed. Across from him, Pelva still wore his wig backward, his clothes sweat-drenched, his eyes swollen and forlorn. Dried blood covered the split sausage of his bottom lip, one of his lower teeth gone and another knocked crooked. Tendrils of crusty blood stuck to his chin. His breathing was slow and harsh, sweat dripping from the end of his nose into a puddle between his mud-bleached suedes. Something brushed against the boat's hull and made the craft lazily turn around its anchor chain. Flint lifted his head to watch a 5-foot-long alligator drift past, its snout pushing through the foul brown water. A second alligator, this one maybe 3 feet in length, cruised past the first. The cat-green eyes and ridged skull of a third had surfaced less than 6 feet from the rowboat. 2 more, each 4-footers, lay motionless side by side just beyond the silent watcher. Flint had counted 9 alligators at any one time, but there might be others asleep on the bottom. He couldn't tell one from the other except for their obvious size differences, so he really didn't know how many lurked in the sludgy pond. Still, they were quiet monsters. Occasionally 2 or 3 would bump together in their back-and-forth log-like driftings, and there might be an instant's outburst of thrashing anger. But then everything would calm down again but for the rocking of the boat and the thudding hearts of the men in it. Flint figured the alligators were prisoners here just as he and Pelvis were. The pond looked to be 65 feet across, from one side of a half-submerged, rusty barbed wire fence to the other. Beyond the alligator corral's heavily bolted gate was a pier where 2 cigarette speedboats, both of them painted dark, non-reflective green, were secured, along with the larger workboat Flint had seen unloading the reptiles at the Vermilion Marina. 8 feet of the pier was built out over the corral, and at its end stood a bolted-down electric winch Flint figured was used to hoist the alligators up onto the workboat's deck. During the 30-minute journey to this place in one of the speedboats, Monty had gleefully ripped the jacket and shirt off Flint's back and taken the Derringer's holster. Then, when they'd reached their destination, Doc and the others had debated for a few minutes what to do with them until he, whoever he was, woke up. Their current situation had been dreamed up by Doc, who got Mitch to row them in the aluminum skiff through the corral's gate, while Monty had followed in a second rowboat. There had been much hilarity from a group of men watching on the pier as Mitch had thrown a concrete brick anchor over the side, and then got into the boat with Monty, leaving Flint and Pelvis at the end of their chain. The party had gone on for a while.
"Hey, Freak, why don't you and Elvis get out of that boat and cool yourselves off?"
But the men had drifted away as the sun had come up. Flint understood why. The novelty had faded, and they'd known how hot it was going to get out here. Every so often Mitch, Monty, or some other bastard would stroll out to the pier's end to take a look and throw a remark at them that included the words freak or motherfuckers. Then they would go away again. Since Pelvis had been smashed in the mouth, he'd not spoken a single word. Flint realized he must be in shock. Monty had taken Mama with him, and the last time the bearded son of a bitch had come out to check on them, the little bulldog wasn't in his arms. Flint could smell meat cooking. Being burned was more like it. The pier continued on past the boats to a bizarre sight. A large suburban ranch house with cream-colored walls, perched on wooden pilings over the water. The place looked as if it had been lifted up off the mowed green lawn of the perfect American town, helicoptered in and set down to be the envy of the neighborhood. There was a circular swimming pool with its own redwood deck, one of those above-ground pools sold in kits. Here the pool was not above ground, but on a platform above swamp. On the pool's deck was a rack of barbells, a weight bench, and a stationary bicycle. Next to it was another large deck shaded by a blue and white striped canvas awning, and on the far side of the house, the platform supported a television satellite dish. Other walkways went off from the main platform, connecting the house to 3 other smaller wooden structures. Cable snaked from one of them to the house and the satellite dish, so Flint reasoned it stored the power generator. Though the alligator corral, the pier, and the swimming pool were out under the full sun, most of the house was shaded by moss-draped trees. Around the house and the corral and everything else, the swamp still held green dominion. Flint could see a bayou winding into the swamp beyond the farthermost of the 3 outbuildings, and there were red buoys floating in it to mark deeper passage for the workboat's hull. His survey of the area had also found a wooden watchtower about 40 feet high, all but hidden amid the trees at the bayou's entrance. Up top, under a green-painted cupola, a man sat in a lawn chair reading a magazine, a rifle propped against the railing beside him. Every few minutes he would stand up and scan all directions through a pair of binoculars. Then he would sit down again and return to his reading. "We," Flint said hoarsely, "are in deep shit." Pelvis didn't speak. He just sat there and kept sweating, his eyes unfocused. "Isley, snap out of it, hear me?" There was no answer. A little thread of saliva had spooled down over his wounded lip. "How about saying something?" Flint asked. Pelvis lowered his head and stared at the boat's bottom. Flint sniffed the air, catching the smell of burned meat. It struck him that bastard Monty might be hungry again, and he realized Pelvis was probably thinking the same thing he was. Mama was on the breakfast grill. "Hey, we're going to get out of this. Flint tried again. He thought it was the most idiotic thing he'd ever said in his life.
You can't go off and leave me now, hear?
Pelvis shook his head, and he swallowed with a little dry, clicking noise. Flint watched another alligator gliding past so close he could have reached out and poked it in the eye if he cared to lose a hand. Well, that'd be all right. He'd still have two. Hold on, he told himself. Hold on now. Control yourself. It's not over yet. They haven't shoveled the dirt over you. Hold on.
I'll bet this is all a big mistake, he said. I'll bet when that fellow wakes up, he'll come see us and we'll tell him the story and he'll shoot us on out of here.
His throat clenched up.
Scoot us out of here.
Isley's silence was scaring the bejesus out of him, making him start to lose his own grip. He'd gotten so used to the man's prattling, the silence was driving him crazy.
Isley, listen. We're not giving up. Pelvis? Come on, talk to me.
No response. Flint leaned forward, the sun beginning to scorch his back and sweat clinging to his eyebrows.
Cecil,
he said,
I'm going to slap the crap out of you if you don't look me in the face and say something.
But it was no use. Flint closed his eyes and pressed his uncuffed hand against his forehead. At his chest, Flint's arm suddenly twitched and the hand fluttered. Then it fell motionless again.
What did you call me?
Flint opened his eyes and looked into the other man's face.
Did you call me Cecil?
Pelvis had lifted his head. His split lip had broken open again, a little bloody fluid oozing.
Yeah, I guess I did.
A rush of relief surged through him.
Well, thank God you're back. Now's not the time to crack up, let me tell you. We've got to hang tough. Like I said, when that fellow wakes up and we tell him what a big mistake all this is, Cecil,
Pelvis whispered, and a wan smile played across his crusty mouth. Then it passed. His eyes were very dark.
I think they're cooking Mama, he said.
No, they're not. Hold on to him, Flint thought in desperation. Don't let him slide away again. That fellow is just pulling your chain. Listen, now get your mind off that. We've got other things to think about.
Like what? Which one of us they're going to kill first?
He squinted up at the sun.
I don't care. We ain't getting out of this. See, that's why you never would have made a good bounty hunter. Never. Because you're a quitter. By God, I'm not a quitter.
Flint felt the blood pounding in his face. He had to calm down before he had a heat stroke.
I said I was going to get Lambert, and I got him, didn't I? Yes, sir, you did. I don't think neither one of us is going to be spending much of that reward money, though. You just watch, Flint said. You'll find out.
He was aware of his own wheels starting to slip. Control, he thought. Control was the most important thing. He had to settle himself down before the pressure of this situation broke him. He unfolded Clint's clammy hand in his own, and he could feel their common pulse.
Self-discipline is what a bounty hunter needs. I've always had it, ever since I was a little boy. I had to have it to keep Clint from jumping around when I didn't want him to. Jumping around and making everybody look at me like I was a freak. Self-discipline is what you need, and a whole lot of it. Mr. Murtaugh,
Pelvis said in a soft and agonized voice that had very little of Elvis in it.
We're going to die today. Would you please shut up?
Flint's brain was smoking. He was burning up. His pallid skin cringed from the raw sunlight. And there was water everywhere, but not enough to cool himself in. He licked his lips and tasted sweat. An alligator nudged alongside the boat, a long scraping noise that made the flesh of Flint's spine ripple. He needed to get his mind fixed on something else. Anything else.
You'd be worth a damn, he said, if you had a manager.
Pelvis stared at him and slowly blinked.
What? A manager, like that fella said. You need a manager. Somebody to teach you self-discipline, get you off that damn junk food. Get you to stop trying to play Elvis and be Cecil. I heard what he said. I was standing right there. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not.
Flint reached up, his fingers trembling, and wiped the beads of sweat from his eyebrows.
I'm just saying you've got a little talent to beat the piano, and a good manager could help you. A good businessman. Somebody to make sure you got paid when you were supposed to. You wouldn't have to be a headliner. You could be in somebody else's band, or play backup on records, or whatever. There's money to be made in that line of work, isn't there? Are you crazy, Mr. Murtaugh?
Pelvis asked.
Or am I?
Hell, we both are.
Flint had almost shouted it. Control, he thought. Control. God, the sun was getting fierce. A pungent, acidic reek. The smell of swamp mud and gator droppings was steaming up off the water.
When we get out of here, which we will, after we talk to whoever's in charge around here, there's going to be tomorrow to think about. You're not cut out to be a bounty hunter, and I've been looking for a way to quit it for a long time. I'm sick of the ugliness of it, and I was never getting anywhere. I was just going around and around like a three-armed monkey in a cage, he said. Now, it might not work. Probably won't. But it would be a new start, wouldn't it? Getting awful hot out here, ain't it?
The voice caused both of them to jump. Monty was walking along the pier, splotches of sweat on his shirt. He was holding a plate of food, and he was chewing on some stringy meat attached to a small bone.
Y'all ain't gone swimming yet?
Neither Flint nor Pelvis spoke. They watched the big, brown-bearded man chewing on the bone in his greasy fingers.
Don't feel much like talking, do you?
Monty glanced quickly up at the sun. Then he threw the bone into the water beside their boat. The splash drew the attention of the alligators, and 3 or 4 of them quickly converged on the spot like scaly torpedoes. Water swirled, a tail rose up and smacked the surface. And suddenly an underwater disagreement boiled up. 2 reptilian bodies thrashing and the rowboat rocking back and forth on the muddy foam of combat.
Them boys are hungry this morning.
Monty started sucking the meat from another bone.
They'll eat any damn thing, you know. Got cast iron stomachs. Bet they'd like to get their teeth in you, freak. Bet you'd be a real taste sensation.
The alligators, finding no food on their table, had stopped squabbling. Still, they crisscrossed the pond on all sides of the boat.
Don't you men think this has gone far enough?
Flint asked.
We've learned our lesson. We're not coming back in here anymore.
Monty chewed and laughed.
Well, that's right. Of course you ain't leaving, either.
He flung the second bone in, and again the reptiles darted for it.
Hey, Elvis, you want some breakfast?
Pelvis didn't answer, and Flint saw his eyes glazing over again.
It's real good. A lot of meat on them bones. I was surprised. Want to try a bite or two?
He held up a hunk of white meat, and he grinned through his beard.
Woof, woof,
he said. Pelvis shivered. A pulse had started beating hard at his temple.
Hang on.
Flint grasped Pelvis's arm.
Steady now. I think he wants the rest of it, Mr. Freak. Here you go, Elvis. Aroo!
And as he howled like a dog, Monty tossed the rest of the plate's meat and bones up into the air over the corral. Before the first piece of meat or bone splashed the surface, Pelvis went crazy. He lunged over the rowboat's side. The chain of the handcuffs connecting their wrists jerked tight, and with a shout of terror, Flint was pulled into the water with him. For the last mile and a half, Train had cut the Swift's husky double diesels to 1/4 speed, about 7 knots, to keep the noise down. Now he switched off the engines and let the Swift coast along the narrow bayou.
Getting close,
he said behind the spoked wheel in the pilot house. Dan stood at his side, and Arden had found a bench seat to park herself on toward the stern.
You're going to run a minute or two, and we're doing some wading.
Dan nodded. The rifles, pistol, and the ammunition backpack had been stowed away in a locker at the rear of the pilot house. After leaving the cove, Train had brought them along a series of channels at speeds approaching 28 knots, the Swift's upper limit. Before them, birds had flown and alligators had dived for safety. Train had told Dan his real name was Alain Chappelle, but he'd been born on a train between Mobile and New Orleans, but that he was raised in Grand Isle, where his father had been a charter fisherman. During his tour of duty in Vietnam, his parents had moved to New Orleans, and his father had accepted a consulting job with a company that built fishing boats. Train had the swamp in his blood, he'd said. He had to live there in all that beautiful wilderness, or he would perish. He'd known that the Swift boats, based on the design of tough little utility craft used to ferry supplies out to oil derricks in the Gulf of Mexico, were built by a contractor in the town of Berwick, which Dan and Arden had passed through 40 miles north of Houma. In 1976, he'd bought the armor-plated hulk of a surplus Swift and started the 3-year labor of restoring it to a worthy condition. Baby could be sweet as sugar one day and a raging, foul-tempered bitch the next, he'd told Dan. But she was fast and nimble, and her shallow draft was ideal for the bayous. Anyway, he loved her,
Taking us in there, Train said, motioning with a lift of his chin toward another channel that wound off to the left. Going to get tight. So tell the lady if she hears some thumps, we ain't going to wind us up ass deep and sinking. Dan went back to relay the message. Train steered Baby into the channel with a steady hand and a sharp eye. Tree branches scraped along the sides, and half-submerged reeds and swamp grass parted before the prow. Overhead, the trees thickened, cutting the light to a dark green murk. The Swift was slowing down now to the speed of a man's walk, and Train came out of the pilot house and picked up a rope with one end secured to the starboard deck, and at the throwing end an iron grappling hook. The boat shuddered, something bumping along the keel. Train threw the hook into the underbrush, pulled hard on the rope, and it went taut. In another few seconds, Baby eased to a stop. They got ready. Dan was sweating in the fierce wet heat, but he wasn't afraid. Maybe just a little. In any case, the job had to be done. "Leave the pistol here," Train said as Dan took it from the locker. "She might be going to need it."
Me?
Arden stood up.
I've never fired a gun in my life.
Everything got a number one time. Train popped a clip into the automatic. "I'm going to tell you about this safety catch here, so you pay a mind. You get yourself a caller while we gone, only two fellas to save you next be Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson, eh?" Arden decided it would be very wise to pay close attention. "Take 3 reloads. We need more than that, we're going to be hauling butt," Train told Dan after Arden's quick lesson was done. Dan took 3 of the Browning's box magazines from the backpack, put one in each front pocket and the third in a back pocket. Train did the same with the Ruger's ammo. Then he put on a gray and green camouflage print cap. "About 1/4 mile from here, them fellas be," he said as he slung the Ruger barrel down to his right shoulder, so water wouldn't foul the firing mechanism. "They got guns enough to blow the horns off Satan. Rifle, shotgun, machine gun, every damn kind of gun. So from here on, we mighty careful or we mighty dead." While Dan strapped on the Browning rifle, also barrel down, Train opened a jar of what looked like black grease and streaked some under his eyes. "Don't want no glare blinding you when it come time to take your shots. You miss? Poof! That's all she wrote." He handed the grease to Dan, who applied it in the same fashion. Then Train got his face right up in Dan's, his eyes piercing. "We get in a knock-ass firefight. Am I going to can count on you? You going to stick it to 'em, no second thought? By the time you got second thought, you be twice dead, eh?" "I'll do what I have to," Dan said. "They got a man spying for 'em in a tower, up where he can see the Gulf and the bayou one turn round. They got a big metal gate blocking the bayou and a barbed wire fence round the whole place." He nodded toward the forbidding wilderness, thick with spiky palmettos, hanging vines, and cypress trees. "We're going to go through there. Ain't got no serpent bite kit, so keep both them eyeballs looking." "I will." "If we see us 2 dead bodies laying out, we coming straight back, quiet as sinners on Sunday. Then I make a radio call to Grand Isle. Okay?" "Yeah." Train eased over the transom and lowered himself into the water. The swamp consumed him to the middle of his chest.
"Dan?"
Arden said as he started to go over. Again, her tangled emotions got in the way of her voice.
"Please be careful,"
she managed to say. "I was wrong to let you come. You should have stayed at Train's place." She shook her head.
"I'm where I need to be. You just worry about getting in and back."
Dan went into the water, his shoes sinking through 3 inches of mud. "Listen up," Train told Arden. "You might going to hear some shooting. We don't come back half-hour after them shots, we ain't coming. Radio's up on a shelf over the wheel. Got a fresh battery, you'll see the turn-on switch. We don't come back, you need to start calling for help on the mic. Turn through them frequencies and keep calling. If that don't bring nobody, you got the water jug, the pistol, and you 2 legs, eh?"
"Yes."
"Just so you know." Train turned away and started moving. Dan paused, looking up at Arden's face. The deep purple birthmark was no longer ugly, he thought. It was like the unique pattern of a butterfly's wings, or the color and markings of a seashell never to be exactly duplicated again in 1,000 years. "I'll be back," he said, and he followed Train through the morass. When they'd gotten out of Arden's earshot, Train said quietly, "Them fellas kill us, they're going to find her too eventual. What they'll do, I ain't going to think on." Dan didn't answer.
He'd already thought of that. "Just so you know," Train said. They waded on, and in another moment the wilderness had closed between them and baby. Nasty brown water had flooded Flint's eyes and mouth, choking off his shout of terror. Pelvis was flailing beside him, insanely trying to get across the gator corral at the man who'd chewed Mama's flesh. Flint felt Clint's arm thrash, his brother's bones squirming violently inside his body. The thought of Clint's infant-sized lungs drawing in water and drowning opened a nightmarish door on gruesome possibilities. He started fighting to get his balance as he'd never fought in his life. He got his legs under him, and his shoes found a bottom of mud and mess that could be described only as gushy. He stood up. His head and shoulders were out of the water. Still, Clint was trapped below. Pelvis was standing up too, his muddy wig hanging on by its last piece of flesh-colored tape, a strangled, enraged scream shredding his throat. With a surge of power that Flint had never dreamed the man possessed, Pelvis started dragging him through the water to reach the pier. Monty was laughing fit to bust a gut. "It's showtime, boys," he hollered toward the house. Flint stepped on something that exploded to life under his feet and scared the pee out of him. A scaly form whipped past them, its tail thrashing. The tail of his second alligator slapped Pelvis's shoulder, and he grunted with pain but kept on going. All around them the pond was a maelstrom of reptiles fighting for the meat and bones Monty had just thrown in. Flint saw one of them coming from the left, its snout plowing through the foam and its cat-slit eyes fixed on him. Even as Pelvis kept hauling him, Flint struck out with his unhindered left arm at the thing, which looked large enough to make 2 suitcases and a handbag. He struck the surface in front of its snout, but the splash was enough to make it wheel away, its tail whacking muddy water into the air. Then Pelvis was hit at the knees by an underwater beast, and he was knocked off his feet, the alligator's bark-like flesh coming up from the depths for an instant, which was long enough for the crazed Pelvis to give a bellow and pound at it with his free fist. The startled reptile skittered away with a snort, pushing a small wave before it. With his feet under him again, Pelvis dragged Flint onward. 2 of the beasts were going at it fang to fang over a chunk of meat, their noisy combat drawing the attention of 4 or 5 others. A battle royal erupted, the monsters fighting on all sides of Pelvis and Flint. But more alligators were rising up from the bottom, and others were speeding in to graze past them, as if to test how dangerous this particular food might be before they committed their jaws to a bite. Pelvis was single-mindedly pulling Flint toward the pier, while Flint was doing everything he could to keep the alligators away, kicking, slapping the water with the flat of his hand, and shouting gibberish. But now the alligators were getting bolder. Flint managed to jerk the shoe from his right foot and to use that to hammer the surface. And suddenly a horrible, thick body with gray mollusks clinging to its hide erupted from the water beside him, a pair of jaws wide open and hissing. Flint slammed his shoe down across the alligator's skull, going for an eye, and the jaws snapped shut. The head whipped to one side, and its rough scales flayed the skin off his left arm from wrist to elbow. A mollusk's shell or some growth with a sharp edge did its work as well, and suddenly there was blood in the water. "Get him out! Get him out, goddammit!" somebody shouted. They had reached the pier's end, which was 3 feet above the pond. Pelvis, his wig gone and his contorted face brown with mud, was trying to grip the timbers and pull himself up. But not even his maddened strength could do it, with Flint on the other cuff. Blood floated on the surface around Flint's arm, and he saw at least 4 alligators coming across the corral after them, their tails sweeping back and forth with eager delight. 26. To the edge. There was the racket of an electric motor and a chain rattling. "Grab it! Both of you, grab it!" The winch's hook and chain had been lowered. Pelvis and Flint clung to its oversized links as a beggar might grasp $100 bills. The motor growled, and the chain began to hoist them up. Hands caught them, pulling them onto the pier. Below Flint's muddy shoe and sock, 3 alligators slammed their snouts together. They started fighting in the blood-pink foam, and as their bodies hit the pilings, the entire pier trembled and groaned. But now Flint and Pelvis had solid wood under their feet. Flint could smell his blood. It was coming from a blue-edged gash across his left forearm and dripping from his hand to the planks. He staggered, about to pass out, and he found himself clutching to Pelvis for support. Through a haze, he looked at the choppy pond and saw 2 alligators battling for something between their jaws that appeared to be a mud-caked, scruffy bird. It took him a few seconds to realize it was Pelvis's wig. He watched with a kind of strange fascination as the 2 monsters ripped it apart, and then each of them submerged with a souvenir of Memphis. His chest heaving, Pelvis stared slack-jawed at the faces of Doc, Monty, Mitch, and 2 other men he didn't recognize. Doc was wearing his sunglasses again. "Crazy as hell, man," Doc was blasting Monty.
I don't want him dead till he sees him. Well, shit,
Monty fired back.
how was I supposed to know they were fool enough to jump out of the...
Flint had felt Pelvis's body tense. He thought of the hurricane about to wreak death and destruction. Pelvis pulled back his right fist and then drove it forward like a fleshy piston into Monty's nose. With a gunshot pop of breaking bones, the blood spewed from Monty's nostrils all over Doc's Harvard t-shirt. Monty staggered back, his eyes wide and amazed, and the blood running into his beard as if from a faucet. 1 step, 2 steps, and into the corral right on top of the reptiles fighting below the end of the pier.
Oh, Jesus!
Doc shouted, blood on the lenses of his sunglasses and spotting his cheeks.
Monty!
Mitch hollered, and he ran to operate the hook and chain. But the sense had been knocked out of Monty, and maybe that was for the best, because he might have been unaware exactly of his position. One of the other men Pelvis hadn't recognized drew a pistol and started shooting at the alligators, but they had already taken hold of Monty, one with jaws crunched into his left shoulder and another gripping his right leg. The winch's chain came down, but Monty didn't reach for it. The alligators started shaking him the way Pelvis had seen Mama shake one of her teddy bears. He recalled in his dim cell of thinking at the moment that the stuffing had come out everywhere. So, too, it was with Monty. Now Mitch had pulled his pistol and was firing, too, but the taste of blood and living meat had driven the creatures to a frenzy. More of them were racing over for a share. During the shooting, amid the thrashing bodies and the gory splashing, at least 2 bullets went into Monty. Maybe he was dead before his bones started to rip from their sockets. Maybe. Doc didn't want to see any more. He'd known Monty was finished when he went in there, bleeding like that and with the gators already so riled up. He'd seen them go after the ranger, so he'd known. He turned away, removed his dark glasses, and slowly and methodically began to wipe the blood off the lenses with the clean part of his t-shirt. His fingers were trembling. Behind him, Mitch threw up into the corral. "Bummer," Doc said, mostly to himself. He took the handcuff key from his pocket. He unlocked the cuffs and let them fall. Pelvis blinked at him, still dazed, but his fury spent. Flint grasped his injured arm and then pitched to his knees, his head hanging. Doc reached back, drew the .45 from his waistband, cocked it, and laid the barrel between Pelvis's eyes. "You're next," he said. "Walk to the edge." Pelvis was already brain-blasted. Seeing that man eat Mama for breakfast had done him in. He knew what was waiting for him, but without Mama, without his adored companion, life wasn't worth living. He walked to the edge. Below him was something the alligators were still tearing at. It was getting smaller and smaller. It had a beard. Doc stood behind him and put the automatic's barrel against the back of his naked head.
"Do it,"
Mitch urged.
"Put him down."
Flint tried to stand, but he could not. He was near fainting. The smell of blood and mud and gator filth was making him sick. The harsh, hot sun had drained him. He said, "Isley?" But that was all he could say. He hadn't felt Flint move since they'd come out of the water. But now the arm gave a feeble jerk, and Clint's little lungs heaved like a hiccup deep in the folds and passages of Flint's intestines. Doc put his other hand up to shield his face from flying bits of bone and brain matter. His finger tightened on the trigger. He heard a gurgling noise. He looked around and saw brown water trickling from the mouth on the bizarre baby head that grew from the freak's side. Flint heard boots clumping on the pier. There was the sound of bare feet on the planks as well. Doc saw who was coming. He said, "Taking care of business, Gone. Chandra don't need to see this."
"What's going on?"
Flint heard a woman's irritated voice ask. A young woman she sounded to be.
"Noise woke us the fuck up. Who was hollering so much?"
"Chandra, you best stay put." Monty went in. The slide of bare feet stopped, but the boots kept walking.
"Bastard here killed him," Mitch said. "Doc was fixing to blow his brains out."
"These are the 2 from the marina." Doc was talking to whoever wore the boot.
"This one got me in the eyes with the spray. One over there shot Virgil."
The boots approached Flint. They stopped beside him, and Flint lifted his head and saw they were made of bleached beige snakeskin.
"Dig that third arm, man. Got a little baby head growing out his ribs, too. Genuine freak from Freak City. I ain't seen nothing like him since I ate a bag of magic mushrooms in Yuma, spring of '68. Damn, those were the days."
Chandra gave an ugly, snorting sound.
"I wasn't even born then."
Doc might have laughed through clenched teeth. With an effort, Flint looked up at the man in the snakeskin boots. The individual was an exercise junkie, or a steroid freak. Or maybe he just loved himself a whole lot. Because the muscles of his exposed chest, shoulders, and arms were massive swollen lumps that strained against the tanned flesh, the connecting veins standing out in blood-pumped relief, the visible ligaments as tight as bundles of piano wire. The man wore blue jeans with ripped-out knees, a piece of rope for a belt cinching his narrow waist, and he had a red neckerchief tied loosely around his throat. His face was a hard, chiseled slab of brown rock, with a dagger-sharp chin and sunken cheeks, the facial flesh cracked with 100 deep lines, caused by what must have been years of serious sun worship. The pure ebony of his commanding eyes, his thick black brows, and his curly black hair, the sides swirled with gray, gave him a distinctive Latin appearance. Flint guessed his age at late 30s or early 40s, but it was difficult to tell since his body was young but his face was sun-wrinkled. Standing several yards behind him was a blonde girl who couldn't have been older than 20. She was barefoot, wearing denim cutoffs and a black bra. She, too, appeared to be a slave to the sun because she was burned a darker brown than the man. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she had icy blue eyes. Flint thought she was almost beautiful as any Hollywood starlet. But there was an ugly, twisted set to her collagen-plumped lips, and those eyes could burn a hole through metal. And right now he felt like a little crumpled piece of tin. The muscle man stared down at Flint with just a hint of interest, as if he might be viewing a particularly creepy insect, but no more than that. Chandra spoke first.
"Damn, Galt. Look how white he is."
Galt motioned at Doc with a twirling forefinger. Doc understood the command and lowered the automatic, then said, "Turn around," to Pelvis. Pelvis did, his eyes deep-socketed and his face and bald head still painted with ghastly mud.
"This is the fucker thought he was Elvis Presley,"
Doc said. Galt's face remained impassive.
"You know who they are? Bounty hunters. Can you believe it? From Shreveport. They had a guy in cuffs back there at St. Nasty. Said at the marina they were calling the man they work for. Anyway, they were taking their prisoner in to get a reward. I set the guy loose, figured it was my good deed for the month."
Galt's eyes went to Flint and returned to Pelvis.
"I thought you'd want to see him, especially the freak. Do you want me to kill him now, or what?"
Galt's jaws tensed. Muscles that seemed as big as lemons popped up on his face and then receded again. At last his mouth opened. His teeth were unnaturally white. "How much?" he said in a voice that had no discernible accent but perfect diction. Were they planning on earning it their reward?
15,000.
Galt's face settled into stone again. Then, very suddenly, he laughed without smiling. When he did smile, it was a scary thing. He laughed a little louder. 15,000, he said, obviously finding the figure an object of humor. $15,000, is that all? He kept laughing, only it became a low and dangerous sound, like a knife being sharpened. He looked at Chandra and laughed, and she started laughing. Then he looked at Doc and laughed, and Doc started laughing. Pretty soon it was a real laugh riot. Flint, grasping his wounded forearm and blood still oozing through his fingers, said, "Mind telling us what the hell's so funny?" Galt laughed on for a moment longer, then his smile was abruptly eclipsed. He said, "The pitiful amount of cash that a human being will throw his life away in pursuit of." He reached into a pocket of his jeans with his right hand. Flint heard something click like a trigger being cocked, and he steeled himself for the worst. Then Galt's hand emerged holding one of those spring-loaded wrist exercisers, which he began to squeeze over and over again. If a man should die, he should die for riches, not petty change, or for forbidden knowledge. That might be worth dying for. But $15,000? Ha! The laugh was very quiet. "I don't think so." Click, 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 went the springs. "I don't know what's going on here. I don't care," Flint said. "Nobody would have gotten hurt if that goon hadn't tried to drown me in her toilet bowl." Galt nodded thoughtfully. "Tell me," he said. "You were born the way you are, yes? You had no control over the way your chromosomes came together or how the cells grew. You had no control over your genetics or what quirk back in your family line caused your situation." He paused for emphasis. "No control," he repeated, as if seeing to the heart of Flint's pain. "You must know better than anyone could that God set up tides and winds, and sometimes they take you one way and then blow you the other, and you have no control. I think a tide took you to that marina and a wind blew you here. What's your name again?" "His name's Murtaugh," Doc said. "The other one's Isley." "I didn't ask you." Galt stared fixedly at the Harvard man. "I asked him. Didn't I? Doc said nothing, but he looked stung. He pushed the .45 back into his waistband with the air of a petulant child.
My shows are on. You want me, I'll be watching my shows.
He trudged back along the pier toward the area that was shaded by the blue and white striped awning. As Doc passed her, Chandra wrinkled her nose as if she smelled something bad. Galt walked to the pier's edge where Pelvis still stood. He looked down at what the alligators were whittling to the size of a wallet. His hand worked. Click, click, click. Sinews were standing out in the wrist. All the mystery spilled out, he said. His other hand pressed against Pelvis's chest. Pelvis flinched. The man's fingers seemed cold. Monty always was a glutton. Now look how thin he is. You know, you could stand to lose some weight yourself. All right, that's enough. Flint clenched his teeth and tried to stand up. He couldn't make it the first time. He saw Galt grinning at him. Mitch stepped forward and aimed his pistol at Flint's head, but Galt said, No, let him alone. Flint stood up, staggered, almost fell again. Then he had his balance. It was time to face ugly reality.
If you're going to kill us, which I guess you are, then how about doing it humanely?
The clicking of the springs had ceased. Are you begging, Mr. Murtaugh?
No, I'm asking.
He glanced distastefully at the corral.
A bullet in the head for both of us. How about that?
You mean you're not going to stall for time? Try to hold out false hope? Or tell me if I let you go, you'll never, never, never speak of this to any soul on earth?
It's hot,
Flint said.
I'm tired and I'm about to fall down. I'm not going to play games with you.
Don't care to gamble that I might be in a lenient mood today? Galt lifted his eyebrows. Flint didn't answer. Don't bite, he told himself. He wants you to bite so he can kick you in the teeth. Maybe you're a New Ager, Galt asked. You believe in reincarnation, so your death today would be just another rung on the cosmic ladder?
I believe in reincarnation,
Chandra said.
Galt and me were lovers in, you know, that old city that got swallowed up in the sea?
Atlantis, Galt supplied. He winked quickly at Flint. Works every time. Flint licked his parched lips.
How about some water for us?
Oh, I'm forgetting my manners. I was raised better than that. Come on, then. Time for my workout, anyway. Chandra, go to the kitchen and get them a pitcher of ice water. Bring me a protein shake. Chop, chop. She hurried off obediently, and then Galt motioned for them to follow and started walking toward the awning-shaded area. Flint was weak from his wound and the heat, but he took hold of Pelvis's elbow.
Hang on, all right?
Pelvis, in a state of shock, allowed Flint to guide him after the clumping snakeskin boots, and the other men, their pistols drawn, followed behind.
No,
Train whispered as he lowered the Ruger.
Can't get no clean shot off. Wouldn't happen none if I could. We're going to have to move in closer.
Dan's heart was slamming, but his mind was calm. He and Train were standing in the chest-deep water 70 yards from the fenced-in alligator corral, at the edge of where the swamp's vegetation had been hacked away. They had gotten over a barbed wire fence in the water 30 yards behind them, and their hands were cut up some, but they would heal. It had been a difficult slog from the swift boat. Dan felt his strength ebbing fast, but he had to keep pushing himself onward. His father, the quitter, had not raised a quitter. They'd come out of the underbrush in time to see Flint and Isley standing on the pier with men holding guns and the muscular, shirtless boss Train had spotted on his last visit there. Dan had seen that both the bounty hunters were covered with mud. Isley had lost his wig, and an aluminum rowboat floated at the center of the gator corral. No telling what they'd been through, but at least they were alive. How long that would be was uncertain. Flint and Isley had just followed the muscle man toward the house with the other men, the pistol-bearing soldiers, behind them.
Fella up in that watchtower, leaning back in his chair reading a... Oh, that naughty fella, him.
Train had aimed the Ruger and was looking through the scope.
Got a rifle to his side. Walk 'em, talk 'em on the floor. Pair of binocs.
He took his eye away from the lens.
We're going to have to cross the open. Get us around that gator pen.
Right.
Might try to circle round the house. Get up on the platform and back. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. We go. Slow and quiet. Hey, go!
Doc called from his lounge chair in front of a large color television set on metal casters.
Look what's on Oprah today. Talking about crack in the grade schools.
Chicago? Galt didn't look at the screen. He was busy pumping iron, a 30-pound barbell in each hand, his biceps swelling up, veins moving under the skin. A light sheen of sweat glistened on his chest and face. No, she's in Atlanta this week. The Samchuk brothers will have that market cornered in 3 years. Galt kept lifting the barbells up and down with the precision of a machine. If the Jamaicans don't kill them first. Sitting a few feet away at a wrought iron table with a blue glass top, a bloody towel pressed to his forearm wound, Flint had a flash of understanding. Is that what this is about? Drugs? My business, Galt said. I supply a demand. It's no big thing. They were on the platform under the striped awning. Pelvis was sitting across the table from Flint, his hands held to his face. In more chairs arranged around Flint and Pelvis sat Mitch and the 2 other men with pistols. A walkie-talkie and an Ingram machine gun sat on a white coffee table in front of a sand-colored sofa, along with copies of House Beautiful, Vogue, and Soldier of Fortune magazine. Flint had seen on closer inspection Galt's own house was not so beautiful. It was a prefab job, and the swamp's humidity had warped the walls like damp cardboard. Some of the joints were splitting apart and had been reinforced with strips of duct tape. Click, click, click. The sound wasn't coming from Galt's squeeze grip, but from the remote control in Doc's hand. In the 5 minutes they'd been sitting here, Flint had watched Doc almost incessantly going through what must be hundreds of channels brought in by the satellite dish. End of Side 8. Change side selectors switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 9, Gone South, by Robert R. McCammon. Continuing on page 320. Doc would pause to watch quick fragments of things like Mexican game shows, F Troop, The Outer Limits, professional wrestling, infomercials with a manic little Englishman running around a studio selling cleaning products, the Flintstones, MTV videos, ranting, wild-eyed preachers, soap operas, and then the remote control would click rapidly again like the noise of a feeding locust. At the most, Doc had a 7-second attention span. Flint eased the towel away from his wound and winced at the sight. The gash was 4 inches long, its ragged blue edges in need of 50 or 60 stitches. An inch and a half lower, and an artery would have been nicked. Thick blood was still oozing, and he pressed the towel, which Galt had given him from a hamper beside a rack of free weights, back against the wound. Doc said, "Hey, it's your man, Flinty. Galt, that's the killer I let go." Flint looked at the television set. Doc had paused at CNN to watch gas bombs dispelling a prison riot, and on the screen was either a mug shot or driver's license photo of Dan Lambert. "That's him, right?" He turned the volume up with the remote. Bizarre turn in the case of Daniel Lewis Lambert, who was being sought in the slaying of a Shreveport, Louisiana bank loan manager, and had also been wanted in connection with the death of an Alexandria motel owner. Under questioning by Alexandria police last night, the slain man's wife admitted it was actually she who had beaten her husband to death. A mugshot of a sullen-looking woman with wild red hair came up on the screen. Hannah DeCane told police, "Boring." Doc changed the channel. "Wait," Flint said. "Turn it back. Screw you." Star Trek was on now, Kirk and Spock speaking in dubbed Spanish. "Beam me up, Scotty," Doc said excitedly, talking to the television set. Flint figured the remote control in Doc's head never stopped clicking. He stared at the blue glass of the tabletop. This news another little ice pick from God in the back of his neck. If Lambert had been telling the truth about the motel owner, then was the murder at the bank an accident or an act of self-defense? If Lambert was such a mad dog killer, why hadn't he picked up the pistol and used it at Basile Park? In spite of the situation, in spite of the fact that he knew he and Pelvis were going to die in some excruciating way after Galt finished his workout, Flint had to laugh. He was going to die because he'd gone south hunting a skin who was basically a decent man. "Something's funny?" Galt asked, his labor ceasing for the moment. "Yeah, it is." Flint laughed again. He felt on the verge of tears, but he laughed anyway. "I think the joke's on me, too." "Who the fuck messed up the kitchen?" Chandra, looking both angry and more than a bit queasy, came through an open sliding glass door, carrying a tray with a plastic pitcher, 2 paper cups, and frothy brown liquid in a milkshake glass. She set the tray down between Flint and Pelvis. "There's all kind of guts and hair in the garbage can. About made me puke. Blood smeared all over the countertop, and somebody left the frying pan dirty. Who the hell did it?" "Monty," Mitch said. Evidently, Chandra's wrath was a thing to be feared. "Well, what did he fry?
A fucking polecat? Fella's dog there. Mitch pointed at Pelvis. Another one? Chandra made a disgusted face. What's wrong with that fool? He's got to be eating dogs and coons and polecats. Go ask him, why don't you? Doc had torn his eyes away from the television. I'm trying to watch Dragnet, if you'll keep it down. You're not watching anything. You're just burning out that clicker. Galt, why don't you get rid of him? He makes me so nervous I'm like to jump out of my skin every time he opens that dumb mouth. Yeah? Doc sneered. Well, I know the only thing that has to get stuck in your dumb mouth to shut you up. I was with Galt long before you came along, girly-pearly. And when he throws you out, I'm going to kick your little ass back to your white trash trailer. You old man! Chandra hollered, and she picked up the milkshake glass and reared her arm back, froth flying. No, Galt said quietly, pumping iron again. Not that. She slammed the glass down on the tray, her face a pure image of hell, picked up the plastic pitcher and flung it at Doc, water splashing everywhere. Look what she did, Doc squalled. She's trying to blow the TV out, Galt. And I'm not cleaning up that damn mess neither, she roared at all of them. I'm not carting that damn stinking garbage out and getting that mess on me. Tears of rage and frustration burst from her eyes. You hear? I'm not doing it. She turned and, sobbing, fled back into the house. Your Academy Award's in the mail, baby, Doc shouted after her. Galt stopped lifting the barbells and put them on the floor. He looked at Flint, smiled wanly, and said with a shrug of his thick shoulders, Trouble in paradise. Then he drank half of the protein shake, blotted the sweat from his face with the red neckerchief, and said, Brian, go take the garbage out and clean the kitchen. Why do I have to do it? Brian had neatly cut light brown hair, wore steel-rimmed glasses, and a chrome-plated revolver sat in a holster at his waist. He looked about as old as a college senior, wearing a sun-faded Madras shirt and khaki shorts, black Nikes on his feet. Because you're the new boy and because I say so. Heh, giggled the Latino man sitting next to him. He wore a Yosemite Sam T-shirt and dirty jeans, his blue steel Colt automatic in a black shoulder holster. You want to laugh, Carlos? You go laugh while you're mopping the kitchen floor, Galt said. Carlos started to protest, but Galt gave him a deadly stare. Move now. The two men went into the house without another word. I wouldn't let that bitch snow me, Doc said. Shut up about her. Galt finished his shake. I wish you two would bury the hatchet. Yeah, she'll bury a hatchet in me if I don't bury one in her first. Children. Galt shook his head, then he crossed his swollen arms and stared at the two bounty hunters. Well, he said, I guess we need to take care of business. What would you think if I'd offer to cut your tongues out and chop your hands off? Would you rather be dead or not? He looked at Clint's arm. In your case, it would be a triple amputation. How does that sound? I think I might faint with excitement, Flint said. Pelvis was mute, his eyes shiny and unfocused. It's the best offer I can make. See, I told you I was in a lenient mood. Doc's the one who screwed things up. I'll be glad to cut his tongue out and chop off his hands, Flint said. Galt didn't smile. Forbidden knowledge time. We've been having trouble from a competitor. His name is Victor Medina. We were trucking some merchandise in crates when we first moved our base here. He found out the route and took it away from us. So we had to come up with alternative packaging. The stomachs of live alligators do very well. I came up with that idea, Doc announced. When Doc saw you making your phone call, Galt went on, he, unfortunately, lost his composure. He thought you might have been working with Medina, setting up another hijack. Doc doesn't always reason things out. He was stupid, he was wrong, and I apologize. But you put a valuable man out of action. A knee injury like that, well, there's no health insurance in this business. A doctor would get very suspicious, and we would have a money leak. So Virgil, like a good horse, was laid to rest, and you are to blame. Now Monty is gone. I have to hire new people, run them through security, train them. It's a pain. So, he walked to the coffee table and picked up the Ingram machine gun. I will make it quick. Stand up. Stand us up yourself, Flint told him. No problem. Doc? Mitch? Shit, Doc whined. The Flying Nun's just started. But he got out of his chair, pulled his gun, and Mitch likewise stood up with a pistol in his hand. Doc hauled Flint to his feet, but Mitch struggled with Pelvis, and Galt had to help him. There was fresh sweat on Galt's face. End of the pier, he said. 27.
Too damn hot. There, we get up, Train said as he waded chest deep toward a walkway at the rear of the prefabricated ranch house. Dan followed, not mired quite so deeply as Train because of their difference in heights. But he was giving out, and he envied Train's rugged strength. Train slid his rifle up on the walkway, then grabbed the timbers and heaved himself out of the water. He took Dan's Browning and gave him a hand up. You all right? Train had seen the dark circles under Dan's eyes, and he knew it had been a rough trek, but the other man was fading fast. I'll make it. You sick, ain't you? Train wasn't asking a question. Leukemia, Dan said. I can't do it like I used to. Hell, who can? They were standing about 8 feet from the rear entrance, which was a solid wooden door behind a screen door. The rear of the house was featureless, except for a few small windows. Back here, the platform was narrow, but it widened as it continued around the house. Train looked along the walkway they stood on. Behind them was more swamp and a large green metal incinerator on a platform 50 feet from the house. Okay, Train said. Look like this the way we go. He stopped abruptly. They heard voices from beyond the doors getting closer. Someone was coming out. Train pressed his body against the wall 10 feet away on the right of the door, and Dan stood an equal distance away on the left, their rifles ready. Dan's heart pounded. All the saliva dried up in his mouth. The inner door opened. Yeah, but I'm not staying in the business that long. A young man wearing wire-rimmed glasses, a madras shirt, and khaki shorts emerged, both arms around a Rubbermaid garbage can. On the side of it were streaks of what looked like blood. I'm going to make my cash and get out while I can. He let the outer screen door slam shut at his back, and he started walking toward the incinerator, a pistol in a holster at his waist. Train was thinking whether to rush him and club at him with the rifle's butt or push through the screen door when the young man suddenly stopped. He was looking down at the walkway, at the water and mud on the planks where they'd pulled themselves up. Then he saw the footprints. And that, as Dan knew Train would have said, was all she wrote. He spun around. Sunlight flared on his glasses for an instant. His mouth was opening, and then he was dropping the garbage can to go for his gun. Carlos, he yelled. There's somebody out here. Train shot him before the pistol could clear leather. The bullet hit him in the center of his chest, and he jerked like a marionette and was propelled off the walkway into the water. A startled Latino face appeared at the screen. The inner door slammed shut. Then, pop, 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 went a pistol from inside, and 3 bullets punched holes through wood and screen. Train started shooting through the door, burning off 4 more shells. As Train wrenched the magazine out and pushed another one in, Dan fired twice more through the punctured doors, and then Train rushed in and with a kick knocked them both off their hinges. Galt! Galt! The man named Carlos shouted. He had overthrown a kitchen table and was crouched behind it, his pistol aimed at the intruders. Train saw the table, and then a bullet knocked wood from the door jamb beside his head, and he twisted his body and threw himself against the outside wall again. A second shot cracked, the bullet tearing through the air where Train had stood an instant before. Galt! Carlos was screaming it now. They're breaking in! At the sound of the first shot, Galt stopped in his snakeskin boots. He knew what it had been. No doubt. Rifle, Doc said. They were all standing about midway between the awning-shaded area and the alligator corral. Pop, pop, pop went a pistol. It's Medina, Mitch shouted. The bastards found us. Shut up. Galt heard more rifle shots. Carlos was shouting his name from the house. His face like a dark and wrinkled skull, Galt turned around and put the Ingram gun's barrel to Flint's throat. Galt! Carlos screamed. They're breaking in! 2 seconds passed. Galt blinked, and Flint saw him deciding to save his ammo for the big boys. Mitch, stay here with them. Doc, let's go. They turned and ran along the pier for the house. Mitch leveled his pistol at Flint's chest, just above Clint's arm. Another pistol bullet thunked into the door jamb. Train had sweat on his face. Dan shoved his rifle in and fired without aiming, the slug smashing glass. Carlos got off 2 more rapid-fire shots, and then his nerve broke. He stood up and, howling in fear, left the relative safety of his makeshift shield to run for the kitchen door. He was almost there when he slipped on a smear of dog's blood on the linoleum tiles, and at the same time Train shot at him. The bullet smacked into the wall as Carlos fell. Carlos twisted around, his gun coming up. Dan pulled the Browning's trigger. Blood burst from Carlos's side, and he doubled up and writhed on the floor. As Train ran into the kitchen and kicked Carlos's pistol away, Dan pulled the empty magazine from his rifle and popped in another one. The next room held a dining table and chairs, a jaguar skin up as a wall decoration, and a small chandelier hanging from the ceiling over the table's center. A hallway went off to the left, and another room with a pool table and 3 pinball machines was on the right. Train and Dan started across the dining room, and suddenly Dan caught a movement, and a dark-tanned blonde girl wearing cutoffs and a black bra emerged from the hallway. Her icy blue eyes were puffy and furious. She lifted her right hand, and in it was gripped an automatic pistol. She let go an unintelligible, hair-raising screech, and Train was swinging his rifle at her when the automatic fired twice, booming between the walls. The first bullet shattered glass in one of the pinball machines, but the second brought a cry from Train. Train's rifle went off, the bullet breaking a window beside the blonde girl. Dan had his finger on the trigger and the gun leveled at her, but the idea of killing a woman crippled him for the fastest of seconds. Then the girl scurried back into the hallway again, her hair streaming behind her. Everything was moving in a blur, time jerking and stretching, the smell of burnt rounds and fear like bitter almonds in the smoky air. Train's cap had fallen off, and he staggered against the wall with his left hand clutched to his right side and blood between his fingers. There was a shout. "Jesus, it's that damn guy!" Dan saw that two men had come into the game room through another doorway. One he recognized as the long-haired man named Doc. The other was a tanned bodybuilder who had a walkie-talkie in one hand and an Ingram machine gun in the other. Before the muscle man could aim and fire, Dan sent 2 bullets at them, but Doc had already flung himself flat to the floor. And at the sight of the rifle, the second man, the boss, Dan remembered Train saying, hurtled behind the pool table. It was getting too damn hot. "Go back," Dan shouted to Train, but Train had seen the Ingram gun and he was already retreating. They both scrambled through the kitchen's entryway 2 heartbeats before the Ingram gun shattered and the woodwork around the door exploded into flying shards and splinters. Mitch jumped when he heard the distinctive noise of Galt's gun. He had moved Flint and Pelvis so they were between him and the house, his back to the swamp and the bounty hunters facing him. Flint had seen Galt snatch the walkie-talkie off the coffee table and yell something into it. And then the man in the watchtower, the same one Flint realized, who'd half-strangled him at St. Nasty and had taken the Derringer away, had strapped his rifle around his shoulder and started descending a ladder. Now the man was just reaching the walkway between the tower and the house. Mitch was scared to death. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, his hand with the revolver in it shaking. He kept glancing back and forth from the bounty hunters to the house, wincing at the sounds of shots. Pelvis suddenly gasped harshly and put a hand to his chest. Mitch's pistol trained on him. "Oh, my God," Flint thought. "He's having another attack." But Pelvis was looking at something past Mitch's shoulder, his eyes widening. He let out a bawling holler. "Don't shoot us!" Even as Flint realized that was the oldest trick in the book, and it could never work in a million years, the terrified Mitch swung around and fired a shot at brown water and moss-covered trees. Pelvis slammed his fist into the side of Mitch's head, and was suddenly all over the man like black on tar. Stunned, Flint just stood there, watching Pelvis beat on him with one flailing fist while the other hand trapped Mitch's gun. Then the revolver went off again, its barrel aimed downward, and Flint got his legs moving and his fists, too. He attacked Mitch with grim fury. Mitch went down on his knees, his facial features somewhat rearranged. Pelvis kept hammering at the man like someone chopping firewood. Mitch's fingers opened, and Flint took the pistol. Footsteps on the planks. Someone running toward them. Flint looked, his pulse racing, and there was the man from the watchtower unslinging his rifle. The man, a wiry little bastard in overalls, stopped 30 feet away and fired his rifle from the hip. Flint heard the sound of an angry hornet zip past him. Then it was Flint's turn. The first bullet missed. The second struck the man in the left shoulder, and the third got him a few inches below the heart. The man's rifle had gotten crooked in his arms, and now his finger spasmed on the trigger, and a slug smashed the windshield of one of the cigarette speedboats. Then the man went down on his back on the planks, his legs still moving as if trying to outdistance death. Flint didn't fire the last bullet in the gun. In his mouth was the sharp, acidic taste of corruption. He'd never killed a man before, and it was an awful thing. Now, however, was not the time to fall on his knees and beg forgiveness. He saw that Pelvis's fists had made raw hamburger out of Mitch's mouth, and Flint seized his arm and said, "That's enough." Pelvis looked at him with a sneer curling his upper lip, but he stepped back from Mitch and the half-dead man fell forward to the pier. They had to get out, and fast, but going through the swamp meant that Clint would surely drown. Flint wanted the Derringer back. He ran to the dead man's side, knelt down, and started going through his pockets. His fingers found the Derringer and something else. A small ring with 2 keys on it. Keys, Flint thought. To what? Flint remembered this man had been driving the cigarette boat that had brought them here. Which of the 2 boats had it been? The one on the right, not the one with the broken windshield. He didn't know a damn thing about driving a boat, but he was going to have to learn in a hurry. He pushed the Derringer into his pocket and stood up. "Cecil!" he yelled. "Come on!" In the kitchen, the doorway splintered to pieces and blood staining the side of Train's shirt. Dan knew what had to be done. "Go," he said. "I'll hold 'em off." "The hell with that. Running I ain't." "You're dead if you don't. I'm dead anyway. Get out before they come around back." An automatic fired, the bullet chewing away more of the doorframe. The girl was at work again. "Don't let them get to Arden," Dan said. Train looked down at his bleeding side. Rib was busted, but he thought his guts were holding tight. It could have been a whole lot worse. The Ingram gun chattered once more, slugs perforating the walls, forcing Dan and Train to crouch down. Dan leaned out, burned the other 2 shots in that magazine, and then popped his last 4 bullets into the Browning. "Okay," Train said. He put his bloody hand on Dan's shoulder and squeezed. "Us 2 dinosaur, we fight the good fight, eh?" "Yeah. Now get out." "I'm getting. Bonne chance." Train ran for the back door, and Dan heard him splash into the swamp. He was in it for the long haul now. When the automatic fired again, the bullet shattered dishes stacked in a cupboard. Dan heard shots from out front, but surely Train hadn't had time yet to get around the house. Where the hell were Murtaugh and Isley? "Come out of there, man," Doc shouted. "We'll tear down the wall to get you." Dan figured his voice was meant to hide the noise of someone, the muscle man probably, either reloading or crawling across the floor. Dan gave Train 6 or 7 more seconds. Then he fired a wild shot through the doorway and took off for the rear. He jumped from the platform into water already chopped up by Train's departure. They'd hear the splash and be after him with a vengeance. He headed directly back into the swamp through a tangle of vines and floating garbage spilled from the can the young man had dropped. 3 steps, and on the 4th his shoe came down on the edge of a root or stump, and his ankle twisted, pain knifing up his calf. Galt had heard the second splash and had gotten up from the floor beside the pool table, ready to storm the kitchen, when there came another noise from out front. The flurry of gunshots had been enough to worry about, but now he heard the rumbling bass notes of one of the cigarette boat's engines trying to fire up. "Get back there after them," he yelled to Doc. "Try to take one alive." Then he sprinted for the living room and the sliding glass door that opened onto the platform. "Can't you get it going?" Pelvis was sitting in the white vinyl seat beside Flint, who felt he could have used 2 more arms to operate the complicated instrument panel. "Just hang on and be quiet." The key was turned in the ignition switch. Red lights were blinking on some of the gauges, and the engine growled as if it were about to catch, but then it would rattle and die. They had untied the boat's lines and were drifting from the pier. Pelvis held the revolver they'd taken from Mitch. He'd seen 1 bullet remaining in the cylinder. His knuckles were scraped and bleeding. He'd been coming out of his stupor for several minutes before he'd attacked Mitch. The immediacy of their situation having cleared his head of despair for Mama, at least for right now. As Flint struggled to decipher the correct sequence of switches and throttles, Pelvis looked back over his shoulder and his stomach lurched with terror. Galt was coming. The muscle man had just emerged from the house. He stopped, some of the tan draining from his face at the sight of his 2 downed associates and the bounty hunters trying to escape in a speedboat. The Flying Nun was still playing on the television screen. Galt staggered as if he were beginning to realize his swamp empire was crumbling. Then he came running along the pier, a rictus of rage distorting his face and his finger on the Ingram's trigger. "Trouble!" Pelvis shouted, and he fired the revolver's last bullet. But it was a wild shot, and Galt didn't slow down. Then Galt squeezed off a short burst as he ran, the slugs marching across the pier and chewing holes across the speedboat's stern. "Down!" Flint yelled, frantically trying to start the engine. "Get down!" Crack, crack. Another weapon spoke, and suddenly Galt was gripping his right leg, and he stumbled and fell to the planks. A man neither Flint nor Pelvis had ever seen before had come out from under the pier at the speedboat's bow, and he was standing in the chest-deep water, holding a rifle with a telescopic sight. He fired a 3rd time, but Galt had already crawled over to the far side of the pier, and the bullet penetrated wood but not flesh. Then the man shouted to Flint, "I'm driving," and he threw the rifle in and pulled himself over the boat's side, his eyes squeezed shut with pain and effort. Flint didn't know who the hell he was, but if he could operate this damn boat, he was welcome. He scrambled into the back and picked up the rifle as the man got behind the wheel. "Cover us, you better," the man yelled. He pulled a chrome lever, hit a toggle switch, and twisted the key. The boat barked oily blue smoke from its exhausts, its engine damaged by the Ingram's bullets. Flint saw Galt getting up on one knee, lifting his weapon to shoot. There was no time to aim through the scope. He started firing and kept firing, and Galt flattened himself again. The engine boomed, making the boat shake. The rifle in Flint's hands was empty. Galt raised his head. The man behind the wheel grabbed the throttle and wrenched it upward, and suddenly the boat's engine howled and the craft leapt forward with such power, Flint was thrown across the stern and almost out of the boat before he could grab hold of a seat back. The man twisted the wheel, a mare's tail of foamy brown water kicking up in their wake. A burst of Ingram bullets pocked the churning surface behind them. The boat tore away toward the bayou, passing the vacant watchtower, as both Flint and Pelvis held on for dear life. Around a bend ahead, blocking the channel, stood a partly submerged pair of gates made of metal guardrails and topped with vicious coils of concertina wire. Train chopped the throttle back. "Somebody get on the bow." Pelvis went, stepping over the windshield as the boat slowed. "You see a way to get that gate open?" Train asked. "Bolt on this side ought to be." "I see it." The boat's engine was muttering and coughing as Train worked the throttle and gear lever, cutting and giving power until the bow bumped the gate. The bolt, protected by a coating of black grease, was almost down at the waterline. Pelvis lay at the prow and leaned way over. He had to struggle with the bolt for a moment, but then it slid from its latch. Train gave the engine power, and as Pelvis crawled back over the windshield, the bow shoved the gates apart through bottom mud. He smelled leaking gasoline. The oil gauges showed critical overheating, red caution lights flashing on the instrument panel. "Hang you on!" Train shouted, and he kicked the throttle up to its limit. Dan heard a pistol shot. Water splashed 3 feet from his right shoulder. "Put the rifle down. Drop it or you get dropped." Dan hesitated. The next shot almost kissed his ear. He let the rifle fall into the water. "Hands up and behind your head. Do it. Turn around." Dan obeyed. Standing on the walkway that led between the house's rear entrance and the incinerator were Doc and the girl, both of them aiming their guns at him. "I saw you on television," Doc said. His face glistened with sweat, his hair damp with it. His sunglasses had a cracked lens. "Man, how come you want to fuck us up like this, huh? After I turned you loose?" He was whining. "Is that how you reward a fucking good deed?" "Get up here," the girl snapped, motioning with her automatic. "Come on, you son of a bitch." Dan eased back through the vines, the pain of his injured ankle making him flinch. From the other side of the house there were more shots and the growl of a speedboat's engine. "Where are Murtaugh and Isley?" "Get your ass up here, I said." The girl glanced at Doc. "You turned him loose?" "Those 2 bounty hunters had him in handcuffs back at St. Nasty, taking him to Shreveport. I let him go." "You mean it's 'cause of you all this happened?" "Hey, don't give me any shit now, you hear? Come on, Lambert. Climb up." Dan tried. He was exhausted, and he couldn't make it. "I'm not going to tell you again," the girl warned. "You get up here or you're dead meat." "I'm dead meat anyway," Dan answered. "This is true," Doc said. "But you can sure lose a lot of body parts before you pass on from this vale of tears. I'd try to make it easy on myself if I were you." Playing for time, Dan grasped the planks and tried once more. With an effort of will over muscle, he got his upper body out of the water and lay there gasping on the walkway. "Shit," the girl said angrily. "You're the damnedest fool in this world. How come you didn't kill him and forget about it? Your mind's getting senile, ain't it?" "You'd better shut your mouth." Doc's voice was very quiet. "Wait till this sinks in on Galt. You wait till he figures out it's your fault all this happened. Then we'll see whose ass gets kicked." Doc sighed and looked up through the trees at the sun. "I knew this minute would come," he said. "Ever since you horned in, I did. Kind of glad it's here, really." He turned his pistol toward Chandra's head and with a twitch of his trigger finger put a bullet through the side of her skull. She gave a soft gasp, her golden hair streaked with red, and as her knees buckled, she fell off the walkway into the swamp. "I just took out the garbage," he told Dan. "Stand up." Dan got his knees under him. Then he was able to stand, the sweat streaming off him and his head packed with pain. "Move," Doc said, motioning with the gun toward the house. "Galt," he hollered. "I got one of them alive." They went through the destroyed kitchen, the shot-up dining room, and the bullet-pocked game room. Dan limped at gunpoint through a hallway and then entered a living room where there were a few pieces of wicker furniture, a zebra skin on the floor, and a ceiling fan turning. A sliding glass door opened onto the awning-covered platform where the screen of a large television on wheels was showing a Pizza Hut commercial. "Oh, Lord," Doc said. Galt was on the platform. He was lying propped up by an elbow on his side, a trail of blood between him and the place on the pier from where he'd crawled. The right leg of his jeans was soaked with gore, his hand pressed to a wound just above the knee. Next to him lay his Ingram gun. Sweat had pooled on the planks around his body, his face strained, his ebony eyes sunken with pain and shock. "Don't touch me," he said when Doc started to reach down for him. "Where's Chandra?"
He had a pistol hid, pulled it out and shot her clean through the head. I knew you wanted him alive. That's why I didn't kill him. Galt, let me help you up.
Stay away from me, Galt shouted.
I don't need you or anybody.
Okay, Doc said.
Okay, that's all right. I'm here.
Galt gritted his teeth and pulled himself closer to Dan. The snakeskin boot on his right foot was smeared with crimson. Yes, he said, his eyes aimed up at Dan with scorching hatred. You're the man.
How was I supposed to know he was going to come here?
Doc squawked.
He's supposed to be a killer, killed 2 fucking men. I thought he'd be grateful.
He ran a trembling hand across his mouth.
We can start over, Galt. You know we can. It'll be like the old days, just us 2 against the world. We can build it all again. You know we can.
Galt was silent, staring at Dan. Dan had seen the bodies lying on the pier. The one farther away was still twitching. The nearer one looked to be stone cold. He saw that one of the speedboats was gone. What happened to Murtaugh and Isley? You came here. Galt was speaking slowly, as if trying to understand something that was beyond his comprehension. To get 2 men who were taking you to prison.
He must be crazy, Doc said. They must have been taking him to a loony prison.
You destroyed... No. Galt stopped. His tongue flicked out and wet his lips. You damaged my business for that reason, and that reason alone? I guess that's it, Dan said. Oh, are you going to suffer? Galt grinned, his eyes dead. Oh, there will be trials and tribulations for you. Who brought you here? Dan said nothing. Doc, Galt said, and Doc doubled his fist and hit Dan in the stomach, knocking him to his knees. Dan gasped and coughed, his consciousness fading in and out. The next thing he knew, a bloody hand had gripped his jaw and he was face to face with Galt. Who brought you here? Dan said nothing. Doc, Galt said, and Doc slammed his booted foot down across Dan's back. I want you to hold him down, Galt ordered. Doc sat on Dan's shoulders, pinning him. Galt pressed his thumbs into Dan's eye sockets, the muscles of his forearms bunching and twisting under the flesh. I will ask you once more. Then I'll tear your eyes from your head and I'll make you swallow them. Who brought you here? Dan was too exhausted and in too much pain to even manufacture a lie. Maybe it was Train who'd gotten away in the speedboat, he hoped. Maybe Train had had time by now to put the fire to the Swift's furnace and get Arden far away from this hell. He said nothing. You poor blind fool, Galt said, almost gently. And then his thumbs began to push brutally into Dan's eye sockets, and Dan screamed and thrashed as Doc held him down. Suddenly the pressure relaxed. Dan still had his eyes. Listen, Galt said. What's that? There came the sound of rolling thunder. Dan got his eyes open, tears running from them, and tried to blink away some of the haze. Doc stood up. The noise was getting steadily louder. Engine, Doc said, his pistol at his side. Coming up the bayou, fast. Get me another clip. There was desperation in Galt's voice. Doc, help me stand up. But Doc was backing away toward the television set, his face blanched as he watched the bayou's entrance. Behind him, the flying nun was airborne. Galt struggled to stand, but his wounded leg, the thigh bone broken, would not allow it. With a full-throated snarl, all pistons pumping, Train's armor-plated baby came tearing past the watchtower, veered, and headed directly at the platform. Doc started firing. Galt made a strangling, cursing noise. Dan grinned and heaved himself up to his knees. The swift boat did not slow a single knot, even as bullets pinged off the bow's armor. It hurtled toward the platform, a muddy wake shooting up behind its stern. Dan saw what was going to happen, and he flung himself as hard and far as he could to one side, out of the Swift's path. In the next instant, Baby rammed the platform, and the planks cracked with the noise of 100 pistols going off. The pilings trembled and broke loose, the entire house shuddering from the blow. But Train kept his fist to the throttle, and Baby kept surging forward, ripping through the platform, shattering the sliding glass doors, through the living room, through the prefab walls of Galt's dream house, and bursting out through the other side. Train jammed the engine into reverse and backed the Swift out between the two halves of the house. And as he cleared the broken walls, the insides began to fall out. A hemorrhage of animal skin-covered furniture, brass lamps, faux marble tables, pinball machines, exercise equipment, chairs, and even the kitchen sink. Dan clung to one half of the platform as it groaned and shivered, the walls of the house starting to collapse into the water. On the other half, Doc saw the television set rolling away from him,
its plug still connected, and the screen still showing the images to which he was addicted. He dropped his pistol, his sunglasses gone, and his face stricken with crazed terror. He flung both arms around the television in a desperate embrace. But then the planks beneath his feet slanted as the foundation pilings gave way. The set rolled Doc right into the water, and there was a quick snap, crackle, and pop, and his body stiffened, smoke ringing his head like a dark halo before he went under.
Dan! Dan! Grab my hand!
It was Arden's voice. She was standing at the bow's railing, reaching for him as the boat began to back away from the splintered wreckage. Dan clenched his teeth, drawing up his last reserves of strength. He jumped off the platform, missing Arden's hand, but grabbing hold of the railing, his legs dangling in the water. "Pull him up! Pull him up!" Train shouted behind the pilot house's bullet-starred glass. Something seized Dan's legs and wrenched at him. The fingers of one hand were pulled from the railing. He was hanging on with 5 digits, his shoulder about to come out of its socket. He looked back, and there was Galt beneath him, patches of the man's skin and face scorched in a gray, scaly pattern by the electrical shock. Frozen nerves drawing his lips into a death's head rictus, one eye rolled back and showing chalky yellow. Galt made a hissing noise, the muscles twitching in his arms. Another arm slid down past Dan's face. In its hand was a derringer. The little gun went off. A hole opened in Galt's throat. Bright red blood fountained up from a severed artery. Other arms caught Dan and held him. Galt's head rose, his mouth open. His hands loosened and slid down Dan's legs. The muddy, churning water flooded into his mouth and filled up his eyes. Then his head disappeared beneath its weight. Dan was pulled up over the railing. He saw the faces of Murtaugh and Isley, and then Arden was beside him, and there were tears in her beautiful eyes, her birthmark the color of summer twilight. Her arms went around him, and he could feel her heartbeat pounding against his chest. He put his arms around her, too, and hung on. Then the darkness swelled up around him. He felt himself falling, but it was all right, because he knew someone was there to catch him. 28. Avrietta's Island. Dan opened his eyes. He was lying on the deck in the shadow of the pilot house, the engine vibrating smoothly and powerfully beneath him, the blue sky above, the sound of the hull pushing deep water aside. A wet rag was pressed to his forehead. Arden looked down at him. "Where are we?" he whispered, hearing his own voice as if from a great distance.
"Train says we're in Tamboyer Bay. We're going to a place called Avrietta's Island. Here."
She poured some of the filtered water into the cup of her hand, and she supported his head while he drank. Someone else, a man without a shirt, knelt beside him. "Hey, old dinosaur, you. How you doing?" "All right. You?" Train's face had paled, purplish hollows under his eyes. "Been better. Hurting a little bit. See, I knew being ugly as 10 miles of bad road's going to pay off for me someday. That old bullet, he say I getting in and out mighty quick. This fella's so ugly. You need to get to a hospital. That's where we bound." Train leaned a little closer to him. "Listen, you're going to have to start associating with some more regular fellas. You know what I be saying? I take one look at that little bitty hand and arm moving round on that fella's chest, my mouth did to open wide. Then I look at that little bitty head hanging down, and I like to bust my teeth when I step on my jaw. And that other fella, the quiet one, he look in the face like somebody I seen. But no way can I figure where." "It'll probably come to you," Dan said. He felt his consciousness, a fragile thing, fading away again. "How'd you get him out? The speedboat?" "We skedaddled out of there, fired up baby, and hoo-wee, she done some low-level flying." "You didn't have to come back." "For sure I did. You rest now. We're going to get where we're going in 20-30 minutes. He patted Dan's shoulder and then went away. Arden stayed beside Dan and took one of his hands in hers. His eyes closed again, his senses lulled by the throbbing of the engine, the languid heat, the aroma and caress of the saltwater breeze sweeping across the deck. They passed through clouds of glistening mist. Seagulls wheeled lazily above the boat and then flew onward. "There she is," Train called, and Arden looked along the line of the bow. They had gone by several other islands, sandy and flat and stubbled with prickly brush. This one was different. It was green and rolling, shaded by tall stands of water oaks. There were structures of some kind on it. As the boat got nearer, Flint stood at the starboard side rail watching the island grow. He was wearing Train's T-shirt because he felt more comfortable with Clint under cover, and because the sun had blistered his back and shoulders. Train had come up with a first aid kit from a storage compartment, and Flint's arm wound was bound up with gauze bandages. He had taken off his remaining shoe and his muddied socks and tossed those items overboard like a sacrifice to the swamp. Next to him stood Pelvis, his bald pate and face pink with sunburn. Pelvis hadn't spoken more than a few words since they'd gotten aboard. It was clear to Flint that there was a whole lot of thinking going on in Pelvis's head. Train turned the wheel and guided them around to the island's eastern side. They passed spacious green meadows. A herd of goats was running free, doing duty as living lawn-mowers. There was an orchard with fruit trees and a few small whitewashed clapboard buildings that looked like utility sheds. And then they came around into a natural harbor with a pier, and there it was. Flint heard himself gasp. It stood on the green and rolling lawn, there on a rise that must have been the island's commanding point. It was a large, clean white mansion with multiple chimneys, a fieldstone path meandering between water oaks, and weeping willow trees from the harbor to the house. Flint's heart was racing. He gripped the rail, and tears burned his eyes. It was. Oh, God, oh, Jesus, it was not. He realized it in another moment as they approached the pier. There was no stained glass window in front. The house of his birth had 4 chimneys. This one had only 3. And it wasn't made of white stone, either. It was clapboard, and the paint was peeling. It was an old antebellum mansion, a huge 2-storied thing with columns and wide porches. The rolling emerald green lawn was the same as in his dreams, yes. A few goats were munching the blades down. But the house? No. He still had a star to follow. Mr. Murtaugh? Pelvis said in a voice that was more Cecil's than Elvis's. How come you're crying? I'm not crying. My eyes are sunburned, that's all. Aren't yours? No. Well, Flint said, and he rubbed the tears away. Mine are. Train had cut their speed back. The engine was rumbling quietly as they drew closer. So far they'd seen no one. Arden had left Anne to stand at the bow, the breeze blowing through her hair, her eyes ashine with hope. In her right hand was gripped the pink drawstring bag with her little plastic horses in it. I've been wondering, Pelvis said, about what you offered. And what was that? Flint knew, but he'd been shrinking from the memory. You know, about you being my manager and all. I sure could use somebody to help me. I mean, I don't know how successful I could be, but... Chopin you're not, Flint said. He's dead, ain't he? Both him and Elvis. Dead as doornails. He sighed heavily. And Mama's dead, too. It's going to take me a while to get over that one. Maybe I never will, but I figure maybe it's time for Pelvis to be put to rest, too. Flint looked into the other man's face. It was amazing how much more intelligent he looked without that ridiculous wig. Dress him up in a nice suit. Teach him how to talk without mangling English. Teach him some refinements and manners. And maybe a human being of worth would come out of there. But then it would be an almost impossible task, and he already had a job as a bounty hunter. I don't know, Cecil, Flint said. I really don't. Well, I was just asking. Cecil watched the pier approach. You going to take Lambert back to Shreveport? He's still a killer. Still worth $15,000. Yes, sir, that might be true. Of course, if you decided here pretty soon you wanted to, give it a try at being my manager, helping me get on a diet and get some work and such, then you wouldn't be a bounty hunter anymore, would you? No, Flint said softly. I guess I wouldn't. A thought came to him, something the man at the cafe in St. Nasty had said, speaking about Cecil. Hell, I'll be his manager then. Get out of this damn swamp and get rich. I won't never look back. Maybe he could walk away, he thought. Just walk away. From Smotes, from the ugliness, from the degradation. He still had his gambling debts and his taste for gambling that had gotten him so deep in trouble over the years. He couldn't exactly walk away from those things, those faults. But if he had a purpose and a plan, he could work them out eventually, couldn't he? Maybe. It would be the biggest gamble of his life. He found himself stroking his brother's arm through the T-shirt. Clint was as famished as he was. As tired, too. He was going to sleep for a week. Get out of this damn swamp and get rich. I won't never look back. He had never been able to get out before, he realized, because he'd never had anything to go to. What if? He wondered. What if? Maybe those 2 words were the first steps out of any swamp. Coming close, Train called. Jump over and tie us up, fellas. As Flint and Cecil secured the lines to cleats, Train stepped onto the pier and walked to an old bronze bell supported on a post 10 feet high. He grasped the bell's rope and began to ring it, the notes rolling up over the green lawn and through the trees toward the white house on the hill. In just a few seconds, 3 figures came out of the house and began to hurry down the path. They were nuns wearing white habits.
"Sister Caroline, I sure enough got some hurt people here,"
Train said to the one in the lead as they reached the pier.
"Got a fellow with a hurt leg, one with an arm needs looking at. And I do mean looking at. Believe I could use a Band-Aid or two myself, eh?"
"Oh, Train." She was a sturdy woman with light brown eyes. "What's happened to you?"
"Gonna tell you all about it later. Can you put us up?"
"We always have room. Sister Brenda, will you help Train to the house?"
No, my legs ain't broke,"
Train said.
"Tend to that man lying there."
Two of the nuns helped Arden get Dan up on his feet. Sister Caroline rang the bell a few more times, and two more nuns emerged to answer the call. "What is this place?" Arden asked Sister Caroline as Dan was taken off the boat. The other woman paused, staring at the birthmark. Arden moved so their eyes met. "This island is the convent of the Order of the Shining Light," Sister Caroline answered. "And that," and she nodded at the white mansion, "is the Avery at Colbert Hospital. May I ask your name?" "It's Arden Halliday. From Fort Worth, Texas." Arden turned to Train. "I thought you told me the Bright girl lived here." "The Bright? Oh, I see." Sister Caroline nodded, glancing from Arden to Train and back again. "Well, I prefer to think we are all bright, women." She gave Train a hard stare. "Does she know?"
"No."
"Know what?" Arden asked. "What's going on?" "We shall see," Sister Caroline said flatly, and she turned away to direct the others. Dan was being walked up the path supported between two nuns. One, a young girl, maybe 23, the other a woman in her 50s. The shadows of the oak and willow trees were deliciously cool, and a quartet of goats stood watching the group of pilgrims pass. "Just a minute," someone said beside Dan. The nun stopped. Dan turned his head and found himself face to face with Flint Murtaugh. Flint cleared his throat. He had his arms crossed over his chest, in case Clint made a spectacle of himself. These fine ladies would get a shock soon enough. "I want to thank you," Flint said. "You saved our lives. You did the same for me. I did what I had to." "So did I," Dan said. They stared at each other, and Flint narrowed his eyes and looked away, then returned his cool blue gaze to Dan. "You know what I ought to do?" "Yeah." Dan nodded. Everything was still blurry around the edges. All of this, the morning's events, Galt's stronghold, the gun battle, the swift severing of the house in two. This green and beautiful island seemed like bits and pieces of a strange dream. "Tell me what you're gonna do." "I think—" Flint paused. He had careful considerations to make. He held a man's future in the balance. His own. "I think I'm going to get out of this damn swamp," he said. "Pardon me, sisters." He looked up the path at the man walking alone. "Cecil, can I talk to you, please?" He left Dan's side, and Dan saw Murtaugh put his hand on Isley's shoulder as they began to walk together. The closer they got to the house, the more in need of repair Dan saw it was. He counted a half-dozen places where rainwater must be leaking through loose boards. A section of porch railing on the first floor was rotten and sagging, and several of the columns were cracked. The place needed repainting, too, otherwise the salt breeze and the damp heat would combine to break down the wood in a very short time. He bet the old house had termites, too, chewing at the foundation. They needed a carpenter around here is what they needed. Dan tried to put weight on his injured ankle, but the pain made him sick to his stomach. He was getting dizzy again, and his head was pounding. The blurred edges of things got still more blurry. He was about to give out, and though he fought it, he knew the sickness eventually had to win. "Sisters," he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm real near passing out." "Train!" the older one shouted. "Help us!" As Dan's knees buckled and the darkness rushed up at him once more, he heard Train say, "Got him, ladies." Dan felt himself being lifted over Train's shoulder in a fireman's carry before he passed out completely. And Train, weak himself but unwilling to let Dan hit the ground, took him the last 30 yards to the house. Late afternoon had come. Arden was freshly showered and had slept for 5 solid hours in a 4-poster bed in the room Sister Caroline had brought her to, on the antebellum mansion's first floor. Before her shower, another nun about Arden's age had brought her a lunch of celery soup, a ham salad sandwich, and iced tea. When Arden had asked the young woman if the bright girl lived here, the nun had given her a tentative smile and left without a word. On the way to this room, they'd passed through a long ward of beds. Most of the beds were in use. Under ceiling fans and crisp white sheets lay some of the patients of the Avery at Colbert Hospital, a mixture of men, women, and children, white, black, and Latino. Arden had heard the rattling coughs of tuberculosis, the gasping of cancerous lungs, the slow, labored breathing of people who were dying. The nuns moved around, giving what comfort they could. Some patients were getting better, sitting up and talking. For others, though, it seemed the days were numbered. Arden heard a few Cajun accents, though certainly not all the patients were of that lineage. She was left with the impression that this might be a charity hospital for the poor, probably from the Gulf Delta area, and that the patients were there because no mainland hospital would accept them, or, in the case of the elderly ones who lay dying, waste time on them. The same young nun brought Arden a change of clothes, a green hospital gown and cotton slippers. Not long after she'd awakened, there'd been a knock at the door, and when she'd opened it, there stood a tall, slim man who was maybe in his mid-60s, wearing a pair of seersucker trousers, a rumpled white short-sleeved shirt, and a dark blue tie. He'd introduced himself in a gentle Cajun accent as Dr. Felicien, and he'd sat down in an armchair and asked her how she was feeling. Was she comfortable? Did she have any aches or pains? Things like that. Arden had said she was still tired, but otherwise fine. She'd said she had come here to find the bright girl, and did he know who she meant? "I most think I do," Dr. Felicien had said. "But I'm going to have to beg off and leave that for later. You try to get yourself some more sleep now, yeah?" He'd gone without answering any further questions. A fan turned above her bed. Her window looked out toward the Gulf, and she could see waves rolling in. Shadows lay across the lawn. She had figured this room belonged to a doctor or someone else on the staff. When she went in the small but spotless bathroom to draw water from the faucet into a Dixie cup, she looked at her face in the mirror, studying her birthmark as she had 1,000 times before. She was very, very scared. What if it had been a lie? All along, a lie. Maybe Jupiter hadn't been lying, but he'd just been plain wrong. Maybe he'd seen a young and pretty blonde woman in LaPierre when he was a little boy. And maybe later on he'd heard the myths about a bright girl, a faith healer who could cheat time itself, and he'd mixed up one with the other. But if there was a bright girl, then who was she really? Why had Train brought her here, and what was going on? She lifted her hand and ran her fingers along the edges of her birthmark. What would she do, she asked herself, if this mark, this bad luck stain that had ruined her life, had to remain on her face for the rest of her days? What if there was no magic healing touch, no ageless bright girl who carried a lamp from God inside her? Closing her eyes, Arden leaned her face against the mirror. She'd felt she was so close, so very close. It was a cruel trick, this was. Nothing but a cruel, cruel trick. Someone knocked at the door. Arden went to open it, thinking that it was probably Dr. Felicien with more questions, or the young nun. She opened the door, and the face that looked at her both startled and horrified her. It belonged to a man. He had neatly combed sandy brown hair on the right side of his head, but on the left side there were just tufts of it. A terrible burn and the subsequent healing process had drawn the skin up into shiny parchment on that left side. His mouth twisted, the left eye sunken in folds of scar tissue. The left ear was a melted nub, and the man's throat was mottled with burn scar. His nose, though scarred, had escaped the worst of the damage, and the right side of his face was almost untouched. Arden stepped back, her own face mirroring the shock she felt. But at once that feeling changed to shame. If anybody understood what it meant to look at someone shrink away from you in a display of ill manners and idiocy, it was she. But if the man was bothered by her reaction, he didn't show it. He smiled. He was wearing dark blue pants, a blue striped shirt, and a bow tie. "Miss Halliday?" Arden remembered she told Dr. Felicien she was unmarried. "She wants to see you," the burn-scarred man said. "She? Who?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I forget that everybody around here doesn't know her name. Miss Kathleen McKay. I believe she's who you've come to find." "She's—" Arden's heart slammed. "She's the bright girl?" "Some would call her that, I imagine. If you'd like to come with me." "Yes, I would. Just a minute." She crossed the room and got the little pink bag from atop a dresser. On the way out, they went through another ward toward the rear of the hospital, and in passing the man spoke to the patients, calling their names, giving some encouragement, throwing a joking remark here and there. Arden couldn't help but see how the patients, even the very, very sick ones, perked up at this man's presence. She saw their faces, and she saw that not one of them flinched or showed any degree of distaste. It dawned on her that they didn't see his scars. Arden followed him away from the house and along another fieldstone path that led toward a grove of pecan trees. "I hear you had a time finding us," the man said as they walked. "Yes, I did." She figured Dr. Felicien or somebody had gotten the whole story from either Dan or Train. "That's a good sign, I think." "It is?" "Surely," he said, and he smiled again. "It's not far, right through here." He led her under a canopy of interlocking tree branches, and just on the other side was a small but immaculately kept white-clapboard house, with a screened-in front porch. Off to one side was a flower garden and a plot of vegetables as well. Arden felt faint as the man walked up the front steps and opened the door to the screened porch. He must have noticed her condition because he said, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a little lightheaded."
Breathe deep a few times. That ought to help. She did, standing at the threshold, and suddenly she realized who this fire-scarred man must be. What's your name? She asked. Pearlie Reese. She had known it, but still it almost knocked her knees out from under her. She remembered the prostitute at the cafe in St. Nasty saying that the bright girl was an old woman who came to Port Fourchon to see my mama's cousin. His name was Pearlie. He was 7 years old when he got burned up in a fire. Near 30 years ago, she'd said. The bright girl took him with her in a boat. Do you know me? Pearlie asked. Yes, I do, she said. Your second cousin helped me get here. Oh. He nodded, even if he didn't quite understand. I think that must be a good sign, too. You ready to meet her? I am, Arden said. He took her inside. "29. The Bright Girl." Once inside the door, Pearlie called, "Miss McKay? I brought her." "Come on back, then. I know I look a fright, but come on back anyway." It had been the raspy voice of an old woman, yes. Dan had been right, Arden realized as the first hard punch of reality hit her. There was no such thing as a woman who could stay young forever. But even if Jupiter had been mistaken about that part of it, the bright girl could still have the healing touch in her hands. She was terrified as she followed Pearlie through a sitting room, a short hallway, and then into a bedroom. And there was the bright girl, propped up on peach-colored pillows in bed. Sunlight spilled through lace-curtained windows across the golden pine plank floor, and above the bed a ceiling fan politely murmured. "Oh," Arden whispered, and as tears came to her eyes, her hand flew up to cover her mouth so she wouldn't say something stupid. The bright girl was indeed an elderly woman. Maybe she was 85, possibly older. If her hair had ever been blonde, it was all snow now. Her face was heavily lined and age-spotted, but even so Arden could tell that in her long-ago youth, this woman had been lovely. She was wearing a white gown, and now she reached to a bedside table for a pair of wire-rimmed eyeglasses. The movement was slow, and her mouth tightened with pain. The fingers of her hand were all twisted and malformed, and she had difficulty picking the glasses up. At once, Pearlie was at her side, but he didn't put the glasses on her face for her. He steadied her hand so her gnarled fingers could do the work. Then she got the glasses on, and Arden saw that behind the lenses there was still fire in the bright girl's pale amber eyes. Like lamps, Arden thought. Like shining lamps. Sit. The bright girl lifted her other hand, the fingers just as twisted, and motioned toward a flower-print armchair that had been turned to face the bed. The elderly woman's voice trembled, either from palsy or being nervous, Arden didn't know. Arden sat down, her hands clutching the pink bag in her lap, her heart galloping. "Lemonade," the bright girl said. Her breathing, too, looked painful. "Want a glass?" "I think I would. I can put a shot of vodka in it for you." The bright girl, surprisingly, had a Midwestern accent. No. Just lemonade." "Pearlie, would you? And I will take a shot of vodka in mine." The two women were silent. The bright girl stared at Arden, but Arden wasn't sure where to park her eyes. She was so glad to have found this person, so glad to finally be there. But she was feeling a crush of disappointment, too. The bright girl wasn't who Jupiter had said she was. The bright girl could not cheat time, and she wasn't a fate healer. If she had a healing touch, then why hadn't she been able to smooth the scars on Pearlie's face? Tears burned Arden's eyes again. They were the bitter tears of knowing she had been wrong. The bright girl, at least the time-cheating, never-aging, fate-healing part of her, was a myth. The truth was that the bright girl was a rather small, frail, white-haired, 85-year-old woman who had gnarled fingers and labored breathing. "Don't cry," the bright girl said. "I'm all right, really." Arden wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. She stopped. The floodgates were about to burst. It had all been wrong. It had been a cruel, cruel trick. "Go ahead if you want to cry. I cried my eyes out, too, that first day." The tears had begun trickling down Arden's cheeks. She sniffled. "What do you mean? You cried, too?" "When I came here and found out." She paused, her breathing strained. "Found out the bright girl couldn't just put her hands on me and take it all away." Arden shook her head. I don't understand. Take what away?" The old woman smiled slightly. "The pain. The bright girl couldn't heal me of the pain. That I had to do for myself." "But you're the bright girl, aren't you?" "I'm a bright girl." Are you a nun?" "Me, a nun? I raised too much hell when I was a young girl to be a nun now. The thing is, I enjoyed raising hell. Seeing my father—" Again, she had to pause to regulate her breathing. "Squirm when the police brought me home. We didn't get along so very well." Pearlie came in, bringing a plain plastic tray with 2 jelly-jar glasses of lemonade. "Take this one," he said, giving Arden a glass. "Unless you want your head knocked off. Miss McKay likes the occasional libation." "I wish you would quit that. Over 30 damn years," she said, speaking to Arden, "and he still calls me Ms. McKay, like I'm some weak little old flower that just slumps in the—" A breath. "Slumps in the noonday sun. My name is Kathleen." "You know I was raised to respect my elders. Don't drink that down too fast now." "I'll gulp it in a second if I want to," she snapped, but she didn't. "Let us be alone now, Pearlie. We have to talk." "Yes, ma'am." "There he goes with that southern fried crap again. Go out and pee on the flowers or something." Pearlie left the room. The bright girl gripped her glass with both hands, drew it to her wrinkled mouth, and sipped. "Ah," she said. "That's better." She glanced up at the ceiling fan that turned above them. "I never could get used to this heat down here. For a time I thought I couldn't stand it, that I was going to have to get back—" A breath, then another. "To Indiana. That's where I'm from. Evansville, Indiana. You said you're from Fort Worth?" "Yes." "Well, that's good, then. Hot in Texas, too." She sipped her vodka-laced lemonade again. "That's some birthmark you've got there." Arden nodded, not knowing how to respond. "You came here to be healed, didn't you?" "Yes." "And now you're sitting there thinking you're the biggest fool who ever put on panties. You came down here to be healed by a young, pretty girl who never ages, who people say lives forever. You didn't come here to—" Breathing again, her lungs making a soft hitching noise. "Listen to an old woman spit and snort, did you?" "No," Arden had to admit. "I didn't." I came to be healed, too. My condition, as my father put it. She nodded toward a walker by the bed. Used to be able to get around on a cane, but I can hardly stand up on the walker now. I've had severe arthritis since I was a young girl. About your age, maybe younger. My father was from old money. The family's in banking. Very social dogs they are. So when the lovely daughter can't dance on her crippled... A pause. Crippled legs at the social events, and when the white gloves won't slip over her twisted fingers, then the specialists are called. But when the specialists can't do very much, then lovely daughter becomes a pariah. Lovely daughter spends more and more time alone, growing bitter, drinking, screwing any boy who'll have her. Lovely daughter has several ugly public scenes. Then one day lovely daughter is told she will have a companion, to watch her and keep her out of trouble. Being enlightened bastards, we have hired a sturdy, non-threatening woman of color who doesn't know what she ought to be being paid. Kathleen McKay drank from the glass once more, her gnarled fingers locked together. That woman of color was born in Thibodaux. That's about 50 miles up Highway 1 from Grand Isle. We used to share a bottle of Canadian Club, and she told me wonderful stories. Arden said, I still don't Oh, yes, you do. Kathleen interrupted. You understand it all. You just don't want to let go of the illusion. I've been sitting right where you are, talking to an old, used-up, and dying woman, in this very bed. Her name was Juliet Garrick, and she was from Mobile, Alabama. She had one leg 3 inches shorter than the other. The one before her, well, I don't remember. Some wicked deformity or another, I'm sure. Are you positive you don't want a shot of vodka? I'm sure, Arden said. Her heart had stopped pounding, but her nerves were still raw. How many bright girls have there been? Cemetery's not far. You can go count for yourself. But I think the first 2 were buried at sea. Arden still felt like crying. She felt like having a cry that would break the heart of the world. Maybe she would later, but not right now. Who was the first one? The woman who founded the hospital. Avrietta Colbert. Her journals and belongings and things are in a museum between the chapel and where the sisters live. Interesting, gutsy lady. Strong-willed. Before the Civil War, she was on a ship with their husband, sailing from South America to New Orleans. He was a rancher. Wealthy people. Anyway, not far from here, a storm blew up and smashed their ship. Smashed their ship in these barrier islands. She washed up here. The legend goes that she vowed to God she would build a church and hospital for the poor on the first island that would have her. This one did, and she did. There's a photograph of her over there. She was a beautiful young blonde woman, but her eyes, you can tell she had fire in her. Arden sighed. She lowered her head and put a hand to her face. The sisters came here sometime in the 40s. Kathleen went on. They manage the place, pay the staff, make sure all that work's done. She finished her lemonade and very carefully put the glass down on the bedside table. All of us, the bright girls, I mean, came from different places for different reasons. But we all have shared one very, very important thing. Arden lifted her head, her eyes puffy and reddened. What's that? We believed, Kathleen said, in miracles. But it was a lie. It was always a lie. No. Kathleen shook her white-crowned head. It was an illusion, and there's a difference. What the bright girl could do, what she was, became what people wanted to believe. If there is no hope, what reason is there to live? A world without miracles. Well, that would be a world I wouldn't care to live in. What miracles? Arden asked, a little anger creeping in. I don't see any miracles around here. Kathleen leaned forward, wincing with the effort. Her cheeks and forehead had become blushed with anger, too. She was a scrapper. She said 3 short, clipped words. Open your eyes. Arden blinked, surprised by the strength in the old woman's voice. No, you can't get your birthmark healed here. Just like I couldn't get my arthritis healed. Or Juliet Garrick couldn't get her short leg lengthened. That's junk. But what's not junk? A breath, a breath, a breath. Not junk is the fact that I can walk through those wards. Through those wards, hobbling on my walker. I can walk through them and people who are dying sit up. They sit up in their beds and they smile to see me, and for... A gasp. For a few minutes they have an escape. They smile and laugh as if they've touched the sun. For a few precious, precious minutes. And children with cancer and tuberculosis and AIDS, they come out of their darkness to reach for my hand, and they hold on to me. On to me like I am somebody, and they don't mind my ugly fingers. They don't see that Kathleen McKay of Evansville, Indiana, is old and crippled. Her eyes were fierce behind the glasses. No, they hold on to the bright girl. She paused, getting her breath again. I don't lie to them, she said after a moment or two. I don't tell them they can beat their sicknesses if Dr. Felicien or Dr. Walcott don't say so first. But I have tried to make them understand the miracle the way I and Sister Caroline see it. That flesh is going to die, yes. It's going to leave this world, and that's the way life is. But I believe in the miracle that though flesh dies, the spirit does not. It goes on just like the bright girl goes on. Though the women who wear that title wither and pass away, the bright girl does not. She lives on and on, tending to her patients and her hospital, walking the wards, holding the hands. She lives on. So don't you dare sit there with your eyes closed and not look at what God is offering to you. Arden's mouth slowly opened. To me? Yes, you. The hospital would survive without a bright girl. I guess it would, I don't know. But it would be terribly changed. All the bright girls over the many years have held this place together. And it's not been easy, I'll tell you. Storms have torn the hospital half to pieces. There have been money problems, equipment problems, troubles keeping the old buildings from falling apart. It's far from perfect. If there wasn't a bright girl to solicit contributions, or fight the oil companies who want to start drilling right offshore here and ruin our island, keep our patients awake all night long, where would we be? She closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the pillow. I don't know. I do know. I don't want to be the last one. No, I won't be the one who breaks the chain. She sighed and was silent with her thoughts. When she spoke again, her voice was low and quiet. The bright girl can't be any damn pushover. She's got to be a fighter, and she's got to do the hard work as best she can. Most of all, Kathleen's eyes opened. She can't be afraid to take responsibility. Arden sat very still, her hands gripping the drawstring bag. Maybe you're not the one. I don't know. Damn, I'm tired. Those sisters over there praying and praying at the chapel. I told them. I said if she's coming, she'll be here. But maybe you're not the one. Arden didn't know what to say. She stood up from her chair, but she didn't know where to go either. If you stayed, Kathleen said, if you did what had to be done, I could promise you no one here would even see that birthmark. It would be gone. They'd see only the face behind it. Arden stood in a spill of light, caught between what was and what could be. Go on, then. Kathleen's voice was weary. There's a radio at the hospital. The ferry can get here from Grand Isle in half an hour. I know the man who owns the marina. He can find a ride out for you, take you up Highway 1 to Golden Meadow. Catch the bus from there. Do you have money? No. Pearlie! Kathleen called. Pearlie! There was no response. If he's not outside, he's probably walked along the path to the barn. Go over there and tell him I said to give you $50 and call the marina for you. The barn? Arden's heart was pounding again. What's in the barn? Horses, of course. Those things have always scared the skin off me, but Pearlie loves them. I told him when one of them kicks him in the head one day, he won't spend so much time over there. Horses? Arden whispered, and at last she smiled. Yes, horses. Henrietta Colbert's husband was a rancher. They were bringing horses back from South America on their ship. Some of the horses swam here. Those started the herd. We raise and sell them to make money for the hospital. Kathleen frowned. What's wrong? Arden's eyes had filled with tears. She couldn't speak. Her throat had clutched up. Then she got it out. Nothing's wrong. I think everything's right. She was crying now, and she was half blind. But she realized at that moment that never before had she seen so much, or so clearly. He was sitting in a chair on the upper porch, the blue shadows of twilight gathering on the emerald lawn. A crutch leaned against the railing beside him. He was watching the sun slide toward the Gulf, and he was thinking about what had happened an hour ago. The ferry boat had come from Grand Isle. He'd been sitting right there, watching. 2 men and Sister Caroline had left the hospital, walking down the path to the pier. One of the men was bald and fat, but he walked with his shoulders back as if he'd found something to be proud of about himself. The other man, tall and slim and wearing a dark suit and a new pair of black wingtips, someone on the staff had brought him yesterday from the mainland, had stopped short of getting aboard the ferry and had looked back. Dan had stared at Flint Murtaugh across the distance. Nothing had remained to be said. They'd still been cautious around each other during the last 3 days, both of them knowing how much he was worth as a wanted fugitive. Dan figured the idea of all that money still chewed at Murtaugh. But the fact that Dan had gone after them when he could have cut and run was worth much, much more. Then Murtaugh had turned away and stepped onto the ferry boat. Sister Caroline had waved to them as the boat's lines were cast off. Dan had watched the boat get smaller and smaller as it carried Isley and Murtaugh onward to the rest of their lives. He wished them well. "Hey, old dinosaur, you. Mind if I plop?" "Go ahead." Train had walked out onto the porch. He drew a wicker chair up beside Dan and eased himself into it. He was still wearing a green hospital gown, much to his displeasure. His bullet wound, a grazed gash and a broken rib, was healing. But Dr. Walcott had insisted he stay for a while. It had been 2 days since Dan had seen Arden, whom he'd caught a glimpse of from the window beside his bed, walking around the grounds with Sister Caroline. Arden hadn't been at lunch in the hospital's small cafeteria either. So something was definitely going on, and he didn't know if she'd found her bright girl or not. One thing was for sure. She still wore her birthmark. "How the leg feel?" "It's getting along. Dr. Felicien says I almost snapped my ankle." "Hell, you could have done worse, eh?" "That's right." Dan had to laugh, though he would see Galt's mottled face in his nightmares for a long time to come. "Yeah, you done good, Leatherneck. I won't never say no more bad things about Marines." "I didn't know you ever said anything bad about Marines." "Well," Train said, "I was getting to it." Dan folded his hands across his chest and watched the waves rolling in and out. When the breeze blew past, he saw some paint flake off the sun-warped railing. This was a peaceful place, and its quiet soothed his soul. There were no televisions, but there was a small library down on the first floor. He felt rested and renewed, though he couldn't help but notice there was a lot of carpentry work needed on the aging structure. "How long have you known about this place?" "Years and years. I bring 'em cat and turtle. Who you think carted the goats here from Goat Island?" "Did you tell him about me?" he had to ask. "Sure I did," Train said. "I told him you was a fine old fella." Dan turned his head and looked into Train's face. "Ain't it true?" Train asked. "I'm still a wanted killer. They're still looking for me." "I know 2 men who ain't. They just got on the boat and gone." Dan leaned forward and rested his chin on his hands. "I don't know what to do, Train. I don't know where to go. I could put you up for a while. In that houseboat? You need space just like I do. That wouldn't work." "Maybe no." Both of them watched a freighter in the shimmering distance. It was heading south. Train said, "The steamers and workboats, they come in, unload, and load again at Port Sulphur. Ain't too very far ways from here. Some of them boats looking for crew. You up to working?" "I think I could handle some jobs if they weren't too tough." "I think you could, too. Maybe you take some time, decide for yourself. Couple of days, I'm going back home. Maybe you stick around here a week, 2 weeks. We gonna do us some fishing, little dinosaur talking, eh?" "Yeah," Dan said, and he smiled again. "That'd be great." "I'd take you to a lake full of cat. Hoo-wee! Big like you never did saw." "Dan?" They looked to their left, toward the voice. Arden had come out on the porch. Her wavy blonde hair shone in the late sunlight, and she was wearing a clean pair of khakis and a green-striped blouse. "Can I talk to you for a few minutes? Alone?" "Oh, well, I gotta shake a tail feather anyhow." Train stood up. "I'll talk at you later, bon ami." "See you, Train," Dan said, and the Cajun walked back through a slatted door into the hospital. Arden took his chair. "What have you been up to?" Dan asked her. He saw she no longer carried her pink drawstring bag. "I haven't seen you for a while." "I've been busy," she said. "Are you okay?" "I believe I am." She nodded. "It's a beautiful place, don't you think? A beautiful island. Of course, that's not saying it doesn't need work." She reached out to the railing and picked off some of the cracking paint. "Look there. The wood underneath that doesn't look too good either, does it?" "No. That whole railing ought to be replaced. I don't know who's in charge of the maintenance around here, but they're slipping." "Well," he shrugged, "they're all old buildings. I guess they're doing the best they can." "They could do better," Arden said, looking into his eyes. He had to bring this up. Maybe he'd regret it, but he had to. "Tell me," he said. "Did you ever find out who the bright girl is?" "Yes," she answered. "I sure did." Arden began to tell him the whole story. Dan listened, and as he listened, he could not help but think back to his meeting with the Reverend Gwynn, and the man giving him the gift of time and saying, "God can take a man along many roads and through many mansions. It's not where you are that's important. It's where you're going that counts. Hear what I'm saying?" Dan thought he did. At last he thought he did. It occurred to him as Arden told him her intention to stay on the island, that Jupiter had been right. He had a lot to think about in the time ahead, but it seemed that he had indeed been the man God had sent to take Arden to the Bright Girl. Maybe this whole thing had been about her and this hospital from the beginning, and he and Blanchard, Isley and Murtaugh, Train and the drug runners, and all the rest of it, had been cogs in a machine designed to draw Arden to this island for the work that had to be done. Maybe. He could never know for sure, but she had found her Bright Girl and her purpose, and it seemed also that he had found his own refuge if he wanted it. He could never go back. He didn't want to. There was nothing behind him now. There was only tomorrow and the day after that, and he would deal with them when they came. Dan reached out and took Arden's hand. Out in the distance, on the shining blue gulf, there was a sailboat moving toward the far horizon, its white sails filled with the winds of freedom, and it ventured off for a port unknown.